very well, if they are not prioritized in order to maximize the gain that can be drawn out of them, then we are not achieving what we want to achieve. I think that this kind of forum is also the place where we hear from everybody from the continent, and where we can then learn about country case studies. And it is then important for countries to share their information, to allow ECA to dig more and to have more information and be in a position to advise other countries. This is how we can go towards building a credible carbon market for the region, because only one country doing it will not enable Africa actually to develop that regional carbon market.
I came here looking at the idea, the word inclusiveness, to see what financing strategies are there for young people to be present in such spaces. Secondly, young people with businesses to really not have another hassle on how to be climate aware and climate compatible with all the other hassles that come with actually having an SME. And the gap I saw is, firstly, I was the only young person in a room of over 200 people. That is a gap. What's also not renewable is our lives. What happens when the people sitting in this room that are older than 35 leave and are not able to perform well? The young people need to be taught from a very young age. Great to have platforms like this, but we also need to understand what the young people also want. Not just planting trees. We can do that. We want to also impact policies, because we know, you taught us, with education, we can help in the technological aspects of it and the different parts.
This side event was all about fostering prosperity on policies to promote AI in Africa. And what was important for us today was to be able to come together and focus on applications, be able to identify the opportunities that exist in AI, and to be able to find ways of working together so that we can promote a very healthy AI policy framework for the continent. It is important that we do not work in silos. That will not work. What is important is that we each learn from one another, collaborate more, so that the AI policy framework we come up with will enable Africa to prosper and for Africa to thrive. It's really for every one of our citizens to be able to thrive with the AI policies we put in place.
I think this was a very important session from ECA. I take it as capacity building for ministers to understand the importance of having AI policies. We need ethical, fair AI in Africa, and the only way we can do that is for governments to take the lead in creation of fair AI policies. It's critical now that we have those policies now, because AI is developing super fast, faster than we can ever imagine.
Gashwalten እንዴት አደርክ? Gashwalten, good? Gashwalten እንዴት አደርክ? Good? Okay. Second mic, good? Okay.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
SMEs are critical. If you are add value, the regional value chain really depends on the capacity of the SMEs to produce, transform, and of course to trade. Related to that are infrastructure that actually help, post-harvest, but the whole process from, the farm to the country and to also the region.
We do have, as Africa, abundant renewable resources. When you look at solar energy, hydro, gas as a transition energy, if you look at the just transition, that is an opportunity that we certainly need to harness. We also do need to harness the demographic dividend. And here, what we need to do is make sure that we're leveraging and using the young or youth population that we have in terms of innovation around green economy and investments and so on, an opportunity that we haven't seen the dividend yet. But the fact that we do have, and if you look at a lot of innovations across in Africa, they're actually coming from this population group.
If we are to adopt the emerging technologies that we're talking about, for instance, green hydrogen, that is very important to improve electrification on the continent. Science and technology and innovation are key if we are to transform Africa's economy to an inclusive and green one.
If we mobilize the resources that we are talking about, if they are not used very well, if they are not prioritized in order to maximize the gain that can be drawn out of them, then we are not achieving what we want to achieve. I think that this kind of forum is also the place where we hear from everybody from the continent and where we can then learn about country case studies. And it is then important for countries to share their information, to allow ECA to dig more and to have more information and be in a position to advise other countries. This is how we can go towards building a credible carbon market for the region, because only one country doing it will not enable Africa actually to develop that regional carbon market.
I came here looking at the idea, the word inclusiveness, to see what financing strategies are there for young people to be present in such spaces. Secondly, young people with businesses to really not have another hustle on how to be climate aware and climate compatible with all the other hustles that come with actually having an SME. And the gap I saw is, firstly, I was the only young person in a room of over 200 people. That is a gap. What's also not renewable is our lives. What happens when the people sitting in this room that are older than 35 leave and are not able to perform well? The young people need to be taught from a very young age. Great to have platforms like this, but we also need to understand what the young people also want. Not just planting trees. We can do that. We want to also impact policies, because we know you taught us with education, we can help in the technological aspects of it in the different parts.
Audio check. One. One.
Zoom audio test, mic 1, 2, 3. Zoom audio test.
Sound check, 61 2.
Checking 1, 2. Yeah.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just by way of announcement, so that the plenary hall is aware of the proceedings so far, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Comrade Dr. Edi Mnangagwa, has arrived. He's now at the hotel where he will meet with the hierarchy and be briefed with regards to this session, this official opening. Once he's been briefed, he will make his way to this plenary hall. Obviously, everybody else first, and then he will make his way. He will make his entrance through this door on my left, your right. Once he walks in, I will ask the room to stand. And while we are upstanding, he will take his place in the middle chair. He will also be upstanding immediately. Whilst we are all upstanding, our high school choir from Mosia Tunya will come through, will already be standing by the time he comes through. They will then lead us in the singing of the Zimbabwean national anthem. From then on, they will take their seats and will then hand over to the Master of Ceremonies for this session, the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Guamatanga. So with regards to announcements, please, these are the announcements. Shortly, the President will make his entrance. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Ladies and gentlemen, the president is now in his lounge just across. Any minute now he'll walk through. I will cue the room and then we all stand. And as we said, once the room is ready, he will walk in and we'll go straight to the singing of the national anthem. In the meantime, we may remain seated until I give the announcement with regards to his entrance. If I may also ask that you deliberately check your phone, that it's on silent or vibrates. It will be good to be intentional about this particular announcement. Please double check your phone and make sure that it is on silent or vibrates. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we stand? Ladies and gentlemen, the entrance of the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency, Comrade Dr. P.T. Mnangagwa. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the singing of the national anthem of the Republic of Zimbabwe, which will be led by Mosua Tunya High School.
To bless our native land, the land of fathers, is Lord some mercy from some mercy to live for. Many God's be exemplary.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to the singing of the national anthem of Zimbabwe. At this juncture, I will ask you, Your Excellency, with your indulgence, that we may take our seats. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, my name is Maimba Mapuranga, to hand over the official proceedings to our Master of Ceremonies for this session, Mr. George Goramatanga, the Secretary for Finance, Economic Development, and investment promotion. Shall we put our hands together as he comes through to take over?
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Development and Investment Promotion, Honorable Professor Mthuli Ncube, the Honorable Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution for Matabele North, Honorable Richard Moyo, Honorable M. Muchangwa, Minister of Women's Affairs, Community, Small and Medium Enterprises, Ambassador Rebecca Anuga Chenge, the Permanent Representative of Uganda to the AU and UNECA, representing the Honorable Minister, Chair of the Outgoing Bureau, Mr. Clever Gatete, Executive Secretary of Economic Commission for Africa, Dr. Monique Gabarwa, who is the Deputy Chairperson for the African Union Commission, Honorable Deputy Ministers here present, Deputy Chief Secretary to the President and Cabinet, Comrade G. Charamba, senior government officials, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you and welcome to this opening session. Today, obviously, I'm not going to make any jokes. This is serious business, but also, unfortunately, the only jokes I have are on Chelsea Football Club. So it will be very dangerous for me to be making these jokes on Chelsea Football Club today. So I'll go straight into the serious business of the day. Allow me at this juncture to invite Honorable Richard Moyo, the Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution for Matabele North, to give us his welcome remarks. Honorable Richard Moyo, sir.
Thank you, Permanent Secretary. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. His Excellency, the President of Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, our Vice President of Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. C.D.G.N. Chiwenga in absentia, our Vice President of Republic of Zimbabwe, Honorable K.C.D. Mohadi in absentia, Minister of Finance and Economic Development and Promotion, Professor Mthuli Ncube, and the Deputy Minister of Finance, Mnangagwa, and other Deputy Ministers who might be here, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA, Executive Secretary, Mr. Clever Gatete, Deputy Chairperson for the African Union Commission, Dr. Monique Zambakanwa, other African ministers here present, permanent secretaries and Reserve Bank governors here present, members of the diplomatic corps, Your Worship, the Mayor of this city, Mr. Prince Thuso Moyo, senior government officials and service chiefs, development partners, the civil society, members of the business community and captains of industry, JOC members, the academia, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends. It is indeed a pleasure to welcome you all to Matabele North Province and especially to Victoria Falls, a tourist resort city. Some of you have traveled from far and wide to be here with us. We are extremely grateful and extend our warmest welcome to you all. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express my gratitude to the UNECA Secretariat for providing us with the opportunity to host this important event. This is a significant moment for us, and we hope our hospitality has been equally befitting. Your Excellency, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, we are honored to witness this historic moment in our tourist resort city of Victoria Falls. It is my sincere hope that you will find time to visit one of the 7 wonders of the world, the majestic Victoria Falls, locally known as Mosia Tunya, the smoke that thunders, and that you will find time from your busy schedule to visit some of the several game parks and heritage sites around so as to experience the unique Zimbabwean culture. We also have vast investment opportunities in the province that are accessible through the investment website. With these remarks, allow me to welcome you all once again to Victoria Falls in Matabeleland North Province. Enjoy the warm weather of Victoria Falls and the vast wildlife experience and the majestic Victoria Falls. I thank you, Nyabonga, to attend.
Thank you, Honorable Richard Moyo, for those welcoming remarks. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, may you allow me to invite to the podium Ambassador Rebecca Anuge Otengo, who is the permanent representative of Uganda to the AU and UNECA, and also representing the Honorable Minister, Chair for the outgoing bureau. Madam, may you please take the podium? Thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Edie Mnangagwa, Your Excellency, the Minister of Finance, Economic Planning and Investment Promotion, Professor Musuli Nkube, Your Excellency, the Undersecretary of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of UNECA, Mr. Clever Gatete, Your Excellency, Dr. Monique, the Deputy Chair of the African Union Commission, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and our invited guests, including our keynote speakers, amongst them Dr. Miyaka James. Your Excellencies, you'll allow me to stand on the existing protocol because of the time that we do not have. I bring you greetings and apologies from Honorable Dr. Matia Kasaija, the Minister of Finance of Uganda, and also the outgoing chair of the Bureau, and would like to welcome you to the 56th session of this very important conference of the Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development in this very beautiful city of Victoria Falls. I extend my sincere gratitude to the government of the Republic of Zimbabwe and the beautiful people for graciously welcoming us and hosting this very important gathering. As we gather today, we are armed with the insights and recommendations stemming from the recent 42nd session of the Committee of Experts. Our discussions were robust and insightful, yielding valuable recommendations to address the pressing challenges facing our beautiful continent of Africa. We moved engaging in profound discussions. We dissected the challenges. We looked at the opportunities and actionable strategies to move us forward. It is my pleasure, Your Excellencies, to share that we witnessed a remarkable turnout of over 32 countries represented at very high level. May I also report that we had almost 215 delegates. This is indeed a heavy harvest of ideas and actions for this year. Your Excellency, our theme on financing the transition to inclusive economic, green economies in Africa could not be any timely. it is evident from our discussions with the experts that Africa stands at a very critical juncture, grappling with issues ranging from the food insecurity and adverse impact of climate change. Throughout the deliberations in the experts committee, we navigated complex issues under the theme that is on the table. Imperatives that we think it is not something that we should put under our carpets. Your Excellency, the discussion were collaborative and we reached consensus. From the onset, it became apparent that the continent Africa stands at a pivotal moment, facing multifaceted obstacles such as food insecurity, financial and fiscal constraints, escalating debt burdens, and adverse effect of climate change. However, amidst these challenges lie immense opportunities for transformative changes. Your Excellencies, the key recommendations emerged from our discussions highlighted the urgent need for structural reforms to revive growth, enhance resilience, and optimize fiscal and monetary policies. We underscored the importance of accelerating regional integration initiatives through full implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area and Single African Air Transport Market to drive the competitiveness and reduce the cost of doing business across the continent of Africa. Moreover, we emphasize the imperative of defining and leading the establishment of inclusive green transition priorities, harnessing innovative financing mechanisms and leveraging African abundant natural resources and fund sustainable development objectives. This necessitates not only the adoption of the green policies, but also the reforms of the global financial architecture to reduce Africans' debt burden and facilitate inclusive economic growth. As we reflect on the outcomes of the experts meeting and prepare for the ministerial segment, I'm confident that the recommendation put forward will serve as a blueprint for the consideration and action, guiding our collective efforts towards a more prosperous, sustainable, and resilient Africa. Your Excellencies, as we strive to promote sustainable recovery and development in Africa, this year's Conference of Ministers provides us with rare opportunity to develop authentic ideas and solutions for implementation of our on our continent. In our capacity as the outgoing chair, Uganda would also like to highlight our major concern regarding the unilateral and other sanctions imposed on the member states and international organizations, often applied to our member states without prior consultations with the African Union. In fact, the heads of state and government at the assembly meeting of the 35th ordinary session of the African Union held in February 2022 underscored the principle of subsidiarity that ought to be respected. It is important for the international community to engage with the African Union before taking such decisions that have negative impacts on the economies and the overall well-being of the common citizens in different countries. We also wish to highlight the importance of addressing the specific needs for the women and youth as a way of addressing some of the structural root causes and drivers of the conflict in Africa, including through putting in place policies that would contribute to positively build peace building efforts, including socioeconomic empowerment. We would like to propose to this very important August House that areas like youth and women empowerment, skills development, and vocational training could be used to foster the education and skills of the women. We would also like to propose promoting entrepreneurship amongst the women and the youth, who are the greater population of this continent. Your Excellency would also urge member states that it would be important for us to engage the women and the youth in political engagement that are productive. As member states of the AU, we ask the ECA to develop and implement policies that are dedicated to the women and the youth to facilitate their constructive engagement through including them through dedicated programs and projects, only not in the local area, but also nationally, regionally, and this would make a difference in the continent. Your Excellency, before we conclude, I would like to use this opportunity to thank the outgoing Bureau that because of them we achieved what we are trying to put today before you, Your Excellency. And Your Excellency, amongst these Bureau members, allow me to briefly mention them. Uganda as the chair, the first vice chair as South Africa, second vice chair, Morocco, the Kingdom of Morocco, third vice chair, Equatorial Guinea, and the rapporteur was Senegal. Your Excellency, would like to thank you for this opportunity that Uganda was given to chair this important bureau. And I say all this for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Otengo, for those remarks. Before I invite the next speaker, may I also welcome those excellencies and participants who are joining us virtually. We do have quite a large number of participants, Your Excellency, who are actually participating virtually and online using modern technology. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, and I'll try to do this again, is Dr. Monique Nsanza-Baganwa. I hope I got it correct this time around. Who is the Deputy Chairperson for the African Union Commission. Madam, we may come to the stage. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. Your Excellency, Ambassador Clavel Gatete, Executive Secretary for the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Your Excellency, Ambassador Rebecca, my dear sister, here, our chairperson for the Bureau. Excellencies, ministers, heads of international organizations, representatives of the private sector, of the civil society organizations, allow me to stand on established protocol in the interest of time. I bring you greetings from the African Union Commission, from our chairperson, His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, and the commissioners. Allow me to express my gratitude to you, Your Excellency, Mr. President, to the people and the government of the Republic of Zimbabwe for their warm welcome in this beautiful touristic city of Victoria Falls. Mosi Oyatunya, in the blessed land of Zimbabwe, and for your exceptional hospitality in hosting this meeting. Mr. President, thank you for leading us on this existential path. Indeed, the organization of this conference is a testimony to the continent's commitment to pursue a transition to an inclusive and greener economic transformation with appropriate financing mechanisms. Allow me also to extend appreciation to my dear brother, His Excellency Ambassador Claver Gatete, the UN Secretary General and Undersecretary General and Executive Secretary for the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and your team for the great effort in organizing this strategic meeting. The outcome of this meeting will go a long way in realizing and fostering inclusive growth and sustainable development of Africa towards achieving Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030, the SDGs. You may recall that at the 7th Annual African Union United Nations Conference held in New York on November 28 last year, just 20 days after my brother was appointed to head the Economic Commission for Africa, our principals, the SG of the UN and the chairperson of the African Union Commission, holding the high-level strategic dialogue on sustainable development, then a high-level strategic dialogue on sustainable development was established. This dialogue, which is co-chaired by the Deputy Secretary General on the side of the UN and the Deputy Chairperson on the side of the African Union Commission, underpinned by portfolio college-to-college fora led by African Union Commission commissioners and their UN counterpart principals, will be regularly addressing priority issues of strategic importance for the speedy delivery of our one framework, two agendas. That's why I'm deeply honored to participate in this 56th session of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, where a number of such strategic issues is being discussed. Your Excellencies, as you are aware, Africa is navigating the delivery of its blueprint Agenda 2063 in a turbulent global environment, posing tremendous challenges to African economies with the ripple effects on social political spaces as well. The impact of the global shocks induced by the COVID-19 pandemic, geopolitical tensions, and climate change continue to affect Africa's growth trajectory. Africa's GDP, gross domestic product, is expected to grow at an average of 3.8% in 2024 and 4.2% in 2025, respectively. Despite this regain and positive trend, this growth, however, remains well below the pre-pandemic average of 5% and the targeted 7 to 10% level required to achieve Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063 goals. To accelerate growth, therefore, and cope with unfavorable global environment, governments have increased fiscal spending in a context of declining domestic revenues, which unfortunately has led to unsustainable debt levels and limited access to international finance. On the positive side, the continent's potential to reclaim its long overdue rightful treatment is increasingly materializing as global landscape takes multipolar shapes and the African Union became a full member of the G20. Today, more than ever, we stand a better chance to develop Africa's productive capacities through industrialization, to harness the potential of our youth as an engine for greener economic transformation, to tap Africa's green potential, to stem illicit financial flows and recalibrate our taxing rights, to harness the role of the private sector investments and innovative financing mechanisms, and to reform the global financial architecture. However, no African country can do it alone. Africa is stronger together. I will argue that the value proposition of the African Union is indeed to foster coherence in our strategies and amplify our common voice. Your Excellencies, this conference comes at an opportune time of our collective renewed commitment towards a transformed Africa. The adoption of the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063 with its 7 ambitions, which we call the moonshots, which was adopted by the Assembly of the Heads of State and Government of the African Union Commission in their meeting held last month, mid-February. This adoption amplifies the commitment of our member states to accelerate the attainment of the Africa we want. It builds on the lessons learned from the past decade of implementation of the Agenda 2063, which was a decade of convergence. And these lessons included, among others, the need for more domestication of the agenda at the national levels, deliberate costing, robust resource mobilization, mainly domestic resource mobilization, stronger implementation capacity at all levels, sector, ministerial levels, national levels, regional levels, and at the continental level. Better data and statistics, and better reporting to monitor progress, as well as more engagements of the civil actors, of the media, of academia, and private sector players for a shared vision and purpose. Therefore, the decisions you're going to take today in this conference will take us a long way. They will shape the future of our continent for generations to come. I suggest that you may consider, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, the following among key decisions. 1, that our member countries, we recommit to the domestication of the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063 and ensure its mainstreaming in national budgets, as well as the joint reporting on the both agendas, Agenda 2063 and the SDGs. The African Union and the UN, we are working at that joint monitoring and reporting framework. Number 2, that we consider enhancing the participation of the ministers of finance, planning, and economic development in the governance structures of our union, to continue to actively shape agile common positions on relevant matters. We have platforms such as the Executive Council, the sectoral technical committees, even the Committee of 15 Ministers of Finance. All of these are calling for your contributions to continue shaping this agenda as far as economic development is concerned. Number three, that we continuously capacitate the different forums and structures that contribute to conveying our common voice. We have the African Union participation in the G20. We have several groups of African ambassadors and African Union representational offices based in multilateral capitals, which we know, such as the New York one, Brussels, Geneva, Rome, Vienna, and others. These need our full backing and our contribution to strengthening the capacities. Number four, we need to continue to explore synergies that could accrue by pooling our national resources and regional and continental resources through the African Union institutions and implementing agencies so that we may finance the portfolio of bankable regional green projects. If I could just give you some example, we have an African Union Development Agency, the AUDA-NEPAD, which could be, actually is accredited to access the Green Finance Climate Fund. And this is a good channel to support our countries that are at several levels of capacity and may not even be finding it easily accessible to pass the accreditation systems. Another example is the Africa Risk Capacity. That is actually ensuring the continent against disaster risk. And we need more number of countries paying their premium so that we may pool our resources together, and through the big number rule, then you will be actually hedging better against the disaster risk. Another example can be our African Union, African continental MDBs, such as the FDB, such as the Flexim Bank. By the way, the African Union Assembly has endorsed that these could actually receive the reallocated SDRs and help the continent to leverage more capital through international capital funds markets and on lend cheaply to member states. Last but not least, as an example, we need to look at the African countries' multilateral financial institutions, the multilateral development banks that are calling for more capital so that they can beef up their muscle so they may expand their financial products, including concessional lending and capacity building grants to African countries. Number 5, recommendation. Of course, as the African Union, we continue to advocate for the operationalization of the African Union financial institutions, that is the African Central Bank, the African Monetary Fund, the African Investment Bank, the Pan-African Stock Exchange. And this is in order to secure long-term financing of Agenda 2063. On this note, I wish you fruitful deliberations and thank you for the kind attention.
Thank you, madam. I didn't hear you mention about banks, and in particular, you mentioned a bank which is a very good friend of Africa and also a very good friend of Zimbabwe. but I was going to acknowledge the presence of Professor Benedicto Orama, but I see he has just walked out of the room. But welcome, Professor, in your absence. I think we'll acknowledge you again when you come back. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is the UN Under-Secretary, General and Executive Secretary for the Economic Commissioner for Africa. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to invite Dr. Clever Gatete.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Your Excellency, Honorable Muturi Nchube, Minister of Finance and Investment Promotion, the Republic of Zimbabwe, Your Excellency, Dr. Monique Nsanzabaganwa, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency and my sister Rebecca Amuge, Ambassador of the Republic of Uganda to Ethiopia, and representing the chair of the outgoing Bureau of the African Ministers of Finance, Development and Planning. Honorable ministers, ambassadors, heads of agencies that are here, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to this year's Conference of Ministers, which is being held on the theme of financing the transition to inclusive green economies in Africa. I want to start by thanking the President, His Excellency Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa, and the people of the Republic of Zimbabwe for the warm hospitality and for hosting us in this beautiful city of the Victoria Falls. I also wish to thank the African Union Commission for the great collaboration, leadership, and strategic guidance to United Nations Economic Commission for Africa and other UN agencies as we implement the twin agendas of the Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the world is at an inflection point, and countries are facing impossible policy choices with far-reaching social and economic consequences. But we have chosen the theme of green transitions because, whether you like it or not, we cannot ignore the challenges of climate change and the need to respond accordingly. In 2020, Africa's total greenhouse emission was about 3% of global emissions. But we are the region with the most burden of the impact. As such, there is a lot at stake on the options that we choose, and getting it right remains a challenge. The G20 estimates that we need an additional spending of 1.8 trillion US dollars for climate action and 1.2 trillion US dollars for development financing by 2030. Yet, shrinking fiscal space is now the single most important issue for African ministers of finance, planning, and economy. At 2% growth in 2023 and a projection of 2.4% in 2024, and with inflation at nearly 20%, the future seems bleak. Debt has increased by over 180% since 2010, and 21 countries are now at risk of all in debt distress. This is notwithstanding the annual loss of at least 5% of GDP because of climate change. In addition, the private sector is being squeezed out. Therefore, the natural question that confronts us all is, where will all these resources come from? How do you, as finance ministers, determine where to distribute the resources when nearly 100 billion US dollars is spent on debt repayment annually? It is clear the governments can no longer guarantee social safety nets. Yet, that is precisely what we need to ensure that no one is left behind. Let's face it, we are at the brink of failing the future generations. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the fiscal issues we face today cannot be traced only to COVID-19 and recent conflicts. These recent shocks only exacerbated the historical structural issues rooted in a global financial architecture that is not fit for today's world. Simply put, the existing multilateral financial system does not represent the needs of Africa. This should, however, not come as a surprise. The international financial architecture was established at a time when many African countries were not yet born. In 1945, when the United Nations was created, the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, namely China, United States, United Kingdom, France, and Russia, made up almost 50% of the world's population. Today, that figure is just 26%. And while Africa now represents nearly 20% of global population, it's not represented at the G7, whose proportion of global population is only 9.7%. So how do you solve today's problems with outdated 80-year-old structures that do not reflect the global shifts that have occurred? Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the imbalances are obvious, and there are some fundamentals that must be addressed. First, the global financial architecture needs to be fixed. It must work for everyone and reflect the new dynamics. In this regard, we welcome the membership of the African Union in the G20, but we need to go further. Moreover, the reform should not just be about increasing the amount of concessional financing or extending the period of loan repayment. We must continue to call for changes that remove the investment rigidities and enable countries to mobilize affordable finance at scale. The conversations on governance and conditionalities, no matter how difficult, must be top priority. The ambitious $500 billion SDG stimulus called by the UN Secretary General is a recognition of how far we must go for justice and equity. Second, we must address the issue of unfair risk perceptions and credit ratings that offer Africa limited borrowing options. We should not accept that only 2 African countries have investment grade rating and 22 countries are unrated. Last year, UNDP estimated that rating information asymmetries is costing the African continent up to $74.5 billion. Third, we need to focus on deepening domestic resource mobilization for sustainability. External borrowing has become costly, unreliable, and untenable. Therefore, reforming our tax systems and de-risking the business environment are unavoidable imperatives. We simply cannot do business without the private sector. Hence, the need to invest in capital market development to provide long-term resources for private sector investment. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, a productive green finance system in Africa has the potential to generate $3 trillion by the year 2030. But we must move from potential to tangible actions with bankable regional projects. Innovative instruments like debt for nature swaps, regional blue bonds, regional carbon markets, and natural capital accounting can provide financing that address debt issues and foster environmental action. Seychelles has already set an example with the issuance of the sovereign blue bond in 2016, raising $15 million. Similarly, leveraging Africa's vast coastline has the potential to generate $576 billion annually and create 127 million jobs by 2063. But carbon trading must be at fair price to reap the rewards that are anticipated. It does not make sense for African countries to earn less than $10 per ton of carbon, while countries in Europe earn over $100 for the same carbon. We also know that regional cooperation can transform Africa into an industrial hub to achieve the Africa Continental Free Trade Area aspirations. What is stopping us from aggressively pursuing regional value chains in Chad and Botswana's beef industry, or in the cocoa sector in Ghana and Ivory Coast, or establishing a thriving agro-processing sector in Zambia and Zimbabwe. However, we cannot do all this without technology advancement. We need to be intentional in our investment in science, technology, and innovation. Digitization is an essential ingredient for infrastructure development for generating economies of scale. It is why the dialogue on the Global Digital Compact is so important for Africa, especially as we remain a least digitally inclusive region with average internet usage at around 40%. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this conference is significant in many ways. It coincides with the beginning of the second half of the SDG implementation and the start of the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063. It is also happening against the backdrop of a broken multilateral system that has failed on its promises to Africa. So what will it take for African countries to really feel hard? In September this year, our leaders will meet for the Summit of the Future to agree on elements of a new world order. The outcome of this conference and the forthcoming Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development in April will contribute to Africa's messages to the summit. And we are working very closely with the African Union and key partners on a common position. It is okay for us to say that 80 years ago, Africa was not at the table. It is probably acceptable to say that when Millennium Development Goals were adopted, we were also at the peripheral. But we will not be forgiven today if we do not occupy center stage as architects of a new global financial architecture that works for all. As our finance ministers, we need your voice now more than ever. Yes, it's fair to say that we are confronted with pertinent questions, but against all odds, we are still standing. This should give us hope. Hope because we can do more with what we have. With deliberate intent and a unit of purpose, we can be in a much better place. I have never been more hopeful that the future belongs to Africa. I thank you for your kind attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the next task, allow me to call upon Honorable Professor Mutuli Ngube, the Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment Promotion. Thank you.
Thank you, P.S. Gomatanga, who is the Master of Ceremonies this afternoon. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and Commander-in-Chief of Zimbabwe Defense Forces, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa. The Executive Secretary for the ECA, UNECA, Dr. Clever Gatete. I recognize Ambassador Rebecca Nsanzabaganwa. I tried to do it without reading. I think I got it right. Nsanzabaganwa. I recognize Ambassador from Uganda, representing the Minister of Uganda, who is the outgoing chair of the Bureau. I recognize Honorable Richard Moyo, the Minister responsible for this province, as Minister of State responsible for issues here and devolution as well. I recognize the Deputy Minister of Finance, Economic Development, Investment Promotion, Honorable David Mnangagwa, who will give the vote of thanks later. I recognize all the ministers present in the room, but also who are connected virtually. Recognize you all and other senior officials. Colleagues and Your Excellency, I see heads of various international agencies, IFIs. I see an old friend, Dr. Muthaya Maruping, VP Victoria Kwakwa, the Vice President of the World Bank for Africa, covering the regions of East and Southern Africa, head of the UN agencies here in Zimbabwe, Ambassador Edward Kellon, Dr. James Manyiga, our invited guest, will give a lecture on artificial intelligence and economic development in Africa. And he's Senior Vice President of Google. I see Ambassador Thomas from the NEPOD projects, Ambassador Rebecca Greenspan, who is Executive Secretary for UNCTAD, the two vices to Dr. Gatete, the UNECA, Hanan Mosi, Antonio Pedro. I could go on and on, all protocols observed. In my humble honor, Your Excellency, and privilege, it is my humble honor and privilege to welcome you, Your Excellency, to the 56th session of the UNECA Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, also known as COM24, which is being held under the theme, Financing the Transition to Inclusive Green Economies in Africa, looking at imperatives, opportunities, and policy options. I'm pleased, Your Excellency, to advise you that the primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of the African member states, to foster intra-regional trade and promote international cooperation for Africa's development. Your Excellency, some of the issues that were discussed during this committee of experts meeting, which is the first half, they included multiple issues that Africa is grappling with, such as limited fiscal and monetary space. As Minister of Finance, I know a bit about limited fiscal space, the worsening public debt crisis, the economic fragility, conflict, which can be costly, food insecurity in some parts of Africa, and of course, the negative impact of climate change, among others. During the past 5 days of the conference, economic experts, technocrats, and government officials discussed and shared ideas, experiences, and policy suggestions that will guide the continent to collectively address the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead as we transition to inclusive green economies. Your Excellency, Africa's economic growth remains on a positive growth trajectory in the main, driven by export growth, private consumption, gross fiscal capital investment in the short to medium term, or albeit at lower levels than before. However, we are cognizant that Africa continued to experience relatively low growth rates, which were not commensurate with the growth potential of the various regions, and also not commensurate with the need to deal with higher unemployment levels and rising poverty in some parts of Africa. Furthermore, the public debt burden in Africa has worsened during the past decade, whilst Africa requires an additional $1.6 trillion by 2030 to achieve the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goal targets, thereby posing a financing gap towards development, the development agenda for the continent, including climate change financing. Your Excellency, in view of the above challenges, policy recommendations put forward by experts include: 1, domestic resource mobilization as a crucial source of finance for development in Africa. 2, the establishment of the single African air transport market to promote movement of people and goods across Africa. 3, the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement to stimulate manufacturing and to increase intra-Africa trade. 4, to accelerate the operationalization of the African financial institutions, as was explained by the Deputy Chair of the AU Commission, Dr. Sanzavagano. To develop a portfolio of bankable projects to enhance financing possibilities is yet another recommendation. And yet another one is to develop capabilities, rather capacities related to carbon markets, green and blue bonds, and biodiversity credits as sources of finance development. Finally, having a strong African voice in the calling for high integrity carbon markets that are globally aligned and transparent. Furthermore, areas earmarked for achieving the SDGs by the ECA include digital connectivity, food security, employment creation, energy access, and affordability of that energy. social protection, and obviously climate change response. Your Excellency, the African Development Agenda can be achieved with the ECA supporting its members in implementing structural reforms to revive growth and political commitment at the regional, sub-regional, and national levels, and in implementing a regional integration. Your Excellency, the resource mobilization and economic strategies emanating from this conference will help us further strengthen our policies, minimize the negative impact of climate change. It will drive development of Africa as we move towards achieving the goals of Agenda 2063, so we can achieve the Africa we want, as the African Union has pronounced. Allow me now, colleagues and Your Excellency, to move over to the main task that I've been asked to do here, which is to introduce our guest of honor, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa. Colleagues, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe has shown distinctive leadership that spans over half a century. He's a Pan-Africanist par excellence. He's a pioneering freedom fighter. He's a transformative leader. And then he's the architect of the Second Republic here in Zimbabwe. He has been in government since 1980. That's 43 years, coming up to 44. As Minister of State Security, he was also a member of Parliament. He has been Minister of Justice and Parliamentary Affairs. He has been Minister of Finance. He has been Speaker of Parliament. He has been Minister of Rural Housing and Social Amenities. He has been Minister of Defense. He has been Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, and now he's the President of Zimbabwe. Please welcome me, please welcome to this podium, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, to give his keynote address. Your Excellency, sir.
May you be seated. Our Director of Ceremonies, George Wamatanga. In absentia, the Vice President General Retired, Dr. Sijidian Chwenga. And also in absentia, Vice President General Retired, KCD Mohadi. The Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution, Matabele North Province, Honorable Moyo, Richard Moyo. African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Other honorable ministers who are here. The Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Mr. Gatete. Other distinguished delegates who are here. Senior government officials, development partners, and the academia, members of the press, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. May I express my profound gratitude to you all for coming to Mosio Tunya.
I will have to explain a bit. Because when we say come to Mosio Tuya, very few people come. We have a place here called the Victoria Falls. Sometimes back, 100 years back, some gentlemen from England came here. And our parents thought we must show this guy the beauty God has given us. And this guy was called Jeff Livingston. So our parents went and showed him Mosio Tunya. Instead of writing back to Queen Victoria to say, there's a wonderful place called Mosio Tunya, he said, Madam Queen, there is an excellent place here which we are naming after your name. Queen Victoria. So even today, when we say, please come and see Mosio Tunya, very few people come. If we say, come and see Victoria Falls, actually grow. People come. But same token, I pay special tribute to this Vera Songwe, the former executive secretary, for ably steering this strange institution, strategic institution. We commend a bold leadership during a time characterized by the COVID-19 pandemic and other collective quest to accelerate development, modernization, industrialization, and prosperity for all the peoples of Africa. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this 56th session, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, which is financing the transition to inclusive green economies in Africa, imperatives, opportunities, and the policy options, is most apt, given the complex climate change related challenges facing our world today, in particular the third world, Africa among them. It is my hope that your discussions at this conference will help sharpen our strategies and fast track our efforts to attain the Africa we want, as outlined in the African Union's Agenda 2063. The world is undergoing major turbulences and transformations, mainly on account of production activities. These are in turn negatively impacting on ecological systems and social equity, resulting in imbalances between and within countries, while spurring climate change, biodiversity losses, and non-inclusive growth. Specifically, the effects of climate change are increasingly constraining African countries from exploiting their rich natural resources endowments in a sustainable manner, leading to diminishing returns among economic value chains in all respective economic jurisdictions. Heat waves, floods, tropical cyclones, and prolonged droughts are having devastating impacts on communities, economies, and livelihoods in the third world. Large numbers of people, especially in Africa and the global south, in general are increasingly at risk of being thrown into vulnerability by climate change. For us in Southern Africa, the ongoing El Nino phenomenon is currently affecting weather patterns in some parts of the region, with our agriculture and energy sectors negatively being impacted. These realities necessitate structural shifts towards resource efficiency, non-polluting, equitable models of economic growth. Hence, it is commendable that this year's session will discuss financing solutions and models, technology developments, as well as policy options and opportunities for the transition to inclusive green economies in Africa, among others. The adoption of multi-pronged pathways is thus crucial for inclusive green economies. These must not only aid in poverty reduction, but also safeguard ecological thresholds that support human development, support health, and the well-being of populations in Africa. Further, these should enable Africa to deal with the multiple common challenges of climate change, the ripple effects of post-COVID-19 pandemic, geopolitical shocks, as well as financial crises and excessive debt overhang, among others. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may be aware, global greenhouse gas emissions continue to rise as climate change wreaks havoc on nations that are least responsible for the emissions, putting a significant strain on Africa's public finances, growth prospects, and employment levels. This is notwithstanding that Africa accounts for less than 5% of global greenhouse gas emissions and has natural capital that reduces the effect of carbon emissions. At the same time, polluting countries are lagging behind in honoring their commitments to mobilize resources under mechanisms such as the Conference of Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Our last meeting in Glasgow promised the third world that the first world would raise 100 billion. Perhaps we are too far to hear the progress. It is therefore necessary for those responsible for the high global pollution to honor their obligations with regards to climate financing. Meanwhile, as Africa, we remain cognizant that the movement towards clean technologies presents immense opportunities to unlock our continent's huge natural resource and human potential. We must be proactive and mobilize financial resources from both domestic and international sources to facilitate the adoption of clean and low carbon technologies in our respective jurisdictions. The transition to inclusive green economies also provides opportunities for better cooperation and partnerships between governments and the private sector to forge green growth investment strategies that benefit our communities. In this regard, the role of the public-private partnerships, as well as that of development partners must be clearly be defined and promoted in order to increase the level of climate financing. It is also important to see investments in climate proofing and adaptation as a way to build greater resilience of communities and the nations against this common adversary of our time. Esteemed delegates, as African countries, we have the weighty responsibility to boldly and decisively tackle the challenges faced by our respective economies. We must look from within and among ourselves for solutions. We cannot afford to bury our heads in sand. I therefore challenge you to pursue robust and innovative measures to unlock maximum benefits from our natural resources, which essentially starts with the sharing of ideas through deeper collaborations among ourselves. Africa must build climate resilience infrastructure to drive green industrialization that is inclusive, sustainable, eradicates poverty, and creates jobs. To this end, climate financing instruments must be leveraged to reap maximum benefits from the vast natural resources of our continent, Africa. Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development from across Africa are called upon to come up with alternative resource mobilization initiatives that transform our economies in line with technological developments to meet our climate goals and emerging demands. We must think outside the box and trust in our homegrown initiatives. This should be complemented by mainstreaming the principle of green economy in policy reforms, regulation changes, and strategic investments in order to ensure sustainable development that leaves no one and no place behind. We should, however, be mindful of the need to take account of the uncertainties, the risks to future economic growth inherent to replacing the conventional economic model with a green economy. In addition, African countries should take advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, riding on ICTs and new technologies. The need to nurture and grow a broad spectrum of value chains that can generate green industrial development cannot be overemphasized. We must equally promote investment in green sectors, facilitate technology transfer, develop green investment standards, and encourage regional cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, Zimbabwe has been actively participating in international negotiations on climate change. We are among the first countries to sign and ratify the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. This was followed by our ratification of the Kyoto Protocol. The country has developed strategies and plans to curb the escalation of greenhouse gas emissions. To date, the National Climate Change Response Strategy has been adopted to provide a comprehensive and strategic approach to adaptation, mitigation, technology financing, public education and awareness. Through our economic blueprint, which is the National Development Strategy #1, we are increasing agriculture production and productivity with emphasis on irrigation development, especially among our communal and smallholder farmers countrywide. While the climate change challenges we face, while the climate change challenges we face remain immense, they are surmountable. We call upon the global north to bear their burden and face up to their responsibilities by honoring their commitments in order to realize the transformations needed on the climate action agenda as promised in Glasgow. On our part as Africa, we should leverage on the vast forest resources we are endowed with on the continent to garner more finances for sustainable development. This includes leveraging on the increasing carbon markets, which are expected to keep growing. Let us capitalize on collaboration as African states to mobilize resources for financing our transition towards inclusive green economies. Furthermore, whilst governments have the mandate to deal with emerging challenges, businesses have the innovation, technology, and the drive to deliver on the solutions we need. Programs in this regard must be scaled up. Through investments in science, technology, and innovation, the transition to inclusive green economies must aid in the development of technologies that emphasize on sustainability, resource efficiency, and emissions reductions. This must in turn facilitate and accelerate improvements in the economic and the social well-being of our communities and peoples. No matter what difficulties may come our way, we must focus on a people-centered development philosophy that leaves no one and no place behind. One that builds synergies among nations and promotes balanced development across our African continent. Together with unity of purpose, we can indeed build the Africa we want, brick upon brick, stone upon stone, and step by step. In conclusion, I once again congratulate you all for this successful conference and invite you to find the time to visit the majestic. Now here I have to explain. If I say find the time to visit the majestic Monsieur Tunya, few of you will go. But okay, find the time to visit the majestic Victoria Falls, the smoke that thunders. Also feel free to explore other tourist destinations in and around this beautiful resort city, such as the Wange National Park. To those who are coming to the Victoria Falls for the first time, I would like to give you a tip. Just go to the Victoria Falls, remove your jackets, receive the inspiring spray of the Monsieur Tunya. You may feel wet at the time, But we guarantee you, as a Zimbabweans, that by the time you reach your car, you'll be dry. With these remarks, it is now my sincere honor and pleasure to declare this 56th session of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development officially open. I wish you fruitful discussions. God bless you all. God bless you all.
Thank you, Your Excellence, for those official opening remarks. May I call the Honorable Deputy Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment Promotion, Honorable David Kunakwashe Mnangagwa, to give us our vote of thanks.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, Pemsek Guamatanga, for your thunderous events direction. I'm sure our prides of lions will be reverberating the messages coming from this conference. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Comrade Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, the Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment Promotion, Honorable Professor Mthuli Ncube, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa Executive Secretary, Mr. Clever Gatete, Deputy Chairperson for the African Union Commission, Dr. Monique Nsanza Baganwa, other African ministers here present, permanent secretaries and Reserve Bank governors here present, Your Worship, the Mayor of Victoria Falls, Mr. Prince Tuso Moyo, senior government officials and service chiefs, developmental partners, the civil society, members of the business community and captains of industry, the academia, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to ride by the protocols previously enunciated. I am greatly honored and privileged to be invited here to give the vote of thanks at this official opening of the 56th session of the Conference of African Ministers of Planning and Economic Development. I am particularly grateful to His Excellency, the President of Zimbabwe, Comrade Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, for making time out of his busy schedule to attend this conference. Your Excellency, we are grateful for your official opening remarks, which serve as encouragement to all of us here present. Your commitment to transitioning to green economies is evident not just in your delivery of your remarks this morning, but by your physical presence with us here today, which bears testimony that you clearly take ownership as a champion of supporting the initiative of financing the transition to inclusive green economies. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I also wish to recognize the commendable work done by the UNECA Secretariat through the capable leadership of Mr. Clever Gatete, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA Executive Secretary, in organizing this conference and providing a conducive platform for sharing ideas and experiences among member states in a quest of transforming ideas into actions with tangible results. I've had the privilege of interacting with Mr. Gatete over the past few months, and he is efficiency and substance personified. We thank you for your effort. Allow me to offer my heartfelt gratitude to all member states who are here present physically and virtually, your contributions to the topics under discussion, specifically to the theme of the conference, financing the transition to inclusive green economies in Africa, imperatives, opportunities, and policy options. It is my great expectation that through exchanged ideas, shared experiences, and agreed resolutions, collectively we shall utilize our natural endowments in transforming ideas into action. As a country, we are greatly honored to host you, and we hope you have a wonderful stay in the resort town of the Victoria Falls, and I hope everyone has a feel of visiting the majestic falls. I'd like to thank you, Honorable Minister of State, for hosting us, and your mayor, to the beautiful town that hosts the Mosiatunya. As I conclude, let me reassure the UNECA and member states here present that Zimbabwe remains committed not only to the ideals of the Agenda 2063 framework, but also to the success of achieving the goal of inclusive green economies, as well as to all the programs and initiatives set by our esteemed Commission as we continue to make great strides towards achieving the vision of the Africa we want. With these few remarks, I would like to thank you once again for choosing the Victoria Falls Town Resort to host this very important conference for the Ministers of 2024. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, please allow me to go back to my day job and invite back to the stage Mr. Marimba, who will now take over from me as my co-master of ceremony. Mr. Marimba, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. George Gomatanga. Your Excellency, the program has come to an end. It is at this juncture that I will ask you, Your Excellency, that you may take leave of the room. We may stand as His Excellency takes leave of the room.
Thank you.
We may be seated. At this point, the next set of instructions is that we are going to have a photo shoot for the ministers here present and heads of delegation. Our protocol officer, if you may stand and take points and lead our ministers to the hotel where they will be arranged and be ready for His Excellency to then come through and join them. May we all remain seated. May I ask our videographers, if you may please make way, the cameras, if they can be made way, please, unless if they're behind the cameras. If you can go through this way, our protocol team, we're going straight to the hotel for the photo shoot. Our protocol officers, are we on position, please? Could you just come and stand here so they can see you? Our UNECA protocol, if you can please escort our ministers, we will go straight for the photo shoot through this alley. Everybody else, please remain seated. Our ministers of finance, but are here present. Everybody else, please remain seated as our ministers make their way.
Recording in progress.
2, 1, 2.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
If you come to Africa, the number one problem is climate change, vulnerabilities and impacts. So what do we need to do? We need to adapt.
In terms of the role of the Africa in attracting green financing, I think one of the first things that is very important is around developing quality policy and regulatory frameworks, and also setting clear targets around the sustainable projects that the countries intend to develop.
We know that if we do not put the dollar signs, you're not going to respond. So it becomes very important, therefore, to bring the banks into play. But it should not only be development banks that we see in such spaces. We should start seeing the retail commercial banks also getting involved. We should start seeing them understanding the green space. And one of the first places to start, Director, is demonstrating and showing the business case for green projects. Most of the time, the private sector does not get involved because they are not yet sure and do not understand how it is possible to realize profits and reward.
If you come to Africa, the number one problem is climate change, vulnerabilities and impacts. So what do we need to do? We need to adapt.
In terms of the role of the Africa in attracting green financing, I think one of the first things that is very important is around developing quality policy and regulatory frameworks, and also setting clear targets around the sustainable projects that the countries intend to develop.
We know that if we do not put the dollar signs, you're not going to respond. So it becomes very important, therefore, to bring the banks into play. But it should not only be development banks that we see in such spaces. We should start seeing the retail commercial banks also getting involved. We should start seeing them understanding the green space. And one of the first places to start, Director, is demonstrating and showing the business case for green projects. Most of the time, the private sector does not get involved because they are not yet sure and do not understand how it is possible to realize profits and rewards from getting involved in green projects.
Our import bill as of last 2021 was $50 billion. And you know what? We are importing 4 crops: maize, rice, soya, and wheat. So Africa has potential. 4 crops, remember. We are importing 4 crops, which we can grow. We don't have to import.
In UNICEF, we're joining hands with a few partners on an idea. We call it youth-led action, getting them to be the leaders in 4 things. 1 is planting of trees. 2 is water conservation. 3 is taking care of plastics around. And 4 is learning new skills by being attached to companies, enterprises, and so on. I'm sure in every country on the continent, we can work with young people to identify the top 3 things that they can be mobilized for. These are simple things that the young people are asking for. Again, it's not too much, but the consequence is that we will have more diseases if we don't act. The consequences are that schooling is not effective and they don't have the skills to help transform our economies. The consequences are that water management, water availability goes down and it leads to problems, it leads to tensions, it leads to conflicts. And remember that they would like to join in being part of a solution.
So we're talking about 300 billion that countries say they can mobilize to do climate action in Africa. And the remaining 2.5 or so trillion has to be implemented based on the ability of climate finance. But even that 300 billion, where is it going to come from? Countries are stressed. So then the question is, how can we then support countries to mobilize the resources that are needed? It can only come from the private sector. But as we all know, the private sector will go for things that bring profit. So we came up with the SDG 7 initiative to say, okay, since you cannot reduce your ambition in the Paris Agreement because you are committed, you then need to increase your conditional actions by making more bankable projects. So the entry point is that you have to commit to climate action to sustainability. The second pillar is governance. you have to commit as a country to address policy and regulatory barriers to investment so that the private sector investments can come. So we believe in this initiative that if you address the issue of sustainability, if you address the issue of governance, in principle, the finance should come. So the third pillar is finance.
Sometimes we need to simplify what we say so that everybody can be able to understand, because at the end of the day, it's not the panelists, it's not the experts who are going to run our governments. It's the people in the ministries.
If we do not nurture our human capital, give it opportunities first to live decently, to participate in public life, to become entrepreneurs, to be part of the decision-making process, then whatever we say in these rooms actually will not lead us very far. So we need really to rely on our human capital.
Très important que nous maîtrisions notre narratif climatique en produisant aussi l'information climatique sur le continent.
ECA is planning to upscale its responses towards enhancing regional integration, economic diversification, and sustainable industrialization as main engines of equitable growth.
ECA has made a slight adjustment to its current structure to highlight the growing importance of technologies and innovation as a driver of economic growth and competitiveness.
To deliver on Agenda 2033 and Agenda 2030, the UN will support the African Union much more in terms of the implementation of the two programs. The African Union will be in driver's seat, while the United Nations development system at the regional level will support the African Union.
One of the ways of thinking about poverty in general, in my opinion, is I find the SDGs a really beautiful framework for countries to follow. Because if you look at the way the entire, the 17 goals are, poverty is number one. Goal number 2 is hunger. Goal number 3 is health. Goal number 4 is education. And that's how countries need to actually figure out how they work towards eliminating poverty. And poverty, I do not mean necessarily getting above $2.10 or whatever the poverty line is, because that's just poverty in terms of income. But we do have multidimensional poverty, where people have poor health, they don't have access to education, they don't have access to clean energy, they don't have access to clean water. So all these things are a part of eliminating poverty.
The AFCFTA Anchored Farmer Initiative is an initiative that we've been reporting to you, whereby we try to demonstrate as a secretariat that it is possible to use the harmonized rules under the AFCFTA, the harmonized regulation under the AFCFTA to support the local manufacturing of pharmaceuticals within the continent and be able to deliver those pharmaceuticals at accessible and affordable prices to our population. And this is now the social dimension of regional integration because it's countries cooperating together. We also hope that you will also really work seriously on the ratification of the African Union Free Movement of People Protocol, because this is one piece that is really holding back our ability to move forward in a developmental integration work.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
If you come to Africa, the number one problem is climate change vulnerabilities and impacts. So what do we need to do? We need to adapt.
In terms of the role of the Africa in attracting green financing, I think one of the first things that is very important is around developing quality policy and regulatory frameworks, and also setting clear targets around the sustainable projects that the countries intend to develop.
We know that if we do not put the dollar signs, you're not going to respond. So it becomes very important, therefore, to bring the banks into play. But it should not only be development banks that we see in such spaces. We should start seeing the retail commercial banks also getting involved. We should start seeing them understanding the green space. And one of the first places to start, Director, is demonstrating and showing the business case for green projects. Most of the time, the private sector does not get involved because they are not yet sure and do not understand how it is possible to realize profits and rewards from getting involved in green projects.
Our import bill as of last 2021 was $50 billion. And you know what? We are importing 4 crops: maize, rice, soya, and wheat. So Africa has potential. 4 crops, remember. We are importing 4 crops, which we can grow. We don't have to import.
In UNICEF, we're joining hands with a few partners on an idea. We call it youth-led action, getting them to be the leaders in 4 things. 1 is planting of trees. 2 is water conservation. 3 is taking care of plastics around. And 4 is learning new skills by being attached to companies, enterprises, and so on. I'm sure in every country on the continent, we can work with young people to identify the top 3 things that they can be mobilized for. These are simple things that the young people are asking for. Again, it's not too much, but the consequence is that we will have more diseases if we don't act. The consequences are that schooling is not effective and they don't have the skills to help transform our economies. The consequences are that water management, water availability goes down, and it leads to problems, it leads to tensions, it leads to conflicts. And remember that they would like to join in being part of a solution.
So we're talking about 300 billion that countries say they can mobilize to do climate action in Africa. And the remaining 2.5 or so trillion has to be implemented based on the ability of climate finance. But even that 300 billion, where is it going to come from? Countries are stressed. So then the question is, how can we then support countries to mobilize the resources that are needed? It can only come from the private sector. But as we all know, the private sector will go for things that bring profit. So we came up with the SDG 7 initiative to say, okay, since you cannot reduce your ambition in the Paris Agreement because you're committed, you then need to increase your conditional actions by making more bankable projects. So the entry point is that you have to commit to climate action to sustainability. The second pillar is governance. You have to commit as a country to address policy and regulatory barriers to investment so that the private sector investments can come. So we believe in this initiative that if you address the issue of sustainability, if you address the issue of governance, in principle, the finance should come. So the third pillar is finance.
Sometimes we need to simplify what we say so that everybody can be able to understand, because at the end of the day, it's not the panelists, it's not the experts who are going to run our governments. It's the people in the ministries.
If we do not nurture our human capital, give it opportunities first to live decently, to participate in public life, to become entrepreneurs, to be part of the decision-making process, then whatever we say in these rooms actually will not lead us very far. So we need really to rely on our human capital.
Il est très important que nous maîtrisions notre narratif climatique en produisant aussi l'information climatique sur le continent.
ECA is planning to upscale its responses towards enhancing regional integration, economic diversification, and sustainable industrialization as main engines of equitable growth.
ECA has made a slight adjustment to its current structure to highlight the growing importance of technologies and innovation as a driver of economic growth and competitiveness.
To deliver on Agenda 2033 and Agenda 2030, the UN will support the African Union much more in terms of the implementation of the two programs. The African Union will be in driver's seat, while the United Nations development system at the regional level will support the African Union.
One of the ways of thinking about poverty in general, in my opinion, is I find the SDGs a really beautiful framework for countries to follow. Because if you look at the way the entire, the 17 goals are, poverty is number one. Goal number 2 is hunger. Goal number 3 is health. Goal number 4 is education. And that's how countries need to actually figure out how they work towards eliminating poverty. And poverty, I do not mean necessarily getting above $2.10 or whatever the poverty line is, because that's just poverty in terms of income. But we do have multidimensional poverty, where people have poor health, they don't have access to education, they don't have access to clean energy, they don't have access to clean water. So all these things are a part of eliminating poverty.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Excellencies, honorable ministers, welcome back. Can we kindly ask all delegates, heads of delegations to take their seats? We are, of course, going to try and make up the time. I am now just going to hand over to the outgoing chair, Excellency Rebecca Otengo, to conduct the rest of this afternoon session until the Adedeji lecture, after which time we will have another announcement for the rest of the session. So, Excellency Ambassador Rebecca Otengo, it is over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, honorable ministers, and I would like to call this meeting to order so that we move to the very crucial areas of elections. The meeting is called to order. Your Excellencies, I would like to invite you to turn to item 2 on the provisional agenda, and it's entitled Election of the Bureau and Adoption of Agenda and Program of Work. And that is contained in document E/ECA/CM/563 Rev 3. Are we there? In this regard, I have been authentically informed that the Bureau was elected on 28th February 2024, and that was by the Committee of Experts on the proposal of the outgoing Bureau and on the basis of consultations that were held, and which has competently carried out its work for the last 3 days. And I would like to request you that I read the composition of the Bureau. The chair of the Bureau will be Zimbabwe from SADC or Southern Africa. The first vice chair will be Egypt from North Africa. Second vice chair will come from Central Africa. They are still consulting. We still don't have the country. Third vice chair will be Cote d'Ivoire from Western Africa. The rapporteur remains Uganda from East Africa or Eastern Africa. Your Excellencies, honorable ministers, I propose that in accordance with our long-standing tradition of this commission, if there are no objections, I also propose that the same members of the Bureau of the Committee of Experts constitute the Bureau of the Conference of Ministers. Silence means consent. Your Excellencies, once again, allow me to take this opportunity, thank the members of the outgoing Bureau and our Secretariat of the UNECA for the guidance they gave us throughout 1 year. Would like to state that we will continue working together even as we now move out. Uganda still remains rapporteur, and therefore we'll still have opportunity to continue working together. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, it's now my honor and privilege to invite the representative of the Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Professor Muthuli Nkube, a Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment Promotion, to take over the new chair of the Bureau of the annual conference of the African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Your Excellency, you can take up to the podium and receive the mantle of leadership. Yes.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, colleagues. The Under Secretary General of the United Nations and the Executive Secretary of the UNECA, Dr. Clever Katete, honorable colleagues and esteemed ministers, ambassadors, heads of mission, invited special guests, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a good afternoon to you all. It is with immense gratitude that I stand before you today, representing the Bureau of the 56th session of the esteemed Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development. Allow me to extend our collective appreciation to member states for electing Zimbabwe chair of the incoming Bureau. I would like to express my sincere thanks to our outgoing Bureau under the able leadership of Uganda for their commendable service and dedicated efforts over the past year. A round of applause for Uganda. Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is with great humility and honor that I accept the role of chair of the Bureau of the conference. My heartfelt appreciation goes out to all members for your confidence in me and in Zimbabwe. I'm committed to serving with unwavering dedication and to continue the legacy of robust collaboration set by our predecessors. Honorable guests, as we navigate through a pivotal moment in our journey towards sustainable development goals and the aspiration of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want of the African Union, we find ourselves at a crossroads. The challenges we face threaten to undo our strides in economic, social, and environmental progress. Yet amidst these challenges lies an unprecedented opportunity to pivot towards inclusive green economies as a critical avenue for sustainable and equitable growth. Despite our continent's abundant wealth of natural resources and its potential for sustainable development, the gap in green financing remains a significant barrier. This gap undermines our efforts to address climate change, reduce emissions, and preserve our environment, all crucial for achieving our collective goals. Within the tapestry of Africa's vast natural wealth and burgeoning potential lies a stark paradox: the financing gap. This challenge not only hinders our strides towards environmental stewardship, but also reflects deeper systematic challenges, which are infrastructure deficits, technological divides, and limited access to capital markets. These challenges are compounded by a global financial architecture that often fails to recognize the unique socioeconomic dynamics of our continent. As a result, critical green initiatives remain underfunded, and our ambitious climate action plans become difficult to execute. As African nations, we must address these complex financial barriers with innovative solutions that reflect our unique context, leveraging our collective will to bridge this gap. During our discussions at this ministerial conference, let us chart a course that harmonizes domestic and international funding from both public and private sources. Our focus must remain on strengthening Africa's development financing framework and mitigating debt vulnerabilities to ensure a more affordable cost of borrowing. Our strategy must be multifaceted. We need to bolster tax administration capabilities, curb illicit financial flows, and widen our tax base through value addition. Trust and transparency in our regulatory environment will attract investments and improve our credit risk perceptions, while access to concessional funding demands the recapitalization of development banks and a reformed global financial system that meets the needs of our nations. Moreover, we must embrace blended financing models to mitigate risks and efficiently mobilize private sector financing. Emerging technologies offer us new ways to enhance our tax collection effectiveness, expanding our tax base without increasing rates and leading to a stronger and more self-reliant development financing structure for our economy, for our continent. Additionally, the empowerment of small to medium-scale enterprises, SMEs, particularly those led by women and the youth, engaged in sustainable practices, is fundamental to fostering inclusive growth. Within the framework of the African Continental Free Trade Area, which heralds a market unified in its commitment to eco-conscious investments, this means even this is even more important and more critical. This ensures that growth not only blooms across our continent, but is much nurtured by the hands of our dynamic youth and the strength of our women, positioning Africa as a global example of green and inclusive prosperity. In closing, I pledge on behalf of the incoming Bureau to collaborate with each of you, the UNECA, and all our partners to foster innovative financing solutions, tackle inequality, catalyze sustainable and prosperous development across Africa. I am optimistic that our collective wisdom will lead to fruitful discussions and concrete outcomes for the betterment of our people and our beloved continent. I eagerly anticipate working alongside each of you to realize our shared aspirations and make a meaningful impact. I extend my deepest thanks for your attention and participation. I thank you. colleagues, following the election of the Bureau, and I as chair, I now invite the Deputy Executive Secretary for Programs, Executive Secretary of the ECA, Mrs. Hanan Mosi, to make a presentation around our theme of the 56th session of the Economic Commission.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think we've all experienced today with the heat wave, the implication of global warming and climate change. Today, I will be presenting to you the theme of the Conference of Ministers on financing the green inclusive transition in Africa, imperatives, opportunities, and policy options. So starting with the challenges, we know that Africa is the region that contributes the least to global warming of less than 4% of global emissions, yet it's the region that is most exposed to the consequences and the most vulnerable. This is reflected in terms of the cost to African countries. Actually, cost of climate change is on average 5% of GDP for African countries, and in some cases can go up to 15%. Yet, this is not matched in terms of the flow, and we know that the estimated funding needs to meet the national determined contributions is about 2.8 trillion US dollars by 2030, out of which the financing gap is 2.5 trillion US dollars. So the majority of it is unfunded. If we further look into the investments, the share of Africa in global investments for clean energy, the share of flows coming to the continent is only 2% of the global flows. So how does this translate? Basically, we end up in a vicious circle with investment shortfalls, increasing exposure risk, and in turn worsening impact, and then further eroding fiscal space and raising financing cost. The situation is further compounded by the growing and heavy public debt burden. As you can see here in the chart, we have been seeing the number of African countries that actually have low risk of debt distress eroding over time. So basically, there are no countries in this category as of 2022 and 2023. Meanwhile, the number of countries that are in debt distress have risen, and the latest figure is 8 countries, and those that are at high risk are now 13 countries. This is even further exacerbated by the fact that African countries pay on average 1.7% points higher in interest on their debt relative to countries in other regions if we control for economic fundamentals. This actually translates into a very high and heavy debt service burden. And as a result, policymakers are faced with very tough trade-offs. Basically, debt service is crowding out social spending and spending on education and health. Currently, 60% of African countries actually spend more to service their debt than they spend on health. And all of them spend more on debt service than on climate action. And on the domestic side, we also have inadequate domestic resource mobilization. So you can see in the chart here that Africa, if we rebase to 2000 level, is the only region that you see a declining trend, rebasing for 2000 across different regions. Tax to GDP ratio for Africa on average is 16%, still the lowest across regions, lower than Latin America at 21% and lower than Asia at 19% of GDP. At the same time, we also have significant leakages in illicit financial flows. And here what we're referring to is issues like trade misinvoicing, mispricing, and tax evasion and tax avoidance. This basically cost the continent around $89 billion a year. Let's put that into perspective. This is two times and a half the amount that the continent receives in official development assistance. Let's put it in another perspective. It needs a third, it can fund actually a third of the needs to meet SDG targets. So it's a significant amount of resources that are lost. If we look at the regulatory and policy framework side, for example, for renewable energies, we have inadequate regulatory policy and regulatory framework that is needed to actually scale up investments in renewable, including, for example, many countries that don't have feed-in tariff frameworks. On the infrastructure side, we have lengthy permitting and approval process. From private sector and SME side, we have barriers to entry, and we have a large informal economy and limited access to finance. From an investment perspective, a key issue is the heightened regulatory and policy uncertainty that we have. And from the side of MDBs, multilateral development banks, we have insufficient availability of de-risking mechanisms and tools to actually crowd in private sector. So given all these challenges, what are the policy options? And here we grouped it into three categories. One, what can be done at national level? Second, what can be done at the regional level? And third, what needs to be done at a global level? So let's start with the national level. And at the national level, we currently have a meager share of private sector share in climate finance. So the continent receives only 14% of its total climate finance from the private sector. Compare that to the US at 96% or Asia at 50%, substantially low. So what do we need to do to crowd in more private sector investments? First, we need to create the enabling environment to do so. We need to increase the pipeline of bankable projects. We need to align policy incentives so that actually policy incentives are supporting the less polluting industries and fostering more of the green ones. We need to also deepen capital markets, and we need to have more of the de-risking solutions to be able to scale up investments. In terms of debt, we need to enhance and strengthen debt management and increase debt transparency. We need to also invest and build capacity more on debt, innovative solutions such as debt for nature swaps. We need to integrate more climate resilient clauses into contracts. Another important area is the area of green bonds or green financing. Currently, Africa accounts for 0.2%. Let me repeat, 0.2% of total issuance. We're not even 1% or 0.5%. So it's such a small, insignificant part of the total issuance. Why is that? Part of it is the issue of high cost of issuance, the issue of heavy reporting burden and requirements, and then a very important area is perceived risk for greenwashing. So what do we need to do to overcome this? We need to build capacity to develop, structure, and issue innovative solutions. We need to also monitor and report properly on use of proceeds. And here highlights really the need to invest more in our data infrastructure and availability so that reduces the burden of coming up with things that we don't have regularly. And finally, another very important area is sustainable budgeting. Basically, how can we allocate our very scarce resources to get the highest impact and to inform fiscal policy making, taking into account not only short-term needs, but also medium and long-term priorities. And a very important area here would be to really enhance our domestic resource mobilization by broadening tax base, using digitalization, and really having a more progressive tax system. At a regional level, there are a number of opportunities. We've identified 5 areas of opportunities. One has to do with the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, that we can actually leverage that to further implement it, develop regional value chains, encourage cross-border investment, standardize investment requirements, and leverage the vast renewable energy and forest, land, and marine ecosystems. Actually, to benefit from our ability to contribute to the solution through developing further carbon markets. And to do that, we need to really work on enhancing the integrity of the markets, harmonizing protocols, and creating these opportunities for trading these credits at a regional level. Then we also have a huge opportunity and potential on clean energy and renewable. We are blessed with resources, the fact that we have 60% of the global solar potential. We have really many of the other renewable sources, whether it's wind or others, so green hydrogen. So we need to really foster regional energy pools and stronger connectivity. One, to address the existing huge gap in energy, because the continent have 600 million out of the 800 million globally that don't have access to electricity. We cannot develop, we cannot progress in any of the SDG unless we actually meet that. So we have to secure that. And to do that, we have to really utilize the regional opportunities to do so. Then we also have, of course, the regional value chains. And here we have really great opportunities to build value chains on key sectors, such as critical minerals. We are quite rich in green minerals. We need to make sure that we are not exporting our development opportunities by just exporting raw material. We need to actually build value around these natural resources to actually get in the value chain for these green industries, electrical vehicles, and batteries. And finally, we need to, at a regional level, we need to tap on regional frameworks, particularly the regional commissions, to find and bring solutions to scale in terms of financing. And then moving to the global level, what needs to be done? We have been talking over the last few days in the expert group meetings, as well as this morning in the high-level working group in global financial architecture, on the need to reform global financial architecture, to make sure that we have one that is just and inclusive for African countries and developing countries. And to do that, we have like 4 areas of action. One is to actually have affordable finance at scale, to make sure that we have availability of affordable finance at scale. In order to achieve that, there is a need to have the multilateral development banks play a much bigger role. And to do that, we will need to ensure higher capitalization of these institutions. We need to make sure that they are taking more risk on their balance sheets. And we need to make sure also that they have the optimization of their balance sheet as well. Because then they would be able to actually provide credit enhancements, blended finance, and crowd in the private sector more. And here, one of the things that would be important to enable them is what we have been calling on in terms of scaling up or rechanneling of IMF SDR allocation to bring these resources to MDBs so that they can have leverage 3 to 4 times these resources. We will need also to make sure that there is scale up of use of guarantees, whether sovereign or MDB backed, to reduce the cost. And a very important issue that we have been discussing over the last few days is the need for the eligibility for concessional finance to allow middle income countries that are vulnerable to climate to access them when needed. Another important area of reforms is the need to reform the debt architecture, and here an overhaul of the G20 common framework to expand to include middle income countries, to have a standstill of debt service upon application, and to have a comparability of treatment formula. A third area is amplifying African voice and representation, and we are thrilled and excited that the African Union finally have a seat at the G20, that our role can actually move from just rule takers to rule makers, and this is very important. And we need to advance also that voice and representation in global institutions, including, for example, the IMF, in the IMF quota reform. Finally, and that's a very important area that we discussed a couple of days ago, the new UN tax convention. Using that to actually strengthen international cooperation in taxation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit shifting. And we have this unique opportunities that we will need to leverage. So after all this, I think what would like to leave you with is basically the key issues for discussion that I'm humbly suggesting. And here, basically, for member states to share the measures that they have been putting in place to create fiscal space in order to take climate action amid rising debt vulnerabilities. Also lessons that they can share on issues of reforming policies to promote investment and attract private sector, and what are the priorities, and then what type of technical support do governments need to mobilize climate financing and crowd in the private sector? What lessons learned from green market and green bond experiences and the way to generate significant resources from there. And finally, how countries can integrate natural capital to drive economic growth beyond GDP measures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mossi, for that presentation and for the very insightful presentation. Thank you very much indeed. Colleagues, the floor is open for discussion. Shall we take the first three contributions? We have a bit of an interactive session with the presenter. Who will start? See, everyone is very shy. Who will start? Anyone, any contribution?
There is one back here from the CSO community. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak, and Deputy ES Hanan for this insightful presentation. I'd like to draw your attention.
If you could introduce yourself.
Sure. My name is Sarah Maka, Executive Director for Africa at the One Campaign. As Deputy ES spoke about the gaps, we've heard 2.2 trillion, 2.5 trillion, excuse me, 3 trillion for achieving Agenda 2063 in the next 10 years. I wanted to point our attention to a potential source of financing and concession financing, especially for a time with great debt distress in a tightened fiscal space. And that financing instrument is World Bank International Development Association, IDA. IDA provided about $163.7 billion to Africa in the last, to low and middle income countries in the last 9 years. For Africa in particular, we received 98 billion. What that means is we can receive more funding from IDA, and the plan is to triple IDA for this new replenishment, IDA 21. What we have heard, however, is Africa is not making a demand for more IDA. And for us to actually achieve this tripling of IDA, we'll need the voices of ministers of finance to make a demand in every fora and spaces they go. We'll need the voice of heads of states to make this demand. Without the voice of Africa, we don't get enough funding for IDA, and IDA is extremely important for the time that we find ourselves. Lastly, we're also requesting that member states increase So we're also asking lastly that member states increase citizen participation in the deployment of IDA funds to increase transparency, because this is also a risk mitigating strategy. It provides confidence for future replenishment. With that, I submit my contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sarah Maka. See, Morocco, you got your hand up. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to thank the government of Zimbabwe for the organization of this important conference, and also the ECA and the people of Zimbabwe, which was really hospitalier for us and for leur accueil et leur hospitalité. I will make my remarks in French. So, merci pour.
Chair, thank you. Thank you for having given me the floor.
La transition vers l'économie verte et
est un sujet très important pour l'avenir de notre continent.
economy is extremely important for our continent. And amongst other things, it means we have to work very hard. It means the public, the policy, the economies have to be very efficient, but we also need credible partners. We also need an attractive business climate for investors, since the private sector should also be involved and, of course, must contribute to financing. And this brings us to a very critical third point, which is peace and security. We cannot talk about development unless there is peace and security. We have to have food security, energy security, and to this end, I would like to stress how important it is for our conference to call on the ECA to continue to support and work in collaboration with the African Union so that together they can implement the Tangiers Declaration on the Peace, Security and Development Nexus. This declaration was adopted by the Summit of Heads of State and Government of the African Union in 2023. And there's a ministerial declaration associated with it for COM 2024. Thank you, Chair.
Merci beaucoup. Shall we ask Kenya to make their contribution? Kenya, please.
Thank you very much indeed. And Mr. Chairman, very happy to be here. But let me make 4 points in relation to the presentation that was made by Hanan Mosi. The first thing is we should recognize that we have endogenous constraints in African economies. And one of the major constraints is that we have not managed to ignite economic transformation. We have to ask ourselves why. And we thought that the route to debt and using debt, and the second point I will be making is growing with debt in African economies, the route to debt was actually supposed to supplement our capabilities in terms of economic transformation. So we have to ask ourselves, why can't we raise capital accumulation to threshold levels that can ignite economic transformation? Of course, your point about debt was very, very important, but I think consistent with the work that we did, I think you are part of that work, Growing with Debt in African Economies. It was published in Journal of African Economists in 2021. And I'm sure you notice the points we made very clear is about managing that debt, and growing with the debt in African economies is very, very critical. So we need to go back to that literature and ask ourselves, even Marshall Plan worked to develop Europe after the devastating Second World War. The third point I wanted to make is that we have to make PPP work. Public-private partnership may give us the leeway out. That means that we have to reform markets so that PPP can work. We have two very important considerations for PPP. First, the private sector does not have limitations in terms of finance like governments. And second, the private sector does not have limitations in terms of finance like, in terms of expertise and technology. So we have to take advantage of this. And for us, the responsibility of governments is actually to correct the market uncertainties and allow the private sector to thrive. That supplementation with debt and even fiscal stimulus that we can actually generate will become very, very important. For us, that is the route, very important route. I'm very happy about your topic on reforming the global financial architecture, and gives us also a response in terms of IDA 21 replenishment. Because essentially what we really need to do and to think about is actually to start talking about what are the African priorities, so that I think we have to change the debate into a different form. For example, let me give an example. We had Climate Summit 23 in Nairobi, and we pushed from climate change, what we really need to do, to actually the global financial architecture. But now we have on our face here is IDA 21 replenishment. the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, has actually accepted to champion IDA 21 replenishment in Africa and beyond. And we need to take this advantage and say, but what do we map out as African priorities? That is, we need to turn the debate the other way, saying these are our priorities. And for us to succeed, fight climate change, come up with a better global financial architecture, then obviously we have to strengthen those institutions that can give us that capability. And one of them is the World Bank, and IDA 21 replenishment is just about that. I think this is an ambition that we have to put on the table so that we change the nature of debate, both in terms of climate change and the priorities that we really need to move, and why we need a new global financial architecture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Njuguna Ndung'u from Kenya, for your contributions. I see Cameroon has been very patient, so I'll allow a fourth question or contribution. Cameroon, please, over to you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Chair, thank you. Allow me to begin with apologies from the Minister of Finance, Mr. Paul Mutese. He was unable to come to this meeting for reasons beyond his control. Mr. Chair, Cameroon would like to warmly congratulate you for having been elected to the leadership of our proceedings. Rest assured that our support for the continued success of your mandate is guaranteed. We'd like to thank through you, the people of Zimbabwe, for their hospitality ever since we've come to this historic city of Victoria Falls. After listening to the brilliant presentation that was made on the theme of our conference, Cameroon expresses its appreciation of the fact that we are coming up with efforts to find innovative solutions for the climate financing needed by African economies to overcome vulnerabilities and indebtedness. Climate change affects all regions in the world, including Cameroon. Apart from preserving natural capital and implementing public policies to combat climate change, and more especially to preserve our systems and ecosystems and services, we have adopted adaptation measures in key sectors like agriculture, energy, forestry, and the various ecosystems. The government of Cameroon is working towards transitioning towards new financing products and broadening the scope to encompass sustainable investments. In our National Development Strategy, Chair, we have made certain commitments which require support from our partners, including the ECA. The type of support required is capacity building and also facilitating meetings and encounters between the various players in green finance. We need support that means that there's a better understanding of the various green financing concepts, carbon credits, and the various environmental issues so that we can identify investment opportunities investment opportunities related to a green economy. Chair, Cameroon is delighted to note that collaboration with the ECA has progressed with respect to natural accounting systems, and we hope to improve our budgets in this regard and improve upon sovereign credit and lessen our demand on capital markets. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Cameroon. I now turn to Madam Hanan Mosi to give a response to those 4 contributions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think on the point raised regarding IDA, I totally agree that, there are two things that we need. We need to make sure that, there is additional concessional finance available, and that would include, concessional windows at the IMF, like, PRGT, poverty growth and poverty reduction and growth facility, either at the World Bank. This will be crucial to provide these resources and to actually significantly scale them up. But also it's important overall, not only through these concessional resources, but we need actually availability of overall, even non-concessionary resources availability from MDBs, because they are still much cheaper than going to the markets. So we need both sides, and we need definitely to make concerted effort to ensure that these very valuable resources to the continent are secured by advocacy, by showing, why they matter, and also emphasizing what areas are areas of priorities for Africa. So that, of course, includes the issues that we have been talking about earlier, like food and energy security need to feature in the evolution roadmap and the priorities. So we need to definitely focus on these areas. Of course, Morocco also talked about attracting investments, climate investments, of course, having enabling environment and aligning incentives and getting frameworks right would be really key and necessary. So that, I think, countries will need to really invest in that. A few years ago, Morocco had the largest wind project in the continent, started there, so by private sector. So we need to really set up the incentives to attract these renewable energy investments across countries. The other area that you have also alluded to is the issue of the nexus between peace, security, and development. And this is one of the areas that we have been, trying to focus more on, because basically it's about looking at the root causes of issues of security. If we are just only targeting humanitarian aspects, it's just dealing with the symptoms, but we're not dealing with the root causes. So this is a more comprehensive way of looking at it and addressing the issues. And we have also been working, proudly working closely with the African Union on, all the agendas that we have been talking about in global financial architecture. The group is co-chaired with Commissioner Muchanga, the Africa High-Level Working Group on Global Financial Architecture. We have been also working closely to and offering support in terms of the African Union work going forward for the G20 and how we can support them in that role. So definitely there is very close coordination. On the Honorable Minister from Kenya, the issues that were raised, yes, definitely it matters what and how that is used. So I think a key issue of this sustainability is the wise use of that debt. We need to ensure that that debt is put to investments that raise the economic potentials and have higher returns going forward in terms of investing in the future. And this has been part of the issue also in the accumulation of debt that has happened in the continent, but also part of the issue has been in a number of cases, the high cost of that debt. Because there is a limit for a country to be able to generate from the debt returns higher than 8, 9, or 14%. That's very difficult, even if you're doing your best. So I think we need to also ensure that the financing for development is available at more affordable pricing. And many countries ended up resorting to this type of debt and high cost because of the declining availability of more concessional finance. And that's why we're talking about how do we resolve the problem at the root so that we don't go in circles again to the same problem. We need to have these resources available at scale through MDBs and other reforms so that we don't end up in this situation again. Of course, engaging the private sector will be key because the growth challenges for the continent is humongous. The state cannot do it by itself. So the state will need to really put the incentives and the frameworks to enable the private sector to be in the driver's seat and the engine of growth going forward. A very important also issue that relates to what was discussed in the Africa Climate Summit and highlighted by President Ruto during that time was the idea of having a carbon tax. But I think we need now, there are things that are ongoing that we need to utilize the movement on. For example, the carbon border adjustment mechanism that is being discussed. We need to really engage with that process to make sure that it's designed in a way that doesn't harm the continent, that leaves space in terms of adjustment time to allow just transition, but also that the resources for that carbon border adjustment mechanism, that it goes to what we were talking about in the Africa Climate Summit, that it goes to the most vulnerable countries to climate change, that it funds that rather than going to national governments and regional areas like, to the European Union. So these are part of very important discussions that we will have to do and coordinate among ourselves and under the leadership of the African Union. And then for Cameroon, definitely we are delighted that we are working with you on the carbon markets and credit rating issues, but also I think the idea of building capacity in green finance is among the things that we've been calling for. We need to enhance our ability to develop and structure these instruments to tap into these markets, and we need to have the de-risking and credit enhancing solutions to enable it to do it at a lower cost. Thank you. I hope I answered all questions.
Thank you. I think you've done a good job in covering those questions and contributions. Thank you, Hanan. I now invite the Executive Secretary for UNECA to make his comments.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to really address the issue of private sector. We talk about the private sector, but somehow engaging them has become very difficult. Where it has become successful is in all our budgets. Every government that does the budget, it's implemented by the private sector, not implemented by the government. That one has worked. But all the countries also have investment incentives. We all have different ones to attract. Sorry? Oh, so we all have, as countries, put in place investment incentives to make sure that the private sector would be attracted to come and invest. And sometimes we compete and show that each one country is the best among the rest, and that maybe that's the best place to invest. It has not worked properly. The other one we have tried is the PPP, as Professor Ndongo was mentioning. It works best in infrastructure projects where you can have the PPP, but has also had challenges in many other areas. And then there was this realization that actually there is still risk of different kinds that is really preventing the private sector from coming in. And one of them is the cost of financing by the private sector. Imagine where our private sector gets money. They get it from commercial banks. Commercial banks also dependent on the deposits of the people because they don't go on the market and raise cheap money. And meaning the resources which are long-term in nature are very much limited. Our capital markets are not working properly to the extent that they can mobilize these kind of resources that the private sector needs. But also the development finance institutions are not also sufficient to provide enough resources for the private sector. Some countries have tried even a way of supplementing it Like, for example, as we were discussing yesterday, on the climate fund or environment fund, which actually leverages some of the resources from the commercial banks, and then the average cost becomes lower than 10%, which is more affordable for the private sector. Others have introduced the economic recovery funds, whereby you combine the government resources with the bank's resources, and then you come up to a reasonable kind of resources. But the main issue is there is no capital market that is well developed. A capital market that has the funds around it where the private sector can be able to tap and do that. So that's another area. And then the traditional areas, when it comes to other international development banks, we focus on government and not on private sector. And yet we have private sector windows in almost all the institutions. We have IFC, which is in charge of the private sector of the World Bank. We have the private sector window of the World Bank. We have that one in Africa Development Bank. And then we have the facilities like MIG and others that are helping them. But how are we targeting them to develop for the private sector to do the heavy investment into that area? Because you find that the governments are the ones which are accumulating debt over and over again, but they reach a point where they cannot accumulate more anymore. And then the private sector has to come in and really participate. But for them to come in, we must find a solution for them as well as we do for the government. That's the point which I wanted just to add on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Gatete. I now recognize Egypt. Please proceed with your contribution.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Mr. Mutuli Nopir, Minister of Finance and Investment Promotion of Zimbabwe, Excellency Clever Gatete, Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa, distinguished representatives and member states and partners. Firstly, I would like to extend to you the greetings of Minister of Finance of Egypt, Mohamed Maid, who couldn't be with us today due to other commitments that he couldn't regret. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation and gratitude to the people and government of Zimbabwe for the warm welcome and hospitality that we had since our arrival to the beautiful city of Victoria Falls. I also would like to thank the ongoing bureau for its commitment and work, and congratulate the new bureau for its election, and special congratulations to Zimbabwe for its election as a president of the bureau, and thanks the Northern African region for the confidence given to us to represent the region in the bureau of the committee. As we convene here, we are actively aware of the myriad challenges facing Africa, from ongoing impacts of the global pandemic to climate change, regional conflicts, economic inequalities, and persistent poverty. However, amidst these challenges lie opportunities for transformation and growth, opportunities that we must seize with unwavering determination and collective actions in order to meet with the aspirations of our people and the vision we hold for our continent's future. The current global financial architecture is not supportive of developing countries, and more specifically of African countries. The recurrent economic challenges call for actions to address two of the main challenges grabbing the African economies, which are the high debt level and climate change. In this regard, Ministry of Finance of Egypt, in collaboration with the Economic Commission for Africa, announced Sustainable Debt Coalition Initiative during Finance Day on the margin of COP27 held in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt in 2022. The coalition aims to address the critical intersection of debt, development, and climate change to generate and widen the necessary fiscal space for developing countries to pursue their development and climate ambitions, which is especially important considering the current international economic developments that hinder the ability of many developing countries to achieve their socio-economic development goals as planned. building on the support expressed by resolution of the Council of Ministers of the UNECA in March 2023, to the creation of the coalition and its goals, we are planning to have an event in April in Egypt with the target of developing a shared framework for sustainable debt, formulate an action plan to promote a supportive approach to sustainable development, taking into account debt for climate investment, swaps, and other innovative solutions, and establishing a roadmap for the future development of the coalition. Speaking about climate change issues, we believe that there is a need that the Economic Commission for Africa, along with relevant partners, to study the impact of carbon taxes on the competitiveness of African products and services. In this assignment, we may benefit from the EU carbon border adjustment mechanisms. We should recognize that Africa is not merely a continent of potential, but a regional brimming with opportunities for investment, innovations, and sustainable development. Therefore, it is incumbent upon us to enact meaningful reforms that empower African nations to fully participate in the global economy on an equal footing. First and foremost, we must address the issue of debt sustainability. Many African countries find themselves burdened by unsustainable level of debt, stiffening their ability to invest in critical infrastructure, healthcare, and education. It is imperative that we implement mechanisms to alleviate this debt burden, whether through debt for nature swaps, lowering the cost of borrowing for green investments, and introducing innovative financing solutions. Secondly, we must enhance financial inclusion across the continent. Millions of Africans remain excluded from formal banking systems, limiting their access to credit, savings, and insurance services. By promoting the expansion of digital financial service, fostering inclusive banking practices, and investing in financial literacy programs, we can empower individuals and business to participate more actively in the economy. Furthermore, we must prioritize investment in key sectors such as agriculture, renewable energy, and technology. These sectors not only have the potential to drive economic growth and create employment opportunities, but also to foster sustainable development and mitigate the impacts of climate change. Lastly, the international financial institution should increase its support for the African countries and the regional development banks, and should be strengthened and capitalized to support the development in the continental. In conclusion, reforming the global financial architecture to be more favorable to Africa, not only a moral imperative, but also a strategic imperative for the prosperity and stability of our world. By embracing inclusivity, sustainability, and partnership, we can unleash the full potential of Africa and build a brighter future for generations to come. At the end, I would like to highlight that Egypt will be organizing an African Heads of States meeting on the margins of the Sustainable Development Forum, as well as the 4th edition of ASWAN Forum that will take place on April 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Egypt. Thank you for your contribution, Shukran. Let me ask Hanan Mosi to respond to those contributions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, indeed, we have been working closely with Egypt as the Secretariat for the Sustainable Debt Coalition to really tackle the issue of the nexus between debt, climate action, and development needs. We had already 23 countries that have expressed interest in joining the coalition. And this, we hope that we can rally more, especially in the event that will be done on the margin of the Forum for Sustainable Development in Cairo in April, so that this can be a voice and a platform for the other countries to make sure that their issues and their voices are heard in reforming the data architecture, and to find solutions that, related to all the type of issues that we've been discussing, whether it's debt swaps, whether it's issues of green finance and green bond issuances and lowering the cost and the climate resilient debt clauses. So it's really about all the issues that we've been discussing, and having a forum and a platform that gathers African countries and countries from other regions can be a very powerful platform to advocate and advance the voice, and also can, at the end, help us to have some sort of a debtor country representation at G20 when these issues, the G20 common framework, is being discussed. We don't want only those countries that are already in the framework or in debt distress to be the ones that are in this discussion. You need to have a broader representation so that these issues are tackled before countries get into that zone. So that would be really important. And of course, the issue of carbon taxation, this is something that we've been talking about. I think the direction globally, we will end up there, but it's about the base that this is done, about reflecting the just transition needs of the continent, allowing time to build capacity to actually implement this, and as well ensuring that the resources are put into good use. So we will be looking at these issues through our work, and also through the work that will be done for the UN Tax Convention, which can be a very good platform to mobilize that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Hanan Mosi. I now invite the CEO of ACBF to make his contribution, make it concise as usual.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I wanted to contribute into the financing of green transition, and particularly around capacity building. One of the things that is mostly argued for is increased resources. Yet, there is evidence that the already earmarked and available resources around several facilities are not well accessed by African countries. And one of the reasons is that although they have national adaptation plans to address the pledges through the nationally determined contributions, one of the challenges is translating those NAPAs into bankable projects. And I believe that this is a very important area where investment should be prioritized. I want to just say that in that spirit, ACBF has actually started a program in partnership with Resilient Cities Catalyst, actually, that focuses on really supporting African countries, either national, central or decentralized governments, or even private sector, actually around project preparation capacity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'd like to draw this session to a close on the discussion of the theme of the conference. Let me thank the Deputy Secretary of the ECA, Hanan Mosi, for the presentation, and thank you all for contributions and discussion. I don't want to really summarize the discussion in the interest of time, but I'm sure the slides that she used for the presentation will be circulated. I would particularly want to see that slide again on what can be done, which was clear on mobilizing private sector finance, lessening the debt burden,
promoting green bonds, blue bonds, sustainable budgeting, promoting the AFC-CTA project, developing carbon markets, investing more in clean energy and renewables, promoting regional value chains and so forth. So the areas are quite clear. If we could circulate those slides, that'd be wonderful. Colleagues, a round of applause for Rana Hanan for the presentation and for the discussion. Colleagues, I now want to transition to the next item on the agenda, which is the keynote address, the 2024 Adebayo Adedeji Memorial Lecture. I now invite Mr. Said Adejumobi, who is the Director of Strategic Planning and Oversight Division, to introduce our keynote speaker. Mr. Adejumobi, please come forward. I also invite our keynote speaker next to you.
Can we have the background video, please?
Mistake was on our part that at independence, we did not cut that umbilical cord between us and the former colonial past.
The Adebayo Adedeji Lecture was instituted by the ECA in recognition of the contributions and legacy of Professor Adebayo Adedeji to the socio-economic development of the African continent.
He truly represented one of the best in the class of great economists across the globe.
Men who are thinking ahead. It's just to go and look at Lagos Plan of Action. It's Adedeji, the intellectual, clear, analytic capacity.
Professor Adedeji served as the Executive Secretary of ECA from 1975 to 1991. He remains the longest serving Executive Secretary of ECA. Professor Adebayo Adedeji made tremendous contributions to the socioeconomic development of the African continent. Most of the development blueprints that the African continent had Adebayo Adedeji's footprints. For example, the Lagos Plan of Action and the Final Act of Lagos of 1980 and 1991, which remains a very remarkable blueprint for the continent. The Abuja Treaty of 1991, establishing the African Economic Community, in developing also alternative development paradigms for the continent, especially in period of economic crisis. You will recall that in the late 1980s and early 1990s, Africa was confronted with deep economic crisis. The path to recovery and development for the continent was a very contested issue. And Adebayo Adedeji, on the platform of the ECA, provided alternative paradigm to the development of the African continent in the African Alternative to the Structural Adjustment Program. Professor Adebayo Adedeji also contributed to the revival of democracy on the African continent. The Arusha Declaration of 1990 of popular participation in development was to advocate for the return of democracy and governance building on the African continent. Professor Adedeji played a major role in that process. The African Continental Free Trade Area, which we're celebrating today, had its pedigree in the efforts made by people like Professor Adedeji in laying the foundation for regional economic integration on the African continent. Professor Adedeji also had its footprints in the establishment of regional economic communities on the African continent. Quite a number of the regional economic communities had their background work done at ECA under the leadership of Professor Adebayo Adedeji. In recognition of his contributions to the development of the continent, the lecture was instituted by ECA. Distinguished personalities are invited to deliver the lecture who have also made significant contributions to the socioeconomic development of the continent.
Thank you very much. The chair of the Bureau, Minister Nkube, other members of the Bureau, the Executive Secretary of ECA, honorable ministers, and their delegates present. I would like to warmly welcome you to the Adebayo Adedeji Memorial Lecture 2024. But before I go to introduce our guest lecturer for today, I would like to share with you the order of proceedings. We only have 1 hour for this lecture, and we've got to manage time very prudently. Our guest speaker will be speaking for 25 minutes maximum. We will be opening the floor for questions, comments, and observations that honorable ministers may have, and the vote of thanks will be given by the family of late Professor Adebayo Adedeji. His eldest son, Adedoyin Adedeji, will be giving the vote of thanks. And we'll have a video. He's not here with us physically, but he will be speaking with us through a recorded video. As noted in the video that just played, ECA instituted this lecture in recognition of the tremendous contributions of Adebayo Adedeji to the socioeconomic development of the African continent. And this started in 2014. I'll share with you some of the recent guest lecturers on this platform. In 2021, Dr. Rob Davis, the former Minister of Trade and Industry in the Republic of South Africa, gave the lecture on the theme towards a developmental approach to the African continental free trade area. In 2022, the lecture was delivered by Paul Tiyambe Zaleza. Paul is a professor of economic history and an associate provost at Case Western University in the United States. Paul delivered his lecture on the role of human capital development and higher education in Africa's transformation. Last year, in 2023, the lecture was delivered by Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers. Dr. Chambers is the current African Union High Representative on Silencing the Gun, former president of the ECOWAS Commission, and former UN Under-Secretary General in charge of the United Nations Office for West Africa. His lecture was on the theme of governance, social contract, and economic development in Africa, looking back, projecting into the future. Today, we will be having the 2024 guest lecturer of the Adebayo Adedeji lecture. His name is Dr. James Mayinka. James is one of the best and the brightest of this continent, and perhaps globally, in the field of artificial intelligence. He attended University of Zimbabwe, where he did electrical engineering, and from there proceeded to Oxford University to study robotics, artificial intelligence, and also computation. This was a time in which artificial intelligence was not very popular. It has not become the order of the day in the technology field. Is currently the Senior Vice President of Research, Technology, and Society at Google, reporting to the Chief Executive Officer of Google. He is a member of the senior leadership team of Google, and he has worked in several capacities. He has advised several governments across the world. He is a senior partner emeritus of McKinsey & Company, and is chair and director emeritus of the McKinsey Global Institute. At McKinsey, he advised the chief executives of many of the world's leading technology companies on technology and strategy, and he led the McKinsey Global Institute research on technology, the economy, competitiveness, and other global economic trends. He has served many governments around the world, notably the United States government. He was appointed by the former President Obama to serve as vice chair of the Global Development Council at the White House, and by previous Commerce Secretaries to the Digital Economy Board and the National Innovation Board of the United States. He is the vice chair of the National Artificial Intelligence Advisory Committee, which advises the President of the United States on artificial intelligence. He serves on the boards of several organizations, including the Council on Foreign Relations. He has also served on national and international commissions relating to technology and the economy, including recently co-chairing the CFR's Task Force of the United States on Innovation Strategy and National Security. He serves on the board of several research institutes, including the MIT
Harvard, Stanford, Oxford, and Toronto. He is recognized as one of the first 100 personalities in the world on artificial intelligence. You will agree with me with this profile that we have one of the best and the brightest on artificial intelligence who is here with us today, who happens to be an African. And perhaps on a personal note, James is my generation, and of course we share the same age. Perhaps when James was growing up in Narare, I was a Lagos boy running on the streets of Lagos. It's my pleasure and privilege to introduce to you and to welcome our guest speaker for the 2024 Adebayo Adedeji Lecture, James Mayinka. James, you have the floor, please.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you for that extraordinarily generous introduction, which I'm not quite sure I quite deserve. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, UN Under Secretary General, Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, distinguished guests, I'm deeply, deeply honored to have the opportunity to be here with all of you today. I want to thank Under Secretary General Gatete for extending an invitation to deliver this 2024 Adebayo Adedeji Lecture. This opportunity allows me to share my perspective on the transformative potential of artificial intelligence to help power Africa's economic growth and development agenda, paving the way for inclusive, sustainable growth and prosperity. My lecture today will cover 4 topics. First, this AI moment, where we are in AI's development. I understand there are some engineers and digital ministers in the room, so I'll give you some details. Second, the opportunity that AI presents for Africa's development. Third, the risks, challenges, and gaps in AI that are critical to address. Fourth, what it will take for Africa to capitalize on the AI opportunity. I will conclude by highlighting what we at Google are doing to support Africa to capitalize on this AI opportunity. For each of my 4 topics, I'll provide signposts along the way to help guide the conversation. My first topic is this AI moment and where we are. Speaking to you today on this topic comes full circle for me. The first thing I ever published was in 1992, a paper based on my undergraduate research at the University of Zimbabwe titled Modeling and Training of Artificial Neural Networks. Even as I went on to do a PhD in AI and robotics at Oxford, and as a visiting scientist at NASA, where I worked on machine intelligence for the Pathfinder missions to Mars, I could not have imagined the dramatic progress in AI, especially over the last decade. Though it may seem as if AI burst onto the scene in the last year or so, given how much we're all talking about it now, the goal to build AI has been around for a very long time. The term artificial intelligence came into use in 1956 at the now famous Dartmouth workshop. This was a workshop that was designed to focus on how to develop machines that could simulate learning and intelligence. What followed over the next 60 years was a period of progress and optimism initially, followed by the so-called AI winter, during which AI did not live up to expectations. Real progress began in the 1990s, when machine learning based on neural networks began to work really, really well. Progress accelerated over the last 15 years as more computational power and data became available. This resulted in unprecedented capabilities in machine vision, image classification, natural language processing, the ability to do pattern recognition and to make predictions across a range of domains. These innovations began to power services that help us every day, from recommender systems to spam and fraud detection, and many other business and consumer applications. While generative AI, which I'll come to shortly, has dominated popular attention of the past year or so, it's important to know that AI has been in use for quite a while and has already been part of daily life much more than people realize. In fact, today, it's unlikely that you can use any form of technology in any field or any arena that doesn't make use of machine learning in some form or fashion. If you use a smartphone, voice and image recognition systems, or speech to text, you're using AI. If you're using Google Search, Google Maps, or Google Translate, you're using AI, and you've been doing that for quite some time. Google's been focusing on AI and pioneering its foundational research and many of its breakthroughs for more than 2 decades. Our approach to developing and harnessing the potential of AI is grounded in Google's founding mission, which is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. And it is shaped by our commitment to improve lives of as many people as possible. It is our view that AI is now more than ever critical to delivering on that mission and that commitment. Now, to come to generative AI. Perhaps the most striking development in AI has been the rise of large language models, or LLMs, which provide the basis for generative AI. What underlies LLMs is the transformer, a deep learning architecture that was introduced in a now famous paper by Google Research in 2017. I should also mention that the transformer architecture is what actually powers LLMs, which serves as the foundation for many generative AI products, including Bard, now called Gemini App, and ChatGPT. In fact, the transformer is the T in GPT. Due to a mechanism known as self-attention, transformers learn in a self-supervised way the connections and relationships between different tokens or words. This makes it possible to generate outputs by predicting the next word. By training LLMs on billions and now trillions of words and over long periods of time, they can generate increasingly sophisticated human-like responses when prompted. Once trained, LLMs can respond to prompts in many different domains, from poetry to science to law, without needing explicit instructions to do so. And they keep getting better based on so-called scaling laws. In fact, in December 2023, Google's Gemini Ultra model became the first to exceed human expert level on what's called the Massive Multitask Language Understanding, MMLU. This is a holistic benchmark which measures knowledge, comprehension, and reasoning across a set of 57 subjects, including law, biology, history, and so forth. LLMs can work not only with words, but also with software code, audio, images, and video. In fact, anything that you can turn into a token, they can learn and make those predictions. This is referred to as multimodality and enhances their usefulness. Because of their generality, LLMs can serve as a foundation on which you can build applications for almost any use or any domain. Indeed, many developers of LLMs, including us at Google, have created apps like Bard, now called Gemini App, or OpenAI's ChatGPT, that make use of underlying LLM models in order to do what they do. In addition, we and other developers of LLMs have also created APIs. These are application programming interfaces that allow others to build their own applications and fine-tune them and to build and serve whatever uses and needs they have. The race to create applications for a wide range of sectors and use cases has begun, with companies large and small and from all around the world involved. So what's next for AI, at least technically speaking? Well, the next generation of models, like our Gemini 1.5 and beyond, will be even more multimodal, capable of higher levels of reasoning, memory, planning, in-context learning, and more. It will also become increasingly possible to connect them to other systems, from software and analytical tools to robots, even infrastructure, making AI even more capable and more broadly useful. Two things are worth pointing out here. First, generative AI is not all of AI. There are many other important developments and innovations in other parts of the AI landscape. In fact, my colleagues and I in Google DeepMind and Google Research are working not only on LLMs, but also on a wide range of other techniques and applications that are useful in business, but also in science and tackling societal challenges, something I'll come back to shortly. And it's important, and this is particularly important as we think broadly about opportunities for the economy and for development. The second thing to point out is that it's important to note that despite the incredible progress that I just described, it is still very early days in the development of AI, and many capability gaps and performance limitations and issues remain. This again is a topic I'll return to when I discuss risks and challenges. Let me turn to my second and perhaps main topic for today, the opportunity that AI presents for society and what it could mean for Africa. I've spent my entire career at the intersection of technology, the economy, and society, as was mentioned, in academia, the private sector, and government, and also on issues of global development. Drawing on all of this, I believe that AI is a foundational and transformational technology that represents significant opportunities for people and society everywhere, including and perhaps particularly in Africa. I think of these opportunities in four major categories: assisting people, powering the economy and expanding prosperity, accelerating scientific breakthroughs, and helping address societal challenges enabling development. Let me touch on each of these. Assisting people. AI is already assisting people from their everyday tasks to their most ambitious, productive, creative, and imaginative endeavors. And this will only increase. Examples range from Bard, for example, assisting software development tasks like code generation and debugging, to tools like Read Along, an AI-based tutor that can help children learn by listening to their reading and detecting when they struggle to understand or to pronounce words. I could go on. Because chatbots like Gemini app and Bard respond to ordinary language, they can be easily used by non-specialists who lack technical skills. So, for example, people with little or no coding skills can turn their ideas into software code. AI is increasingly helping people overcome barriers to information, knowledge, and opportunity. When Google started using AI to power translation in 2006, it could only handle a few languages like English, French, Spanish. As impressive as that was, it left out much of the world's population. It left out many of us. Today, thanks to progress in AI, Google Translate can now translate 133 languages, including Swahili, Luganda, Twi, Zulu, Kinyarwanda, Shona, Xhosa, and many more. In fact, a notable contribution for this work came from the work in our Google Research Africa Center in Accra. Access is broader than translation. It includes overcoming other barriers to communication. For example, automatic speech recognition uses AI to understand spoken words and convert them to text. Africa's over 1,500 languages present unique opportunities as well as challenges like limited data and varied writing systems. Progress on speech recognition is underway for 15 major African languages, reaching 242 million speakers, making it easier for people to use their voices to dictate text messages, emails, or other text-based communications. Next, powering the economy and expanding opportunity. AI's economic potential globally has been estimated to be from anywhere between 17 to 25 trillion annually in some near future. These are trillions of dollars, with generative AI adding as much as maybe an additional 8 trillion. These are very big numbers. And with this audience, that includes finance and economic ministers, I want to say more about where these gains are likely to come from, but also point out that the gains will not be automatic. Here, I want to draw from research that I and many others have done, including a recent paper I co-wrote with Michael Spence, the Nobel laureate in economics, titled The Coming AI Economic Revolution. Labor productivity, a central concept in economics, is a key determinant of a country's economic growth. Improvements in productivity can occur at the level of a company, a sector, or the whole economy. As history has shown, technology, especially what economists call general purpose technologies, play a key role in advancing productivity and growth. Technology's contribution is most impactful when it occurs across multiple companies and sectors of the economy, especially the large ones, and those important to national economies, such as manufacturing or agriculture. AI is such a general purpose technology and is applicable across sectors and functions, including agriculture, where AI can help improve crop yields, weather forecasting, development of new crops, and water use. Recent studies show that AI as an assistive technology can help address productivity across a wide range of occupations, from developers, telemarketers, financial analysts, to radiologists, and also across business functions such as sales, logistics, operations. In fact, in some studies, call centers reported an improvement of 14% in issues resolved per hour. Developers completed assigned tasks 55% faster, and AI-assisted financial analysts outperformed other human analysts in 57% or so of the forecasts. Researchers have also found that businesses that use even basic versions of AI grew revenues 40% faster and grew employment 25% faster than those that did not. And this is important to particularly pay attention to, given, in the case of Africa, the declining rates of productivity growth that we've seen, some of which is attributed to premature deindustrialization, work that many of you in this room and Danny Roderick and others have spent time on. But from an economic development perspective, a key insight is this: AI's capacity to harness vast amounts of knowledge, making it accessible using ordinary language, makes it a powerful tool for broadening economic opportunity. The fact that very little initial expertise by users required bridges the knowledge gap between expert employees and the rest, thereby broadening access to expertise such as coding, language skills, or even domain knowledge that was exclusive to workers with more experience or better education. In other words, AI creates what one might call a leveling up opportunity with respect to skills and expertise. This is particularly important in places where formal education and training gaps serve as economic mobility and economic opportunity access barriers. Over the last 2 decades, digital technologies have played a critical role in the success of small and medium-sized enterprises, like the ones that provide the majority of African employment. Through the use of digital tools, SMBs gained access to critical business functions that for decades had been either prohibitively expensive or infeasible at small scale. Because of its wide-ranging applicability and use across business functions, AI can dramatically expand such digital impacts, as well as those from its own additive capabilities. African entrepreneurs are already starting to leverage access to cutting-edge AI tools and applications, fueling the growth of AI-enabled startups focusing on a wide variety of sectors and use cases, from retail and healthcare to manufacturing. We see this with the African startups that Google is supporting. For example, Ethiopia's Gary Logistics, which is digitizing freight brokerage and transport services and using AI, to Senegal's Lengo AI, which is launching probably the first data-driven operating system for the informal sector. At the enterprise level, Google Cloud partners like Cassava Technologies and Liquid, a Pan-African technology group, are providing AI-enabled cloud and cybersecurity tools to businesses, while MoneyPoint uses AI-powered Google Cloud services to provide underbanked SME and individuals with reliable, consistent financial services throughout Nigeria. Just as important to our opportunities in the public sector, some of you have already begun to apply AI capabilities to improve aspects of your public sectors. It's been quite impressive to see the example of AI innovations and initiatives that ICT ministers such as Paula Ingabire of Rwanda and Sina Lawson of Togo have been driving. So as you can see, the opportunities for entrepreneurs and business, the potential to transform sectors across Africa is significant. But as I and many others have argued, the gains will not be automatic. They will require investment, innovation, productivity enhancing use, diffusion, and an enabling policy agenda. Let me touch on two other opportunities for society. One of the most exciting aspects of AI's progress has been helping to advance scientific discovery at digital speed and scale, unsticking previously intractable scientific problems and opening up new areas for development and economic benefit. Let me just give two brief examples from two different fields. Proteins are the building blocks of biology, and understanding their structure is critical to understanding diseases, developing therapies, drugs, and medicines. Accurately predicting the structure of proteins has been a 50-year grand challenge. And until Google's AlphaFold, understanding the structure of each protein would normally take painstaking lab work, one protein at a time, for a few years. However, in a matter of weeks, AlphaFold predicted the structure of all 200 million proteins known to science. From the time we chose to make the AlphaFold database open source, it has been accessed by 1.6 million scientists in 190 countries, most of them in the developing countries, and many of them working on neglected diseases and those prevalent in the global south. An example from another field from material science is genome. This is Google's AI tool that recently enabled the discovery of 2.2 million new crystals. Of the 2.2 million crystals, 380,000 of them are stable, making them candidates for synthesis into materials that could be used in superconductors, next-gen batteries, and many, many, many more uses. Such AI-assisted discoveries are beginning to happen in many scientific fields. I could list many others. And Africa can not only benefit from the AI-powered scientific advances, but can also participate in their development and application to African and indeed global needs. Last but not least, let me turn to the opportunity to address societal challenges and development. As you know, the UN SDGs serve as a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet now into the future. And as you also know, the world is currently off track on more than 80% of the SDGs. The UN and many others, and indeed many of you, and including us at Google, through our research, deployment, and partnerships, have highlighted the potential for AI to help make contributions and progress on the SDGs. Take climate change adaptation as an example. Extreme weather events are increasing due to climate change, costing lives and causing devastating damage and loss. Catastrophic damage from flooding affects more than 250 million people every year. While flooding has historically been challenging to predict, we know that advance notice saves lives, enabling better preparation and evacuation if needed. Now, AI-enabled flood forecasting is helping. What we began at Google Research as a pilot in Bangladesh now covers over 470 million people in 83 countries, where we're able to make predictions, in some cases, as much as 7 days in advance. Of those 83 countries, 26 are in Africa, including Angola, Chad, DRC, Madagascar, Nigeria, South Africa, and even here in Zimbabwe. We're also seeing promising results in health, to pick another area. In Kenya, AI models are being trialed that make ultrasounds more accessible to lightly trained ultrasound operators in under-resourced settings. In South Africa, AI-powered screenings are helping to catch tuberculosis early, reducing spread. Let me mention a couple more examples. Our research team in Kenya is working to address food insecurity, to help address food insecurity in Africa, to support the transformation of Africa's food systems to be resilient and flexible to climate and economic and other shocks. AI is helping in that. Our research team in Ghana has led work on open buildings, which maps buildings across Africa using AI and satellite imagery pinpointing locations of buildings to help governments and NGOs understand the needs of residents, plan urban development, and offer humanitarian assistance during crises. Indeed, many NGOs across Africa are deploying novel use cases for AI and societal issues. I'm proud to say Google.org, our philanthropy, has been helping to support this type of innovation and has provided almost $100 million in support to such nonprofits and organizations to exploring these novel solutions to tackle these challenges. For my third topic, I want to highlight some of the risks, challenges, and given this conference, I'll say a little bit more about the gaps in AI. As with any powerful and transformative technology, there are risks and complexities that come with AI, and that will continue to evolve as its development and use progress. Furthermore, as an early technology, there are gaps in AI's governance and in the ability and capacity for all who could benefit to participate in its development, deployments, and use and governance. Let me start with the risks and complexities. At this stage in AI's development, there's still many performance limitations that have the potential to cause harms. For example, sometimes outputs from generative AI are not factual or are hallucinations, such as when, in response to a query on historic economic figures of a country, for example, language models might confidently invent some of the numbers. It is also possible for the outputs to be biased, often reflecting the bias in the training data that's used to train the models. As an example, if you're using an automated translation system to translate from English to a language with grammatical genders, it's important to ensure that, quote, doctors are not automatically translated as masculine or feminine for nurses. Countering such biases is an active area of research, and we're investing in both for translation tools and our broader products. We're working with many partners on issues like this. For example, Nigeria's Data Scientists Network on the West African Speech Recognition Challenge, where participants trained a speech recognition model for Hausa, spoken by an estimated 72 million people. But even if AI works as intended, there are risks from misapplication and by users or deliberate misuse by bad actors, as well as data and cyber risks. Misinformation is a particularly timely concern this year in 2024, given an estimated 2.5 billion people in more than 60 countries will be voting. To help address this, we're developing and are beta testing Synth ID, which watermarks our AI-generated images and reliably enables people to scan images to check whether they've been generated by our models. But this is just a start. Much more is going to be required by all of us. And there's so much to do both technically, socio-technically, and in other ways to address the challenges of misapplication and misuse. Let me also say something about AI and cybersecurity and what we're experiencing in our own infrastructure. As Sundar Pichai, our CEO, said at the Munich Security Conference just a couple of weeks ago, quote, AI can strengthen cyber defenses. It disproportionately helps people defending because you're getting a tool which can impact it at scale versus people who are trying to exploit systems. So this has been extraordinarily helpful to us in even securing our own infrastructure and helping others do the same. Managing this and other risks presented by AI responsibly is core to our work at Google. We're guided by our AI principles developed in 2018 to develop and apply AI in a way that is safe, responsible, and beneficial to society. But in such an early and dynamic field where AI's capabilities are advancing and use is evolving, there's so much more still to do and so much more still to get right and fix and correct and update. And this is work that we're going to have to do together with citizens, governments, academia, and civil society. There are also complexities around how AI will impact labor markets and jobs. Most research suggests that more jobs will be gained than lost, and that most of all, more jobs will change and workers will be assisted by AI. However, AI's benefits may be limited if it causes job losses and workers can't find new jobs. If the workforce lacks the skills needed in the age of AI, or if AI is implemented in a way that replaces workers instead of augmenting their capabilities. Tackling these issues of workforce readiness, skilling, and supporting worker transitions will be critical. Google is advancing several initiatives aimed at this, including career certificates in fields relevant to AI for tens of thousands of Africans, and also as a founding partner for African Masters of Machine Intelligence program. This type of skilling will be of particular importance in Africa, given the youthful population and likelihood that these young workers will see significant AI-related shifts throughout their careers. As I mentioned earlier, this is an area where AI will actually help, given its leveling up potential, which I described earlier. Now, let me highlight some of the key gaps that could stand in the way of all, and here I mean all people, organizations, and countries, especially in the global South, being able to fully participate in AI's development, deployment, and use, and indeed its benefits. Gaps that should be on our minds, especially at this conference, and with Africa in mind. As you may be aware, and as mentioned before, I'm currently the co-chair of the UN Secretary General's high-level advisory body on AI. This is a body that has 39 members from 33 countries, drawn from different fields: academia, government, civil society, and the private sector. And in December, we published our interim report and preliminary recommendations, and we're told we did this at record speed because we only had 2.5 months to do this. But the report highlights the opportunities as well as the risks of AI, but I think most importantly, also some of the gaps in capacity and governance, especially in a way that includes everybody. Here, let me paraphrase some of these gaps from our report. First, that so far it is mostly well-resourced member states and some technology companies that have been able to invest the most in the critical aspects of AI, that is the compute, the data, the model development, as well as access. In addition to global shortages of crucial hardware, such as GPUs, there's also a dearth of top technical talent in the field of AI. A second gap we highlight is that the AI opportunity arrives at an inopportune time, especially for the global South, where an AI divide lurks within a large and still persistent digital and developmental divide. The basic foundations of a digital economy, such as broadband access, affordable devices and data, digital literacy, electricity that is reliable and affordable, are not yet fully in place. Third, the report also highlights that there are governance gaps with respect to AI. Of the many initiatives that have emerged, including those by states, regions, and intergovernmental processes such as the EU, the G7, the G20, even the OECD, among others, many in the global South have not been involved despite potential impact on their lives. In fact, here I'm actually reminded of a public dialogue that I had with my friend Strive Masiwa. And I want to quote what he actually said as we were talking about the AI opportunities. Strive said the following, quote, "We don't want to be users any more than we want to be used. We want to fully participate in the economic opportunity associated with AI. We have to be able to build our own enterprises. Our own entrepreneurs must feel that they are part of all of this, that we're creating prosperity," end of quote. Despite some progress, there's still so much more that can be done by all involved to address these gaps. And I've just spoken about some of these, but this brings me to my fourth topic. What will it take for Africa to capitalize on the AI opportunity? As a general matter, I actually believe that African-led innovation initiatives will be key to capitalizing on the opportunities, to meeting the challenges and addressing the gap. That's where I start. But here I want to be quite specific and highlight 7 specific areas that I think are going to be critical for Africa. First, AI foundations. These are the core elements for any company, organization, country, or even government is going to need to have to be in AI. They include having enough compute, data, and data centers to build best-in-class AI models, access to the models, and model development by many, many more players, especially in Africa, and expertise to drive innovation. This is critical. Number two, enabling infrastructure. This includes ubiquitous and affordable connectivity, digital infrastructure, even electricity. And here we're seeing some encouraging progress, including Econet's group's 100,000 kilometer fiber optics. And we at Google's have put out the Equiano C cable, which will help lower internet prices and increase speed. But much, much more is needed. Number three, skills and talent pipelines. These start with education and training to equip students with the right technical knowledge, all the way to skilling programs that support people already in the workforce. When it comes to innovation, demand for African developers is already at an all-time high, driven by startup growth, rapid digitization by local businesses. The assistive use of AI can further expand the pool of African developers. Africa has a unique opportunity to tap and enable its rich demographic pipeline of young talent on the continent. And here I should add, in the diaspora too. Number four, a vibrant AI ecosystem. This is critical. In Silicon Valley, where I'm based, the AI ecosystem includes research universities, entrepreneurs and startups, dynamic partnerships between startups and established companies, venture capital, the possibility of exits via IPOs or acquisitions or the capital markets, and access to very large markets. It'll be important to create such vibrant and dynamic AI ecosystems across Africa. Africa has no shortage of entrepreneurs with exciting ideas, but these other things are critical ingredients if they're going to succeed. We're starting to see such ecosystems emerge in some places in Africa, but not enough and not in enough places. Initiatives like the UNDP's Timbuktu Africa Innovation Fund, which I had the pleasure of participating at the launch of, which aims to mobilize and invest $1 billion to support African innovation ecosystem, are a good start. But again, more is needed and in many more places. Number five, partnerships at home and abroad. While it is important that Africa's approach to AI be Africa-led, partnerships at home and abroad, especially with the private sector, will be critical to give initiatives scale, enable distribution, as well as help provide infrastructure and financing leverage. Efforts like the Global Africa Business Initiative, which we have supported and brings together African and global business leaders to highlight the growth and business possibilities and opportunities across all sectors of African economy, are a good start. Number six, a continental scale market view. Now, this one is really, really important and is often underappreciated. Technology is about scale, especially market scale. In the context of the global economy and countries that have very large markets like India, China, and the United States, it is essential that Africa adopt a view of its opportunity beyond national boundaries and borders. This will not only help African entrepreneurs and businesses by giving them access to opportunities in large enough markets of scale, but also as a way to attract financing. It's, significant and committed capital is always seeking scale. So this really matters. Perhaps it's time to finally and fully realize the idea of a single digital common market across Africa. African heads of state took an encouraging first step towards this with the adoption of the digital protocol of the African Continental Free Trade Area at the AU Summit 2 weeks ago. I'm quite excited about that, but let's make it real. And finally, number seven, an affirmative and enabling policy agenda. None of the things I just listed happen in the absence of policies that enable the opportunities while also tackling the risks, challenging, and gaps. This is especially the case when it comes to investments in education and skilling, digital infrastructure, AI foundations, support for entrepreneurs, including financing, as well as focus on important sectors in our economies, and creation of an environment that encourages innovation, investments, and partnerships, and most importantly, again, scaling. What you as leaders and countries choose to do here may in the end make all the difference. What we're seeing in Rwanda with its innovative national AI policy, in Mauritius with its national AI strategy, and in Nigeria and Kenya with the launch of their national AI processes, set a positive precedent for robust AI governance and frameworks and regulation. We hope to see this momentum continue across Africa so that more countries can be positioned to reap the benefits of AI. I've been quite heartened by some of the initiatives some countries are taking, and I look forward to engaging with some of you to learn more about your ongoing efforts. I would like to end by highlighting briefly what we at Google are doing to support Africa to capitalize on the AI opportunity. Since establishing our first office in Africa almost 17 years ago, when Google was only a little more than 5 years old as a company, Google has partnered with African leaders, communities, and entrepreneurs to help unlock economic opportunity and create jobs. In 2021, our CEO, Sundar Pichai, announced that Google would invest $1 billion over 5 years to support a range of initiatives to help boost Africa's digital transformation. Let me enumerate several areas we're focused on that have a bearing on AI. Here again, I'll enumerate them. Number one, broadband infrastructure. Google bet early on Africa in 2005, just a year after Google's IPO. And we made our first big bet with the CCOM cable, followed recently by the state-of-the-art Equiano C cable. We're continuing with investments in new broadband technologies such as Tara, which may help improve broadband cost effectiveness and expand infrastructure possibilities across Africa. Number two, Google Cloud and AI foundations. In 2022, we announced that we were expanding Google Cloud regions to 5 more country regional bases, including South Africa. The South African cloud region could contribute more than a cumulative 2.1 billion to the country's GDP and is expected to support the creation of more than 40,000 jobs by 2030. As our first cloud region in Africa, this brings our services and AI foundations and tools closer to developers, to startups and other business, SMBs and large enterprises in Africa, enabling them to innovate and securely deliver faster, more reliable experiences to their customers. And with respect to models, AI models that is, we not only offer API access to developers, but also recently announced Gemma, our state-of-the-art open model, which allows researchers and startups to make use of open models that are safe and state-of-the-art. Number three, AI research. Google Research, which is one of the teams and organizations that I oversee at Google, has established AI research labs in Accra, Ghana. We did this in 2018, and in Nairobi, Kenya in 2022, where our teams are working on advanced AI ML research with a specific focus on areas like food security, disaster management, and remote sensing. We've also signed research agreements with 5 universities, and we're excited to work with the incredible talent at these universities. Number 6, in 2022, we announced a product development center in Nairobi, Kenya, the first of its kind in Africa, which is helping to create transformative products and services for people in Africa and around the world. Number 5, startups. In 2018, we launched the Google for Startups Accelerator Africa. Since then, we've supported over 100 startups from 20 countries, providing them with access to Google Cloud, tools, technical expertise. In fact, the first cohort in our AI First program, launched in 2023, includes startups working on building customer support tools for African businesses in transportation, healthcare, clean energy, such as the Zimbabwean startup Need Energy. Number 6, talent and skilling. To help close the digital divide, we've been offering career certificate programs in key areas such as UX design, data analytics, and cybersecurity. Already more than 20,000 Africans have graduated from our programs. And since 2017, Google has trained 6.4 million people across Africa with digital skills through our Grow with Google programs. In fact, we're founding partners, I mentioned before, of the Africa Masters in Machine Learning program, which also helps place students in research and in industry jobs. And finally, number 7, societal impact. We've been partnering and supporting African NGOs harnessing AI and technology for impact. Google.org, as I mentioned, has provided almost 100 million in support to nonprofit organizations working on these issues in Africa. Across all of these areas, we're working in collaboration and partnership with many African companies, NGOs, educational and training institutions, as well as Pan-African entities such as the African Development Bank and the UN Economic Commission for Africa. with whom we signed a landmark agreement last month for us to jointly deliver crucial computer science education for African students, startup development support, cybersecurity, AI training to policymakers across Africa. So let me conclude by saying the following. This is such an exciting opportunity for technology globally. It's also an exciting time for Africa. AI presents an extraordinary opportunity for Africa to make big leaps forward on empowering people, powering economic growth and prosperity, and advancing progress on pressing societal issues and development. The opportunity is too significant to ignore, and believe me, others won't ignore it. At the same time, we should be clear-eyed on the challenges and the significant gaps that must be addressed if Africa is to fully capitalize on its AI opportunity. While we do not have all the answers, I've tried to highlight at least some 7 areas that I think require urgent focus. Addressing these gaps and capturing the opportunity that AI presents will require ingenuity, investments, and partnerships. At Google, we're excited to be a partner in Africa's transformation journey, contributing to the vision of AI for Africa by Africa, where Africans are leading the creation of AI ecosystems, products, and solutions, and African businesses and their governments are capitalizing on the transformational possibilities of AI. I urge you to collaborate across governments and Pan-African institutions, academia, and the private sector, and to develop comprehensive AI policy frameworks that strike the balance between risk management and innovation, a framework that enables Africa to leap into the future. Adopting such a framework across the continent will position us to seize the significant opportunities offered by AI whilst mitigating the risks. The time to do so is now. Coming here today has prompted me to think back to my time as an undergraduate at the University of Zimbabwe and my initial steps into AI research. Then artificial neural networks were a speculative area of research. Now students in Harare and across the continent are on the precipice of a time of transformational change. In fact, while I've been here, I met some young people here like Sandra Shoko, who's smart, excited, ambitious. And we also heard the students who sang to us this morning. Theirs is the talent, potential, and the future that we must enable and unleash. Let's not fail them. Thank you.
Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, can we give James another round of applause, please? We'll open the floor for a few comments and questions, perhaps only 2, because in the interest of time. Please, if you want to ask a question, please be very brief, or you want to make a comment on his presentation, please do so. The floor is open. I think honorable ministers are still digesting the lecture. Côte d'Ivoire, you have the floor, please.
Somebody here? Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Je voudrais d'abord remercier
First, allow me to thank the speaker for his brilliant lecture and expose. Nowadays, Google is considered the best search engine. Most youth, teachers, businessmen, and even administrations are using Google for research. I have 2 questions I'd like to put for my own enlightenment. The first is on the distinction between economic digitalization and AI. I don't know if one falls under the other or if they can be considered in silo. I know that all development stakeholders recommend digitalizing economies for the best management of public and private businesses, and especially for enhanced governance. Artificial intelligence, on the other hand, often helps mobilize, to my knowledge at least, is often resorted to for military propaganda, political propaganda, among others, and it's sometimes used to strengthen economic competitivity. Oftentimes, China is accused of using AI to strengthen its competitiveness or competitivity. Now, in several cases, you can see on TV how Russia is using artificial intelligence to interfere in Western countries' elections, or even to spread its military propaganda. So indeed, I am somewhat lost. Now that I have a world-class expert before me, I would like, for my own enlightenment, to have a clear distinction between the two so that when my son puts the question to me, I would not fail to answer. So that's the first. Now, in his expose, he mentioned the AI strategy developed by some countries as Nigeria. In Cote d'Ivoire, in the National Bureau for Strategic and Prospective Development, we are developing a strategy for smart economy. I don't know if the two go hand in glove, if the AI strategy goes hand in glove with the smart economy strategy. So I'd like to have his point of view on that. Finally, a few years ago, I went to China on a mission as part of an experience sharing endeavor between China and Cote d'Ivoire. I spent about 3 weeks there. And during those 3 weeks, I could not access Google at all. However, this is my preferred search engine. I could not access my Gmail account. So I was forced to create a Yahoo account in order to appraise all my correspondence, telling them that, okay, this is now the account on which I can be reached. So I was unable to account for that, to really explain that. So now that I'm facing one of the key stakeholders and decision makers of Google, I'd like to know more about that issue. I don't know if the problem has been resolved, if Google can be accessed in China. But indeed, it was an impediment to my surgeon because I couldn't access my mails. It felt like I was isolated because I was in China and I couldn't use Google as my search engine. I thank you very much, Chair.
Feel that we try to be very brief in our intervention. We still have another session to facilitate. Zambia, please be very brief.
Thank you, and indeed, I'll be very brief. Just to add on to the thank you for the nice lecture. The question now is this: what would be your advice at a policy level in terms of what countries like ours can do to attract more of these IT-related issues, including artificial intelligence? We know the Indians advance their economy very quickly because of this industry. a number of African countries have also shown progress. So in general, my question is, what kind of policy changes are required to promote this industry in Africa? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. Let me try to answer the first ones. I think as to the distinction between digitization and AI, think of digital technology as essentially the foundational set of technologies that we've had for decades that allow us to move from the analog world to the digital world. And think of AI as almost a superpower on top of that, which allows us to bring intelligence to what the digital technology can do. So the AI enables the technology, digital technologies to be able to make predictions, say that's a cat, that's a dog, understand handwriting, understand images, understand language when you speak. So think of AI as almost a superpower on top of a digital foundation. To your question about China, Google doesn't operate in China. Let me get to the second questions around policy advice. Well, I think in many respects, the 7 areas I described, I think are the things that I would encourage policymakers to focus on solving if Africans are going to participate in this space. What I would say, though, which is the heartening part that I've started to see from some African countries, is policy approaches that try to balance quite a few things. They obviously try to protect citizens by making sure this technology is used safely and there's guardrails and restrictions, but at the same time, try to encourage and enable innovation and use of the technologies in most beneficial uses, whether it's for societal questions, for economic reasons, and for encouraging entrepreneurs. So striking that balance, I think, is a key part of getting the policymaking right, as well as obviously solving the 7 things I mentioned. I won't go through them again. Happy to have a longer discussion if it's useful.
Thank you very much, James. In summarizing, I take 2 key messages away from his presentation. The first is that AI is not a technology of tomorrow, it's a technology of today. We must not look at it in the mystery form. We must look at it as something we need to use and adapt on our continent. Secondly, it has transformative impact on the economy, society, our national and regional development, including accelerating the process of implementing the African Continental Free Trade Area. On that note, I would like to once again request that you join me in thanking James and give him another round of applause. We'll be inviting the Adebayo Adedeji family to give the vote of thanks. They couldn't join us in person, but the eldest son of Adebayo Adedeji has sent in a video recording. Colleagues, can we have the video recording?
Your Excellency, Mr. Claver Gatete, Executive Secretary, ECA. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers of Finance, Economic Development, and Planning. The guest lecturer, Dr. James Mayika. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to you all. My name is Doyin Adedeji. I am the eldest child of late Professor Adebayo Adedeji, and I'm yet again speaking for and on behalf of the Adebayo Adedeji family. We cannot but continue to appreciate that our father's memory and contributions to the development of Africa are honored and recognized by this annual Adebayo Adedeji Memorial Lecture Series. Dear Dr. Mayika, thank you for accepting the invitation to be this year's guest lecturer and for the interesting and educative lecture on artificial intelligence as a driving force for the African economy and society. I look forward to receiving a transcript of your lecture. Last but not least, our profound thanks to all you who have participated physically or virtually in this year's memorial lecture, as well as to all those within the ECA who, as usual, work behind the scenes on making this year's lecture happen. Once again, good afternoon. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you very much, Doyin. On that note,
Your Excellency, Mr. Claver Gatete, Executive Secretary, ECA. Your Excellency.
Yeah, thank you very much, Doyin, on behalf of the Adedeji family. Honorable ministers, thank you very much. This is the end of the session, and we look forward to the 2025 Adebayo Adedeji lecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that round. Colleagues, we've come to the end of this session. I propose a 10-minute break, where when we come back, we'll resume with the high-level round table discussions on two topics. So I look forward to seeing you back here in 10 minutes' time. Thank you. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you. The media, just to come and take a picture, photograph. You can just come over here. We'll stand. It's more efficient. It'll be quick and painless. Please come forward.
We do not nurture our
Good afternoon, colleagues, distinguished delegates. Just to let you know, there is tea and coffee outside. We know it has been a long day, so please feel free to stretch your legs, grab some tea or coffee, and come back in 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
The AFCFTA Anchored Farmer Initiative is an initiative that we've been reporting to you, whereby we try to demonstrate as a secretariat that it is possible to use the harmonized rules under the AFCFTA, the harmonized regulation under the AFCFTA to support the local manufacturing of pharmaceuticals within the continent and be able to deliver those pharmaceuticals at accessible and affordable prices to our population. And this is now the social dimension of regional integration because it's countries cooperating together. We also hope that you will also really reward seriously the ratification of the African Union Free Movement of People Protocol, because this is one piece that is really holding back our ability to move forward in a developmental integration work.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized.
If you come to Africa, the number one problem is climate change, vulnerabilities and impacts. So what we need to do, we need to adapt.
In terms of the role of the Africa in attracting green financing, I think one of the first things that is very important is around developing quality policy and regulatory frameworks, and also setting clear targets around the sustainable projects that the countries intend to develop.
We know that if we do not put the dollar signs, we are not going to respond. So it becomes very important, therefore, to bring the banks into play. But it should not only be development banks that we see in such spaces. We should start seeing the retail commercial banks also getting involved. We should start seeing them understanding the green space. And one of the first places to start, Director, is demonstrating and showing the business case for green projects. Most of the time, the private sector does not get involved because they are not yet sure and do not understand how it is possible to realize profits and rewards from getting involved in green projects.
Our import bill as of last 2021 was $50 billion. And you know what? We are importing 4 crops: maize, rice, soya, and wheat. So Africa has potential. 4 crops, remember. We are importing 4 crops, which we can grow. We don't have to import.
In UNICEF, we're joining hands with a few partners on an idea. We call it youth-led action, getting them to be the leaders in 4 things. 1 is planting of trees. 2 is water conservation. 3 is taking care of plastics around. And 4 is learning new skills by being attached to companies, enterprises, and so on. I'm sure in every country on the continent, we can work with young people to identify the top 3 things that they can be mobilized for. These are simple things that the young people are asking for. Again, it's not too much, but the consequence is that we will have more diseases if we don't act. The consequences are that schooling is not effective and they don't have the skills to help transform our economies. The consequences are that water management, water availability goes down, and it leads to problems, it leads to tensions, it leads to conflicts. And remember that they would like to join in being part of a solution.
So we're talking about 300 billion that countries say they can mobilize to do climate action in Africa. And the remaining 2.5 or so trillion has to be implemented based on the ability of climate finance. But even that 300 billion, where is it going to come from? Countries are stressed. So then the question is, how can we then support countries to mobilize the resources that are needed? It can only come from the private sector. But as we all know, the private sector will go for things that bring profit. So we came up with the SDG 7 initiative to say, okay, since you cannot reduce your ambition in the Paris Agreement because you're committed, you then need to increase your unconditional actions by making more bankable projects. So the entry point is that you have to commit to climate action to sustainability. The second pillar is governance. You have to commit as a country to address policy and regulatory barriers to investment so that the private sector investments can come. So we believe in this initiative that if you address the issue of sustainability, if you address the issue of governance, in principle, the finance should come. So the third pillar is finance.
Sometimes we need to simplify what we say so that everybody can be able to understand, because at the end of the day, it's not the panelists, it's not the experts who are going to run our governments. It's the people in the ministries.
If we do not nurture our human capital, give it opportunities first to live decently, to participate in public life, to become entrepreneurs, to be part of the decision-making process, then whatever we say in these rooms actually will not lead us very far. So we need really to rely on our human capital.
Très important que nous maîtrisions notre narratif climatique en produisant aussi l'information climatique sur le continent.
ECA is planning to upscale its responses towards enhancing regional integration, economic diversification, and sustainable industrialization as main engines of equitable growth.
ECA has made a slight adjustment to its current structure to highlight the growing importance of technologies and innovation as a driver of economic growth and competitiveness.
To deliver on Agenda 2033 and Agenda 2030, the UN will support the African Union much more in terms of the implementation of the two programs. The African Union will be in driver's seat, while the United Nations development system at the regional level will support the African Union.
One of the ways of thinking about poverty in general, in my opinion, is I find the SDGs a really beautiful framework for countries to follow. Because if you look at the way the entire, the 17 goals are, poverty is number one. Goal number 2 is hunger. Goal number 3 is health. Goal number 4 is education. And that's how countries need to actually figure out how they work towards eliminating poverty. And poverty, I do not mean necessarily getting above $2.10 or whatever the poverty line is, because that's just poverty in terms of income. But we do have multidimensional poverty, where people have poor health, they don't have access to education, they don't have access to clean energy, they don't have access to clean water. So all these things are part of eliminating poverty.
The AFCFTA Anchored Farmer Initiative is an initiative that we've been reporting to you, whereby we try to demonstrate as a secretariat that it is possible to use the harmonized rules under the AFCFTA, the harmonized regulation under the AFCFTA to support the local manufacturing of pharmaceuticals within the continent and be able to deliver those pharmaceuticals at the accessible and affordable prices to our population. And this is now the social dimension of regional integration because it's countries cooperating together. We also hope that you will also really work seriously on the ratification of the African Union Free Movement for People Protocol, because this is one piece that is really holding back our ability to move forward in a developmental integration work.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized.
If you come to Africa, the number one problem is climate change, vulnerabilities and impacts. So what do we need to do? We need to adapt.
In terms of the role of the Africa in attracting green financing, I think one of the first things that is very important is around developing quality policy and regulatory frameworks, and also setting clear targets around the sustainable projects that the countries intend to develop.
We know that if we do not put the dollar signs, you're not going to respond. So it becomes very important, therefore, to bring the banks into play. But it should not only be development banks that we see in such spaces. We should start seeing the retail commercial banks also getting involved. We should start seeing them understanding the green space. And one of the first places to start, Director, is demonstrating and showing the business case for green projects. Most of the time, the private sector does not get involved because they are not yet sure and do not understand how it is possible to realize profits and rewards from getting involved in green projects.
Our import bill as of last 2021 was $50 billion. And you know what? We are importing 4 crops: maize, rice, soya, and wheat. So Africa has potential. 4 crops, remember. We are importing 4 crops, which we can grow. We don't have to import.
In UNICEF, we're joining hands with a few partners on an idea. We call it youth-led action, getting them to be the leaders in 4 things. 1 is planting of trees. 2 is water conservation. 3 is taking care of plastics around. And 4 is learning new skills by being attached to companies, enterprises, and so on. I'm sure in every country on the continent, we can work with young people to identify the top 3 things that they can be mobilized for. These are simple things that the young people are asking for. Again, it's not too much, but the consequence is that we will have more diseases if we don't act. The consequences are that schooling is not effective and they don't have the skills to help transform our economies. The consequences are that water management, water availability goes down, and it leads to problems, it leads to tensions, it leads to conflicts. And remember that they would like to join in being part of a solution.
So we're talking about 300 billion that countries say they can mobilize to do climate action in Africa. And the remaining 2.5 or so trillion has to be implemented based on the ability of climate finance. But even that 300 billion, where is it going to come from? Countries are stressed. So then the question is, how can we then support countries to mobilize the resources that are needed? It can only come from the private sector. But as we all know, the private sector will go for things that bring profit. So we came up with the SDG 7 initiative to say, okay, since you cannot reduce your ambition in the Paris Agreement because you're committed, you then need to increase your unconditional actions by making more bankable projects. So the entry point is that you have to commit to climate action to sustainability. The second pillar is governance. You have to commit as a country to address policy and regulatory barriers to investment so that the private sector investments can come. So we believe in this initiative that if you address the issue of sustainability, if you address the issue of governance, in principle, the finance should come. So the third pillar is finance.
Sometimes we need to simplify what we say so that everybody can be able to understand, because at the end of the day, it's not the panelists, it's not the experts who are going to run our governments. It's the people in the ministries.
If we do not nurture our human capital, give it opportunities first to live decently, to participate in public life, to become entrepreneurs, to be part of the decision-making process, then whatever we say in these rooms actually will not lead us very far. So we need really to rely on our human capital.
Il est très important que nous maîtrisions notre narratif climatique en produisant aussi l'information climatique sur le continent.
ECA is planning to upscale its responses towards enhancing regional integration, economic diversification, and sustainable industrialization as main engines of equitable growth.
ECA has made a slight adjustment to its current structure to highlight the growing importance of technologies and innovation as a driver of economic growth and competitiveness.
To deliver on Agenda 2033 and Agenda 2030, the UN will support the African Union much more in terms of the implementation of the two programs. The African Union will be in driver's seat, while the United Nations development system at the regional level will support the African Union.
One of the ways of thinking about poverty in general, in my opinion, is I find the SDGs a really beautiful framework for countries to follow. Because if you look at the way the entire, the 17 goals are, poverty is number one. Goal number 2 is hunger. Goal number 3 is health. Goal number 4 is education. And that's how countries need to actually figure out how they work towards eliminating poverty. And poverty, I do not mean necessarily getting above $2.10 or whatever the poverty line is, because that's just poverty in terms of income. But we do have multidimensional poverty, where people have poor health, they don't have access to education, they don't have access to clean energy, they don't have access to clean water. So all these things are part of eliminating poverty.
The AFCFTA Anchored Farmer Initiative is an initiative that we've been reporting to you, whereby we try to demonstrate as a secretariat that it is possible to use the harmonized rules under the AFCFTA, the harmonized regulation under the AFCFTA to support the local manufacturing of pharmaceuticals within the continent and be able to deliver those pharmaceuticals at accessible and affordable prices to our population. And this is now the social dimension of regional integration because it's countries cooperating together. We also hope that you will also reward seriously on the ratification of the African Union Free Movement of People Protocol, because this is one piece that is really holding back our ability to move forward in a developmental integration work.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
If you come to Africa, the number one problem is climate change, vulnerabilities and impacts. So what we need to do, we need to adapt.
In terms of the role of the Africa in attracting green financing, I think one of the first things that is very important is around developing quality policy and regulatory frameworks, and also setting clear targets around the sustainable projects that the countries intend to develop.
We know that if we do not put the dollar signs, we are not going to respond. So it becomes very important, therefore, to bring the banks into play. But it should not only be development banks that we see in such spaces. We should start seeing the retail commercial banks also getting involved. We should start seeing them understanding the green space. And one of the first places to start, Director, is demonstrating and showing the business case for green projects. Most of the time, the private sector does not get involved because they are not yet sure and do not understand how it is possible to realize profits and rewards from getting involved in green projects.
Our import bill as of last 2021 was $50 billion. And you know what? We are importing 4 crops: maize, rice, soya, and wheat. So Africa has potential. 4 crops, remember. We are importing 4 crops, which we can grow. We don't have to import.
In UNICEF, we're joining hands with a few partners on an idea. We call it youth-led action, getting them to be the leaders in 4 things. 1 is planting of trees. 2 is water conservation. 3 is taking care of plastics around. And 4 is learning new skills by being attached to companies, enterprises, and so on. I'm sure in every country on the continent, we can work with young people to identify the top 3 things that they can be mobilized for. These are simple things that the young people are asking for. Again, it's not too much, but the consequence is that we will have more diseases if we don't act. The consequences are that schooling is not effective and they don't have the skills to help transform our economies. The consequences are that water management, water availability goes down and it leads to problems, it leads to tensions, it leads to conflicts. And remember that they would like to join in being part of a solution.
So we're talking about 300 billion that countries say they can mobilize to do climate action in Africa. And the remaining 2.5 or so trillion has to be implemented based on the ability of climate finance. But even that 300 billion, where is it going to come from? Countries are stressed. So then the question is, how can we then support countries to mobilize the resources that are needed? It can only come from the private sector. But as we all know, the private sector will go for things that bring profit. So we came up with the SDG 7 initiative to say, okay, since you cannot reduce your ambition in the Paris Agreement because you are committed, you then need to increase your unconditional actions by making more bankable projects. So the entry point is that you have to commit to climate action to sustainability. The second pillar is governance. You have to commit as a country to address policy and regulatory barriers to investment so that the private sector investments can come. So we believe in this initiative that if you address the issue of sustainability, if you address the issue of governance, in principle, the finance should come. So the third pillar is finance.
Sometimes we need to simplify what we say so that everybody can be able to understand, because at the end of the day, it's not the panelists, it's not the experts who are going to run our governments. It's the people in the ministries.
If we do not nurture our human capital, give it opportunities first to live decently, to participate in public life, to become entrepreneurs, to be part of the decision-making process, then whatever we say in these rooms actually will not lead us very far. So we need really to rely on our human capital.
Très important que nous maîtrisions notre narratif climatique en produisant aussi l'information climatique sur le continent.
ECA is planning to upscale its responses towards enhancing regional integration, economic diversification, and sustainable industrialization as main engines of equitable growth.
ECA has made a slight adjustment to its current structure to highlight the growing importance of technologies and innovation as a driver of economic growth and competitiveness.
To deliver on Agenda 2033 and Agenda 2030, the UN will support the African Union much more in terms of the implementation of the 2 programs. The African Union will be in driver's seat, while the United Nations development system at the regional level will support the African Union.
One of the ways of thinking about poverty in general, in my opinion, is I find the SDGs a really beautiful framework for countries to follow. Because if you look at the way the entire, the 17 goals are, poverty is number 1. Goal number 2 is hunger. Goal number 3 is health. Goal number 4 is education. And that's how countries need to actually figure out how they work towards eliminating poverty. And poverty, I do not mean necessarily getting above $2.10 or whatever the poverty line is, because that's just poverty in terms of income. But we do have multidimensional poverty, where people have poor health, they don't have access to education, they don't have access to clean energy, they don't have access to clean water. So all these things are a part of eliminating poverty.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to chair and moderate the upcoming, the first roundtable that we have for the Conference of Ministers. And I'm really delighted that we have a fantastic panel with us, and on the topic of the global financial architecture reform and the nexus of debt, development and debt and climate change. This will be a very exciting panel with a phenomenal list of panelists with us. Let me start by introducing them while we're waiting for a mic, perhaps handheld one, please. I'll start on my right with Minister Dudaka, Minister of Economic Planning and Cooperation in Senegal. Delighted to have you. On my left, our host, Minister of Finance, who has been our also brilliant chair, Minister in Cuba, Minister of Finance and Investment Promotion. I also have the delight of having on the panel the UNCTAD Secretary General, Ms. Rebecca Greenspan. And we also we're delighted to have Her Excellency, Minister Vaz from Cabo Verde, who will also join the panel. Can we please have a handheld mic? Okay. Meanwhile, let me just start by just putting very briefly in context what we will be discussing today. We have already had discussions on this issue and the fact that we have been, Africa has been seeing a series of global shocks that have really led to regression of hard-earned progress on SDG. We have seen a change in the landscape also. You know, over the last 15 years, there has been a large decline in terms of availability of concessional finance, which led countries to take more debt commercial, private, and on capital market. And with the global financial conditions tightening and turning and going to a new norm, now really this becomes much more challenging to keep that trend with a much higher cost of the debt that really eats up resources that can be used either for climate action or even for SDG investment. So today's panel will discuss these issues. I'd like to start with Rebecca, but let me say that today I have a very difficult job in this panel, which is with such a brilliant, speakers and VVIPs to keep you on time. So if you forgive me in advance for doing that, but I'd like to start with Rebecca to ask her, what do you see as the major challenges in the global financial architecture to have a just and fair one, and the key areas that Africa can push to get action on these reforms? And the second part that I wanted to ask you, given on that focus, the importance of trade and investment for Africa, what do you see as the key challenges and opportunities for the continent? Can I ask you to do this job in 5 to 6 minutes, please? I'll let you try your best.
Well, thank you very much. I'm so happy to be here with the family of the UN in the Economic Commission of Africa. So thank you very much, Hanan, for the great work. And thank you very much to my friend, Claver Gatete, at the head of ECA. So we are working a lot together. And I think that there are many things we can do. So since we are going to talk about the challenges, let me start by saying that I really believe in the potential of Africa. Because many times when we talk about the challenges, we don't talk about the opportunities, yes? And let me start by the first question in terms of what do we need from the international financial system and what are the main reforms. And let me just start by saying that the problems that we have in terms of liquidity, in terms of investment, and in terms of debt are all being woven by high interest rates and very costly capital. And I think that is the main problem that we also have to tackle. So the first thing that we have to do is to have, as has been said here, more financing that is long-term and affordable. I don't say concessional because I say affordable, because at the end, we have this discussion of what is concessional. Is concessional to go below the rate that Africa is getting, or is just more justice to go below the rate that Africa is getting because of the high risk attached to Africa that many times doesn't have the fundamentals for it. So I prefer to talk about affordable than to talk about concessional. And the problem is that the international system is too small to the challenge. I always give this number. The World Bank is today 1/5 of what it was to the global economy when it was created in the 60s, 1/5. So the public, affordable, long-term resources that we could get from the international system have shrunk with respect to the challenge that we have. And so what we need is to scale up. So there is where the reform that has been put forward for the multilateral development banks is so important. First of all, we need better banks, but we need also bigger banks in the multilateral development financial system. So the target that we have put in the UN is 500 billion, fivefold of what is happening today. For that, We need to get better, but we also need more capitalization of the banks. Now, we need banks that are better in the sense that they have to crowd in private investment. We know that even if they are bigger, they won't be enough. We need to crowd in private investment. But the main problem with private investment is the perception of risk. So I'm sorry to say, we need a real conversation with the credit rating agencies. And that conversation has to take place with the IMF and the World Bank. And when we talk to the credit rating agencies, that's what they say, that the dialogue with the World Bank and with the IMF is essential. So if we want to tackle that problem, we need to do that also. The other issue is to rechannel SDRs through the multilateral development banks. The African Development Bank has put forward a very credible program that is very serious, it's robust. And if we channel the SDRs through the multilateral development banks, $1 will be $5. In the IMF, $1 is $1. And it has been difficult to get the loans through the RST, as you said today, Hanani, in the morning. So the RST is a very good innovation, but it has to get better to get the money out of the door for the countries that need it. Second, let me say that we need to improve the common framework. We had Zambia talking today, and we heard that they have gone through the process, they are almost finalized, and they say very clearly, it's the only game in town. Now, there are 4 things that we can do in the common framework to make it better for debt restructuring. And what we need here is the service suspension in the framework. We need to ensure clarity of the procedures and timelines. We need to include middle-income countries, and we need to ensure private sector compliance and clarity in the comparability of treatment. Those are 4 things that have been put forward to improve the common framework. They are not rocket science. Yes, they can be done. And I just want to say one thing with respect to the timelines. You know, I was in the Ministry of Finance when we were negotiating the debt in the 80s in Latin America. And the timelines are not, you know, just a word. It's very important politically, because if you don't have any, you know, any return for what you are doing while you are in government, so you pay the price, but you don't get the benefit. And so politically, it's very difficult to do. And the second thing is that you risk to be too little, too late again. We lost a decade in Latin America because of that. We don't want to lose a decade again right now. My third point, very quickly, is that we need the climate resilient clauses to all creditors. And we need voting provisions on the foreign bond contracts. Those are 2 innovations that we need to do in the sovereign bonds. And the climate resilient debt clauses have to apply also to the IMF and the World Bank. And my last point is to rethink the debt sustainability analysis. We know that there is a problem there, and everybody talks about it. We have to enter into a serious dialogue to change the debt sustainability analysis, because if not, we will continue the revolving door. It's not well done, it's not sustainable, we cannot do development, we go back to debt, or we go back to the development crisis. So my last point is, all of this has been said. So why is not being done? And there are some steps forward. We came from the G20 last week in Brazil. There are some steps that have been taken, and we have to be optimistic in that sense. But what I don't see, and I said it today in the morning, is the sense of urgency. And there is a sense of complacency, I think, because when you look at the aggregates, when you look at the averages, you are very happy that there is a soft landing of the developed world, because it could have been worse. But the truth is that there is no soft landing for the majority of the developing countries. And we are too complacent thinking that everything will be okay. The truth is that per capita, Africa is not growing. And that is a problem. Growth is not enough. Investment is not enough. And trade is not enough, because growth, investment, and trade are weak right now. So we need to infuse dynamism in investment. We talked about it before. We need to attract more investment to Africa. You gave the numbers today, and we need more growth, because if not, the debt problem will not be solvable. If you don't grow, the debt is not going away. And so if we take this seriously, I think that we need to push for more reforms and more voice for the African countries. And there, let me say, to finish, that we should not be naive. The G7 meets before the G20, precisely for all of them to be coordinated in the G20. The creditors meet before every meeting of a debt restructuring session, and we don't meet. We don't coordinate, we don't meet, and we don't unify our voices to be more effective where we have to negotiate the things that are important for our countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. I think very well said. This is some of the things we have been trying to actually work with African ministers on, to develop that unified voice and consensus, which we have built through resolutions, through the African Union mechanism and so on. And you know, this is the issue of getting that to action and pushing the agenda. Thank you so much. If I can turn to His Excellency, Minister Kube, and ask you, about last year, the African Development Bank called for partners to work with Zambia to address debt arrears and implement structural reforms to give us a sense of progress. And also, amid the rising debt vulnerabilities, what can African countries do to mobilize more resources for development? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope it's loud enough. And I agree with everything that Rebecca Greenspan has said. Let me start there. I agree. But coming to the question, Hanan, Zimbabwe, like most African countries now, is reeling under the debt distress. So we initiated a process where we can resolve this debt issue. We are in arrears in terms of our debt service, but we've been making token payments to all the 17 Paris Club partners, bilateral partners, and to the IFIs. So we're making the token payments, and we paid off our debt with the IMF, so we don't owe the IMF anything, and work very well with them. So coming to the process that we started, we basically sought the services of a champion, being Adesina, the president of the African Development Bank, working with the high-level facilitator, the former president of Mozambique, Joaquim Chissano, as a high-level facilitator. And we sought really to come up with a roadmap for dealing with Zimbabwe's debt arrears issue. We organized ourselves this way. We said, look, what we need in the room is all the creditors, the bilateral creditors and the IFI creditors, not necessarily private sector for now, and then obviously government. And then we organized ourselves this way. We created 3 tracks that would then really focus on key reforms that we thought are necessary for us to get to a point where we are at one and are aligned with our creditors. So we created a track for economic reforms, which is co-chaired by Treasury, the IMF, and the World Bank. And then we have got a track on governance reforms, which is chaired by the EU and the Minister of Justice in Zimbabwe. And then a third track dealing with
land issues and also farmer compensation issues in Zimbabwe. So because we have that history of having acquired land, and now we're in the process of compensating farmers for improvements of that land. So we've got a track on that, which is co-chaired by Switzerland and the Office of the President and UNDP. So we've got a process that involves us as government and the creditor countries. Things have gone well. So far, we've had 5 meetings in terms of our the engagements at the technical level. Our technical committees meet and they produce reports. There's very, very good progress. And then also we've had 3 high-level sessions that involved Dr. Adeshina and Chisano and our own president, President Mnangagwa. We'll be having yet the next meeting soon, to carry on with this process. Where we are now as well, we have come up with a policy metrics for each of the 3 buckets: economic reforms, governance, land, and farmer compensation. So 3 buckets. And then we have matrices on the back of that with targets that are being tracked. The IMF completed this mission. It's a Article 4 mission a couple of weeks ago, which was very successful. And now they're coming back to Zimbabwe to prepare for a staff monitoring program where we're working on the various targets that we need to achieve during the 1 year of an SMP program. This SMP program, because we're in arrears, it will be what we call a virtual wet SMP. Virtual wet in the sense that it won't be directly funded through IMF resources, but rather funded through key programs that we've outlined with our bilateral partners. So things around climate, food security, social protection, agricultural sector support, education, health. So we have the buckets ready. As long as we get funding through those streams during the implementation of the staff monitoring program, it constitutes a virtual wet SMP. We're comfortable with that. So we hope that then by June this year, we'll have signed off on the staff monitoring program. We do about 12 months. At the end of that, we review, and then we get to a point where then we can attract sponsors, because we need sponsors to give us the bridge financing. Usually you need it's a 24-hour loan that you need for that bridge financing in order to clear the arrears. It's a technical process. And this is the traditional way of clearing arrears that I'm describing. Of course, the plan B, the non-traditional, is if you have got resources from elsewhere, you pay off everybody. But when you do that, then you will be constrained in stage 2, which is the negotiations with the Paris Club bilaterals. They will not be happy there because of the paro passu treatment and so forth. So we still want to work through the traditional approach. So it's looking good. Then let me just say maybe just one last word on that issue on the farmer compensation issues. That what we've agreed with the farmers is a payment. We have 2 streams of farmers. We've got Zimbabwe citizens farmers. It's about 4,000 of them. And then we have got farmers who came in to invest as foreign investors and are covered through BIPAs, the bilateral investment protection agreements. So the first group, we agreed on a compensation amount of $3.5 billion US. And we have structured it has taken us a long time, more than 10 years of negotiations, but finally it's done. So each farmer will be issued with a 10-year bond, paying a 1% coupon for whatever we owe them. We valued all these farmers. The farmers were also thorough. They kept data on Google Maps going back to year 2000. So they have the data. So all we had to do was to verify it, and it's correct. We can see the farm buildings, the deep tanks, the fences, and we value all of that, $3.5 billion, which was negotiated. So we're going to pay these farmers through this bond instrument, and really they've accepted this, and we're pleased that this is so. But it's also an opportunity. Can you imagine unleashing a $3.5 billion bond market in Zimbabwe? So we can see again, it might create an opportunity for capital market development. So it's not just a liability, but it's also an opportunity if we use it well. Let me stop there for that first question. Let me transition then to the question of domestic resource mobilization which how we can raise extra resources through domestic means. In Zimbabwe, we've really tried hard to be innovative because of limited, borrowing space global because of arrears. The first thing I did as Minister of Finance in 2018, in fact, I remember actually, it was a Sunday, and I just been appointed minister. I went back to Switzerland to pack my bags to come and really resume properly. And I was lying in bed. It was a Sunday, and I was thinking, how do we close that deficit of 11% of GDP, which I found in 2018? How do we do that? So believe it or not, the intermediated money transfers tax, those who are from Zimbabwe, was conceived when I was lying in bed in Switzerland on one Sunday morning, basically. So I took advantage of the mobile money penetration in Zimbabwe and introduced a 2% tax on all electronic transactions with a cap, but also with some, exemption. So it's not, you don't pay for that. So that was an innovation, and that innovation was very, very helpful to a point where in 2020, Hanan, during COVID, we actually had $200 million in the bank. So we're able to buy our vaccines without a hitch. That's why you find that our COVID response was so strong, because we had cash in the bank. Why? We had extra resources, and that tax came in very handy. So that's just one area. The other area is we're trying to figure out, like everybody, how to get more resources from the informal sector. So 2 years ago, I introduced a location tax. So what happens is, so as long as an informal sector player is operating from a known address, it could be this hall, you have got 200 of them, each of them with a stall, they're selling their wares. This address is known, someone owns it, and they charge them rent, right? That's exactly what you go for. So you designate the owner of the building a tax collector agent by law. So they're required to collect from each of the players in the room some presumptive amount. We set it, I think, at $1 US a day or something. So that was one way to deal with informalization. I'm aware that there are other better models in other countries. Recently, we've also introduced a sugar content tax in beverages. So there's a tax on beverages of 0.01 US dollars per gram of sugar content. It's not a tax on sugar. I want to be clear. We're not taxing production, we're taxing consumption and behavior. And those resources will be ring-fenced particularly for the health sector to deal with NCDs, non-communicable diseases, cancer, and so forth. Let me leave taxes alone. Let me come to capital markets, because we're very keen as well to deepen and develop capital markets as a source of financing. But it's not easy to develop a fixed income market in Africa. When inflation is volatile and the exchange rates are volatile, it's difficult to establish a very clean and clear yield curve. But we're making progress. But we've moved faster on the equity front, and we've established a second stock exchange here in Victoria Falls called the Victoria Falls Stock Exchange, which is US dollars only, again, to encourage a raising of capital through the securities market. But on the bond market, we're a lot slower, but we have a couple of corporate bonds that have been launched, and government will also be following up on that. I'm just highlighting a few. The last one is on climate finance. I cannot resist this. We've come up with a framework for regulating carbon markets in Zimbabwe. We also learned from other countries around the world. We've done our first deal in terms of within the voluntary market. So we've been able to structure a deal where we'll raise development finance from selling carbon credits. I hope we'll get a good price out of that. So we're splitting revenues 70% for the developer and 30% for government. But we want to make sure that the communities are not left behind. So something will be left behind for the communities that maybe are growing trees or forests, so that we don't leave anyone behind. So carbon finance is something that we should promote going forward. But we need skills. We need also the private sector players in the carbon markets are really, really smart, and they understand the market. Let's make use of them. That's what I've learned. They know who the buyers are, be it VW, BMW, Google. They're all trying to reduce their emissions and carbon footprints, we make use of them. You've got auditors. I think there are 5 names that you have never heard of. It's not your usual KPMG, EY. It's other auditors, and we have to work with them. So we need those private sector skills to maximize on climate finance opportunities. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Yeah, if I can move to Dr. Bass, and Cape Verde was actually the chair of the Africa Caucus and was an active voice in the sphere of global financial architecture reforms. And what I'd like to ask you is, in terms of green finance, the experience of Cape Verde in terms of the challenges and opportunities the challenges you faced, and the strategies and opportunities you managed to unleash in that space. And we were talking, I think, over lunch. You had very interesting suggestions as well in terms of how we need to advance the agenda, what type of actions. So over to you.
Merci bien.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator. First of all, before talking about the subject, I'd like to, first of all, with a lot of sadness and by coincidence, in this panel where we have the Minister of Senegal, I'd like to strengthen the intersection, which is the subject of this round table, between development, the issue of debt, and climate change. Why do I say this? Now, in Cape Verde, there was a boat which had 5 people that capsized. And 5 people survived and 5 died. These boats have a capacity of over 100 people. And last year in Cabo Verde, we had 3/4 of our boats with migrants, and these boats capsized. Why do I give this example? We tried to save people. In some boats, 90 people were saved in one boat, and others died. A big number died in the sea. And this time around, 5 were saved. Why? They had been dehydrated, didn't even have the energy to dive into the water. And of course, as I said, 5 bodies were recovered. So what are the stakes here? We're faced with a lot of crises, multiple crises. The Secretary of the UN used the word polycrisis. Developing institutions and development partners must adjust themselves to the challenges that our countries face: health crisis, migration crisis. We see high numbers of people that die in the Mediterranean, in the Atlantic Ocean. And when we talk about boats that capsize, well, we see that this is a big risk, especially when you look at the number of people who died and the survivors. Not just about boats that leave Senegal, but there are others from Mali, from Liberia, from Sierra Leone, from Gambia, from Mauritania. So this means that this is a big problem of the entire part of West Africa. When we lay emphasis on the need to ensure that there is need for capacity of response with resources in place, concessional resources, this is to enable us to be able to have the choice between development choices to fight poverty, and make sure that these young people and women, these young men and women, they remain home so that they don't have to make a choice of taking such risks because of problems due to climate change and development programs which don't work. Now, coming back to this point, I know that during the meeting of African governors, the IMF and World Bank Group meeting, the caucus, which meets regularly in different countries on a rotational basis in Africa. In Cape Verde, for the first time, we hosted this meeting, and we were happy to propose to the World Bank and IMF the theme of the new mechanism and instrument for financing economies for Africa, because we considered that there is need to adapt to the times, and that in Africa, countries have moved on and changed in their response to the challenges, especially when it comes to Cape Verde, with this characteristic of a vulnerable island state. So we tried to lay emphasis on the need to develop capital markets. In Cape Verde, we have a capital market which is dynamic. We have banks which are liquid. We do not want an institution to come with they need to have credits from bank. We have the characteristic of a market, of the markets, and we know the needs, our needs. So we're talking about the need for countries to raise green bonds or blue bonds and so on. With the current conditions, the banks are, are liquid, and we don't need to mobilize capital outside, where rates are not competitive with regard to the rates that can be mobilized elsewhere. So we registered funds up to 5% from the capital market. And what we would like to ensure that we have within this reform is that an institution like the World Bank and the international financial institutions and other partners, let them come and establish these secondary markets at the level of capital markets. In the private sector, you can issue green bonds or blue bonds that are sustainable with a rebuying agreement. So injecting funds in there or using other mechanisms of de-risking. Madam Rebecca talked about the issue of wrong risk perception. We have African institutions, we have Afrexim Bank, we have the African Development Bank, we have the regional banks, we have the insurance companies. This morning, the representative of the African Union talked about these viable instruments that can boost development projects, especially within the framework of energy transition. So such institutions can assess our risks. So why shouldn't we, just as you said rightly here, we have the ADB, which is there and can come in handy to assist. And we hope things are going to move in the right direction in the coming days. And we have the great theme for the next assembly, the next annual ADB theme in Nairobi. So all this shows us that there are ways of moving quickly when we collaborate with development partners. And they don't have the choice, because right now we know that at country level, in the country level, the issue of climate the issue of environmental protection is something that must be used to sensitize taxpayers. And it is those parties which are better sensitized that can bring in their best value addition. Financial institutions, international financial institutions are moving in a direction where they can avail to African underdeveloped countries long-term means, concessional means, so that these countries can be able to make the appropriate choices in development, energy investment, and the fight against climate change and effects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bass. Yeah, I'd like now to turn to Minister Ka, and Senegal has also been one of the very active voices in that space in the global financial architecture reforms. And I wanted to ask you about the strategies and policies that you've adopted to prioritize mainstreaming climate investment in public finance. And what do you see as the required reforms to address this issue of debt, climate, and development nexus? Over to you.
Je voudrais tout d'abord,
on my own behalf and on behalf of the Republic of Senegal, I'd like to congratulate the government of the Republic of Zimbabwe and the ECA for organizing this event. I am happy with the theme chosen this year because, as many speakers have said this morning, climate change is part of our lives on a day-to-day basis. And as the President of the Republic said, President Macky Sall, as well as the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe said, in Africa, we have 3% of emissions, yet we are affected more heavily by the effects of climate change, especially, when it comes to its development. But this creates fragility for our economies. Senegal has also had the fair share of such challenges, and we need to make sure that we take a new approach towards finding innovative solutions and funding packages. So Senegal set up and implemented three areas. They will have the regulatory framework. This is for managing public investments by integrating the climate dimension as well as planning for maturation of projects. This is the first area. We are working on taxonomy projects aimed at promoting investment which lays emphasis on renewables. So we are committed in Senegal by 2030 to make sure that we have 40% of our energy production, which is renewable. We are at 30% right now in terms of production of renewable energy. We have taken the commitment by 2030 to move towards 40%. We also have another area of tax provision, tax incentive, where it is mainly in the area of renewable energy production and the reduction of taxes for all projects which are pollutants. We have another one, which is taxation of polluting products. That's within the framework of the fiscal budgetary component. Now, further than that, Senegal in September 2023 published its framework document for sustainable funding. This was reviewed and agreed to as in conformity with our obligations. This new framework enabled us to raise about 100 million euros, and these were guarantees by the bank, and it enables us to have budgetary support and innovative funding. It enabling us to invest in social sectors such as education, health, and sectors that mitigate the impacts of climate change. We know that Senegal, under the presidency of President Macky Sall, when he was president of, chair of the AU, we made strides in these areas. Now, since morning, I've been hearing about reallocation of special drawing rights to fund our economies. This is important because Senegal had suggested that the developed countries should be able to aid developing countries through a DB and other actors. So that the appropriate financing can be availed to our economies. So this is important, and we need to remind us here that this is an advocacy that Senegal has highlighted. We also signed an initiative, as you said rightly here, for debt suspension in case of disasters to enable African countries which are virtually in a bad debt situation to increase the capacity. And just as my colleague of Cape Verde said, we have to make the right choices in the area of the economy and financing, especially green financing. I take this opportunity to talk about other measures which we do have that we are working on in Senegal. We have undertaken studies in debt conversion, just as Cape Verde does, and we have talked about risks and risk assessment, rating, credit rating. We have initiatives of paying the African rating agencies and other irrelevant organizations. But we have agreements with the bar agreements. And we're working in a more pragmatic way, as we said this morning. And the Minister of Cape Verde said this morning, we need to find solutions which would enable us to work more effectively. You said it this morning. Yes, you talked about effectiveness in finding solutions. In these we want to work in such a way that our economies can benefit. So I think that we need to advocate to make sure that these agreements can help us to mitigate the risks that our economies face. So I would conclude by saying that Senegal much as we first were impacted by the negative effects of climate change, but we are making strides in ensuring that we overcome such challenges. So we need to work in a concerted manner and collaborate with our partners. We cannot succeed without working our bilateral and multilateral partners and without the private sector. We talked about the involvement of the private sector as being very important. I want to give an example of that. Over the past few years, the average growth of Senegal has been 5.3% and has been mainly contributed to by private investments. And right now, our budget will be able to benefit from this even more. We want to involve the private sector more, up to 50% in appropriate sectors. The private sector, the civil society have to be involved in these initiatives, and together we'll be able to create a better future for our country and our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Khan. I would like to open the floor for questions from ministers and head of delegations. And if I can ask you, please, to be brief, because we still have the second round table and we want to ensure that there's sufficient time for it. If you can just put your delegation name up so that we can see who wants to make an intervention. Cameroon. Please go ahead.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Many thanks, Chair. The Under-Secretary General responsible for programs at the ECA. Thank you for giving the floor to Cameroon following the excellent words of the panelists. We know that we are committed to overcome the challenges of climate change and Africa's limited access to affordable products for its development. Cameroon shares or agrees with most of the opinions made by the panelists. I would like to add that we appreciate the initiative of the reform of the global financial architecture aimed at ensuring that we do away with financial terrorism. Cameroon thinks that Africa must use its human capital and remain within the framework of reform. In this process, there's need for the operationalization of our financial institutions, which would be innovative as they adapt themselves to the reality on this climate challenge in our development. So that's why we think that that's why the head of state of Cameroon, Obier, has established a process of ratifying through the parliament of institutions, financial institutions of the AU, notably by ratifying the protocol and statute of the African Fund, ratification of the legal instruments of other institutions such as the Central African Bank, the Investment Bank of Africa. These are all in the right direction, as well as the finalization of the deposit of legal instruments for those financial institutions. So We would like to urge other countries to follow suit, and our continent will be able to profit from the global financial architecture to create our own financial institutions so that we can be able to deal with the vulnerabilities and be able to economically take off successfully. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other requests for questions or comments from the floor. Okay, unless I'm told otherwise. Oh, there is one at the back of the room. Please go ahead. I cannot see who it is from here.
I thank you. I thank you very much, Madam Chair, and also let me join others in congratulating Your Excellency for your good leadership of the conference today. I had two comments, Madam Chair. The first one being around the global financial reform architecture. I think one of the things that we need to look at is the institutions that actually deliver these resources or the finances, and whether they are fit to meet some of the good proposals the ministers have espoused. And I think that there are some challenges with those institutions themselves. And if you look at the objectives that they are based on, are not really reflecting the needs of some of those ideas. And I think as we look around this or talk about this reform element, we really need to discuss, are these institutions fit for purpose to respond to those elements around the debt and the climate and indeed the development agenda of the continent. And here again, I want to really bring up the issue that we raised the other day on while we may be excited about the AU membership in the G20 forum, it simply remains a forum, but it's not really or shouldn't be made to be a policy making organ. I think these particular decisions that are very critical for Africa's future need to be embedded or indeed anchored within the UN system. And indeed, the global financial architectural reforms need to be embedded within the UN process, because that is the legitimate multilateral body that indeed is empowered to provide the norms that should inform the reforms that take place within the bank and the IMFs. And I think our position there, indeed AU's position there, should really to be, yes, represent the African voice, but really urge and argue for the need for a decision-making process to remain within the multilateral system under the leadership of the United Nations. That's the way I would put it, Madam Chair. I thank you.
Thank you. I see a intervention from a member state on the third row. I cannot just see which delegation. If you can please go ahead. Côte d'Ivoire, please go ahead.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Chair. From the outset, allow me to convey the apologies of the Minister of Economy and Planning of Côte d'Ivoire, whom I'm representing here, and all the ministers of Côte d'Ivoire were invited here, but were unable to come to this high-level event. I would equally like to congratulate and thank the various speakers, especially the ECA and the African Union, for the various initiatives undertaken in order to boost African economic development. Côte d'Ivoire, like other countries, support the various initiatives aiming at strengthening the global financing architecture, public aid to development, funding climate action, better management of the debt, the reallocation of $100 billion for climate actions to countries which need it the most, as presented by panelists and all the previous speakers. Cote d'Ivoire is committed to a green transition in order to achieve by 2030 carbon neutrality, leveraging mainly on all the measures taken. Today, we have heightened our climate commission in the new initiative, which aims to reduce greenhouse emissions by 40% by 2030, compared to the 28% in the forecast of 2018. The strategy we need to employ involves strengthening resilience in key sectors that are exposed to climate change, such as agriculture, livestock breeding, aquaculture, forestry, water, health, and coastal lines. The implementation of the terms determined at the international level is an essential component of our National Development Plan for 2022-2025 through its pillar number 5, which takes into account climate change and sustainable development. The Abidjan Initiative or Abidjan Leadership Program, promoted by His Excellency Mr. Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic, in the margins of COP15, which was held in Abidjan in May 2022, is an ambitious program for sustainable development aimed at strengthening productivity and agricultural diversification of Cote d'Ivoire. This approach, which costs about $1.9 billion, about 900 billion CFA francs, spanning on a period of 5 years, has been presented during COP28 in the presence of the Vice President of Cote d'Ivoire in Dubai in 2023. We can also note the reform of the Economic and Social Council, which is now the social.
If I could, please, if you can be brief just on the comments so that we can have sufficient time for the panelists to respond.
Oui, je finis tout à l'heure.
I'm about to conclude, Madam Chair. The Cultural Council, which falls under the commitment of the President to make development at the heart of put development at the heart of our endeavors. So this is a case for the Climate Fund and the implementation of the carbon tax. These funds allow us to mobilize resources as aid and contribution of the private sectors in order to strengthen our actions toward climate change. With regards to the carbon tax, we have launched a reflection on the objectives and the opportunities of such an endeavor in Cote d'Ivoire as part of our launching of activities. In August, in 2022, our mix comprised 65% of thermal energy and 35% renewable energy. Regarding the national determined contributions, the state of Cote d'Ivoire will raise to 45% the share of renewable energy in its energy mix by 2030. However, the mobilization of that fund requires about $22 million, and that's the major challenge that we will overcome with the support of financial partners and the private sector. The impression here is that our negotiations are moving swiftly, but the conditions remain theoretical. So I would like to recommend that ECA and the African Union provide to the member states a summary note on the framework, the eligibility criteria, in order to fast-track the mobilization of climate action funds and resources. It's also important to strengthen capacities required in terms of climate engineering, and also the involvement of the private sector has not yet become a reality, or at least it's not yet to the level in order to get the necessary funds. So we'll need to support member states in order to incentivize that sector. And finally, to conclude, Chair, information, education, and communication remains lacking for a better sensitization of the general public. A sensitization mechanism with high impact is necessary so that everyone be involved in seeking sustainable solutions against climate change in Africa. I thank you, and my apologies, Chair, for taking so long.
Because we are running behind program, and we need to make sure that we have sufficient time for the next roundtable. Very briefly, I see two member states that had raised their flags. If I can ask, I think you, this side, I cannot see from here. I'm sorry. Can we have help with the mic? Yes. Which delegation? And if you
Thank
please
you.
be very brief. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. From Tanzania, we actually have 3 points to add, and would like to commend very good discussion so far. First is the observation that there is lack of tailored financial products for the African countries. Climate finance mechanisms often do not offer products tailored to specific circumstances and needs of African countries. And also funding, there is also funding misalignment with needs. There is often misalignment between the funding provided and the actual needs of the African countries. For example, a disproportionate amount of climate finance is directed towards mitigation efforts rather than adaptation. But also recently, we have seen decline of grants and more preferences towards loans. So a significant portion of climate finance is provided in the form of loans rather than grants. While loans increase the available pool of finance, they also add to the debt burden of the African countries. Thank you.
Many thanks for the questions from Tanzania. Last and final comment, and if you can, I ask you to be very brief. I believe it's Morocco. Go ahead.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much for giving the floor to the delegation of the Kingdom of Morocco. I will be very brief. First, the choice of this topic is very relevant, reforming the global financial architecture. The Kingdom of Morocco is very committed in this process. I would like to recall that in this regard, the Kingdom of Morocco welcomed in October 2023 the annual assembly of the World Bank and the IMF, which constitute a historic step in reforming multilateral development banks, opening the path to access to the LLDs to consensual funding. In order to leverage the gains in this area, my delegation recommends the implementation of the Marrakesh meeting, which calls for a reform for equitable financial architecture. Thank you very much.
I think we need to turn to our panel for their comments and responses, but we need to be very brief. If I may enforce this here so that we can have sufficient time for the discussion in the next roundtable. Can we start with Minister Ka? Please go ahead.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Allow me to state that this existential challenge, because I noted a number of points, about 9 of them, which I would like to quickly address. Using Senegal as an example, I would like to note the package of innovative solutions, repressive fixed or taxation. We developed that for a long time, that is imposing taxes on polluting products and services, incitative pollution for green products, the development of green product. I think Cabo Verde can leverage the example of Senegal because in terms of liquidity, Back today has a guarantee fund that can support your banks in order to provide more funds. At least that is what Senegal was able to achieve, as it was able to mobilize over 500 million euros through its green bonds, because they're partially guaranteed to the tune of 400 million euro by the AFDB. This is also another appeal, critical appeal towards continental funding institutions, that they consider this as domestic capital or equity. And finally, mobilizing fund in order at interesting interest rates and at cost that allow us to truly fund our economies. Debt suspension by the Bushtown Initiative. I think this is another appeal. I don't know if other countries across the continent have embraced this initiative. I think this is an appeal for a greater weight in this regard at the international level, the rating agencies as well. Madam, I noted that renegotiating the BAL agreements, I mentioned that earlier, and reforming our governance. We all know that this is an appeal. I wanted to close with this. This is a call made by President Macky Sall. Reforming multilateral institutions is a major challenge. The president and even the Minister of Finance recalled that these institutions before independence they date back to before independence, and so they do not reflect the current realities. And so I think it's a very important aspect. We need to find together solutions that are tailored to our economies, that will be solutions that will be pragmatic and will be effective. Thank you very much.
And move to Minister Nkube, and I'll ask 2 minutes, please.
Absolutely. 2 minutes, 2 points. The first point is, I think what the contributor from Tanzania said resonates with me, particularly the issue of the declining grant flows to Africa. You are right, grants are in decline. What's more available is loan finance. Even that is in decline, and we need more grant funding because of the cost of borrowing. They've just gone up. And when the cost of borrowing, because of rising risk premiums, is higher than the rates of growth of our economies, then we know we're actually already accumulating more debt, because that gap between interest rates and growth is key in the debt accumulation aspect. One comment on, I couldn't quite catch who made this comment about whether the institutions are actually fit for purpose in the first place. I would go further and say, are the instruments fit for purpose, or they need to be refined? And this brings us back to the design of the Resilience and Sustainability Trust, the RIST, which I think still needs a fine-tuning, especially on the issue of interest rate caps, allowing middle-income countries to access equitably in all countries rank pari passu as far as climate change shocks are concerned, and just making, and again, I think easing the requirements on the upper credit tranche requirements in terms of access. I think this is an issue that was articulated by Hanan well this morning. And finally, with Morocco, your reference to the equitable financial architecture resolution Marrakesh, I was part of that meeting. Again, that resonates with the whole issue of reforming the global financial system. Thank you very much for those comments.
Many thanks. Rebecca?
Yes. First, the comment about the African institutions and developing the regional institutions and financial institutions, I completely agree. I think that regionalization is a very important thing. And you are developing the African Continental Free Trade Area. It's a huge opportunity, and you have to develop the institutions too. So the regional part, I think that is very important of the new financial architecture. But we need the others also to reform, because if we don't have the multilateral institutions at the global level, so we will continue to have obstacles for our development. And so I would say yes, but we have to do both. But developing the African financial institutions is a very good thing, and I agree. The other one is with respect to the G20 and multilateral. And I will completely agree that the only legitimate universal organization is the UN. And the UN has put forward the SDG stimulus and the Summit of the Future, where we will need your voices for the UN to be relevant in these areas. Let me be honest with you. It's a struggle. because a lot of the countries that are in the UN are also saying it's the Bretton Woods institutions that have to deal with finance, with investment, with trade, not the UN. And we are fighting to be in, to have a voice, yes? And the ones that have to help us stay there is the member states. And so I ask you really to participate very actively in the SDG stimulus discussion and the Summit of the Future discussion that has put forward the reform of the Bretton Woods institutions and the financial architecture. Only one thing with respect to the G20 and why we go there and why it's important for Africa to be there is because they represent 80% of the GDP of the world. And if in the G20 we have a voice and we start to convince these countries, they can take the decisions in the boards of the IMF and the boards of the World Bank too. That's why it's important that the voice of Africa will be strengthened and will be there. And my last point is the issue of governance that was also talked about by many of you. Let me give you only one data. When the World Bank and the IMF were created, there were 12 seats in the board for 44 countries, representing only 44 countries then, because most of the countries were not independent at that time. Now there are 25 seats for 190 countries. For 190 countries. If the same proportion was going to be maintained, you will need 52 seats, not 25. So there is room for improvement and there is room for inclusion of the countries that right now are not represented in these institutions.
Thank you, Rebecca. Dr. Vass, if I can ask you also in 2 minutes. Thank you.
C'est juste aussi ici en ligne avec l'intervention.
I'd like to support the statement made by the delegate from Tanzania. When we're talking about a new global financial architecture, this must entail a global and integrated approach in terms of the resources that must be consequential. In Cabo Verde, there was a call issued by the ministers of finance of Africa that was acknowledged by the World Bank to triple those resources. But the call also aimed at addressing the issue of instruments and products. With regard to the approach, we also saw that the European Union is already implementing the approach funding and program rather than funding projects. And to answer the concern raised by the delegate from Tanzania, this can provide a solution in the sense that this is a framework. This is a development program for the energy transition and other programs to alleviate poverty that will be approved as a whole, allowing countries to determine the projects that will be included in that program. The aim is to strengthen or bolster the ability of existing institutions to address the needs for energy transition. Coming back to the reaction or comment of Madame Becker, that is why many countries are supporting the creation of a trust fund supported by the UN that will be followed by the contribution of international financial institutions.
It's really difficult, of course, for me to summarize the richness of this discussion, but let me, if I need to just mention like keywords of what we have been saying is we need to have a affordable finance at scale, better and bigger multilateral development banks, We need to enable the rechanneling of IMF SDRs to allow to MDBs to allow higher leverage. We need to also include the climate resilient clauses integrated in debt contracts. We need to bring the human aspects in the discussion, in the arguments, and raising the awareness and in advocacy. We need to tackle the issue of the risk perception and working also with credit rating agencies. And we need private sector involvement. We need to work in coordinated manner, collaboratively, and we need to really amplify the African voice. With this, attempt to capture some of what we have said, I would like to sincerely thank the brilliant panel that we had and ask you to give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. And we're ready to move to the next segment. Thank you.
I do have no cards. Because I changed since.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will now hand over the floor to the Executive Secretary, Dr. Clava Gatete, for the next roundtable. And I please invite the panelists for roundtable number 2 to just come to the floor, please. Thank you.
So who is left? Oh, more left. Yes, who are the rest of the colleagues? We are left with one who is missing. Hello, we are supposed to have the Deputy Minister of Finance from Sierra Leone, who is here. We are having the Minister of Finance of Kenya, who is here. Supposed to have Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, is here from Gambia, the Gambia. We are supposed to be having Dr. Of course, James Manyuk. Where has he gone? Can someone trace him using AI? Yes. Yes. Yeah, we need to find him and get him here. Yes, I think we can. I think we can start. But I think here we have to follow the rules. This is different from other panels. Yeah, I know you've been seated for quite some time. If you can stand up for 2 minutes so that you can stretch, then you would have the energy to start. Just do some kind of exercise, and that's what you're advised by doctors. And stretch yourself. It seems there are people who really like sitting down for as long as it takes. Not healthy. Yes. Okay, I think now we can sit. Yeah. So today we are going to talk about technology. And we are talking about technology in all its aspects. We have the expertise here. And we want to make sure that everybody, by the time we leave this forum, we all understand what technology is. Everybody says we need it. I think the Adedeji lecture was very, very informative. Dr. Manyuk simplified the whole technology to a layman's language. We all know that we need infrastructure. We need broadband. We need a satellite. We need to make sure that we have a strategy, a policy in place. We all know that we need to use it for everything from financial inclusion to really connecting the governments, connecting schools, connecting health centers. We know that we need it for ordering food if we need it. We need it for everything. And this is the time that we want to talk about it. But I also want to talk about how do we make sure everybody is connected? How do we make sure that everybody benefits from this important technology, including the artificial intelligence? So here we are going to be discussing with our panelists here, but before that, we want to make sure that we understand what it is and also the taxation part of it. If you have to scale it up, it means you have also to do some magic in terms of taxation. Do you overtax? Do we just not tax? What's the middle ground that we need to use to make sure that we can encourage the whole penetration of the broadband and making sure that it can contribute to jobs, to economic growth? Here, I want to invite, again, Hanan. I think you've been doing a lot today, but that's what you are paid for. So I want you to just give us a hint from the studies of some of the 6 countries in terms of taxation of technology, which you want to make sure that everybody has access. And the wonders, the magic that comes out of that is going to help the debate here on the panel.
Hello, hi again. I thought that you forgot, yes, so you didn't. So I'd like to, I'll be very briefly just presenting some of preliminary findings that have been done in ECA, looking at, optimizing ICT sector excise taxes. If we can move to the next slide, and perhaps if I can have the clicker. So we did some initial studies on 6 African countries based on available data. This included Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and Nigeria. And the objective or the aim is that we extended to all other African countries and to look at this issue in depth. Next. As you can see, and as this panel will be discussing in more detail, we have really issues in terms of internet penetration and cost in the continent. So you can see here in the heat map that the share of internet users in Africa remains actually on average, 30-something%, and you can see how it varies across countries. And then the cost of mobile internet in Africa also remains high. It's actually the highest across regions worldwide. With some countries, the cost of 1 gigabyte is $20 or more, if you can imagine. So, okay, this it tells us that there are the fact that we don't have that access and penetration and issues of cost will impact how we can benefit from the sector, especially in light of the lecture we've heard, because there are both direct and indirect benefits. In terms of direct benefits, it contributes to domestic resource mobilization, government revenues, job creation, issues of providing payment systems and e-services, and indirectly through capital accumulation, better productivity, expanding markets, and deepened social inclusion. The ICT sector, in terms of impact of GDP, is estimated for, globally for 10% increase in mobile broadband penetration. The estimates usually range from 0.8% to 2.5% of additional GDP growth. In Africa, we are more on average on the higher side, which is the 2.5% of GDP, because of course of the initial conditions for the continent. And here, as you can see in the presentation, we have some estimates across countries of what does it mean or how it translates an 10% increase in penetration across the countries that were in the case studies. And you can see that the range varies from $140 million in Uganda to $1.3 billion in Nigeria. In terms of job creation, that's also another, very positive impact for expansion and growth of the sector. Of course, it's the backbone of e-commerce and digital services, but also, and I'm sure as we will hear, the issue of increasing internet speed will also increase efficiency, create jobs, and particularly with the projection of how much the digital economy is projected to grow to $180 billion by 2030, the issue of the lagging behind in penetration and cost will be detrimental. So it's very important to resolve this issue. Finally, in terms of optimizing the excise taxes for the sector, what we found is that actually doing so, and in the cases we looked at, it was reducing excise taxes can actually broaden broadband penetration, drive revenue growth through enhanced productivity, and expand the tax base, supporting both growth and job creation. I'd like to emphasize that these are still preliminary, and the work will be expanded to include more countries and to look in depth also in terms of impact of regulation, competition, and issues of infrastructure, existing infrastructure in driving these issues of cost and access. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you very much, dear Sanan, for this. It's a summary. We are doing a study to make sure that we understand what will be the appropriate taxation for the technology, having in mind that we need this one to be accessible by everyone. So we started with 6 countries. What came out very, very clearly is that the moment you reduce taxes, then the economy grows, and at the same time, it creates more jobs, and it increases the penetration. What we have also seen from this is that because technology is very much easy to tax, and there's no leakage of any kind, that's where the finance ministers, like my good friend Ndungu, is always tempted to tax as much as you can, because that's where he's under pressure to deliver. That becomes easy. And what we are saying here is that the technology is taxed like any other company. But in addition to that, there are sector-specific taxes. And yet, on the other hand, we want as many people as possible to make sure they have a smartphone, to make sure they can buy airtime, and be able to do any business they want to do. Now, we have to strike a balance. How much taxation will that one be? And we are also rolling it out. This is just the beginning. These are preliminary results, but we are rolling out to all countries on the African continent so that you can all see yourself and can decide what you want to do. But here, as we have all the experts, except the AI expert who is not here. Here we have almost everyone. Let me start from the other end. From Smart Africa, the Didier Infra, who is a senior expert, but at the same time is a director general, is going to tell us what is happening, because Smart Africa is for the entire continent. We have my good friend, Professor Ndungu, who has been on the market for quite a long time, has experience, and also has been promoting technology here, Abariako. And then we have here, of course, Minister Bakre, Deputy Minister of Finance, Kushe Hadibodi. Yes, yes. And then we have, of course, my good friend, we had a very good meeting yesterday, Minister in charge of Communication and Digital Economy, Mr. Usman Ba. Thank you so much, really, for being here. We're going to have a discussion, and sometimes I want to make sure that we really come up with some new innovations. I know Sierra Leone very well, and I know Sierra Leone can develop very fast. It is investing in technology, and I wanted to see, from your own understanding and from the presentation, how do you optimize the taxation in such a way that it does not have an impact on the access, on the penetration that we are talking about, but at the same time, how do we make sure that everybody in Sierra Leone, from Freetown to Bo, to Kenema, to Makeni, everywhere, everybody has access? Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You can see that you are well grounded in terms of the Sierra Leonean history. So I'm so happy that I know somebody that knows Sierra Leone very well. Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. First of all, I think I was quite amazed by the Vision 2063, which says that build the Africa that we want. But before I proceed, I just want to highlight some statistics here, just to create the narratives so that I can be able to expand on the discourse. Africa with 1.48 billion, 54 countries, and 30.37 square kilometer, compared to America, which is USA, 331 million, with 50 states and 9.834 square kilometer. Africa is about 5 times the population of the US, whilst in terms of land size, we are more than three times the land size. Unfortunately, doing my research, I realized that the cost of 1 gigabyte in terms of mobile, because it's very critical when it comes to digital transformation. Based on the figures I saw on the internet for Zimbabwe, appears to be the highest. My figures as of November shows me $43 per 1 gigabyte, whilst Malawi is 38 cents. And America, with that population, is averaging at 0.8 cents. Why did I say that? Because for me, basically, digital financial services is very critical. If we want to ensure we have a stable digital financial space, we have to ensure we have the right technology. Unfortunately, in Africa, even when you look at South Africa, there are various price range. In Sierra Leone, what we have done over time, we've been able to do a lot of reforms, and of recent, we've been able to develop the field mapping, excise tax by SICPA, and recently we were able to develop the revenue assurance around getting mobile application and mobile money. Because what we've seen over time, the way the banks, the mobile money operations are going on is quite huge. So over time, what we've realized in Africa generally, most of these services are not being taxed. And we are fortunate in Sierra Leone about 3 years ago, we're able to charge about 1.5%, whilst the other countries are charged about 5%. So the issue of harmonization generally in Africa in terms of technology, I think is the problem. If we say there are 50 states in America, but they have one price. But we have in Africa 54 states, they have varying prices, and the cost of technology is quite massive. So for me, I think that is a concern. Africa needs to take a step forward, how we can harmonize the rates in terms of technology and also penetration. But there are challenges. For me, the high rate of corruption in terms of the normal taxation has been a problem. That's why the need for digital financial services tax is very important. Also, political pressure is also part of the issues that we face when it comes to taxation. Another issue is that ineffective tax laws and reform. There is a need for strong tax revolution. And in that case, I think the UN can play a place here. The UN Commission for Africa, there's a strong need to try to harmonize the tax policy across Africa. And also the high rate of evasion. Africa is losing almost about 89 billion. And with the impact of digital financial services, there is a strong need that we can be able to change that curve, because about 89 billion averagely is going out of Africa when it talks in terms of tax. But again, it has a social effect, because if you bring in digitization in terms of tax, it's going to affect employment. Okay, but at the end of the day, it will reduce employment, it will reduce labor forces, and also the disappearance of certain companies. But however, with a robust digital financial services, it can stimulate consumption, which I think at the end of the day, it will improve the supply capacity and also improve on a sustainable economy. For me, I think that's the case. We have to forget about the negatives, but there are huge benefits when it comes to implementation of digital financial services in our taxonomy, because it has a greater impact. Unlike in Sierra Leone, over time, we've seen a growth of almost 2% of GDP from when we start introducing digitalization. Because we are now able to integrate a tax system, we have the issue of the sick panel coming in. Even when it comes to duty waivers, the Asecuda plus is now what we are instituting. So we continue to strive to see how we can optimize as we move along in terms of digitalization. But we believe that Africa needs to harmonize in terms of infrastructure. The cost needs to go down. And if we are able to come as one, as what is happening in the US, I believe there has been a big space in terms of how we manage our economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for that. Now let's go to Kenya, from West Africa now to East Africa. Professor, we've been together for a long time. You are the one who was behind. I was wondering at some point whether you are governor of the central bank or whether you are the governor of M-Pesa, because I know that you did a lot, you followed up, and it contributed quite significantly to the financial inclusion which you are all doing. And remember, we are trying to compete among ourselves for the core banking system so that it can work for the financial sector and in terms of the financial inclusion. Just tell us at this point, we heard in the morning, Google is in Kenya, M-Pesa is still there, there are many others who are there. What are the new initiatives again now Can you update us in the fintech area in Kenya? And how do we see Kenya going forward really as a leader?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm very, very happy to be here. And I want to thank you for bringing the Ministers of Finance here as ECA that we have done annually. I missed that bit when I wasn't available, but also the reception we have got from the government of Zimbabwe. Of course, when I come here, I get a lot of new good things that are coming up. I'm very happy that Hanan was able to present something that brings us back to thinking about policy. One of the realization is that why you focus on excisable products is because you know the demand function. And it means that the demand function is sensitive. And so it means you can actually get the optimal taxation of an excisable product. And you know when, if you go beyond the optimal, you know what happens. That's why you're getting those fantastic results. The beauty of it is that once we leave something behind, when you go beyond the optimal tax rate, then obviously you start deterring that structure. You get less revenue. But let me say that I'm happy that when we started this, I've seen the brief that have come to me was that we want to deal with policies, we want to deal with the institutions and even instruments in the financial system. But what I thought was forgotten is that we need to look at interventions. We have failed in our endeavor for financial inclusion because some interventions are needed. Let me give you an example. While I left my tour of duty of central banking, where we started we started mobile phone financial services. And all of a sudden it was embraced by banks and we started digital lending. We are again followed it up with CRBs, credit reference bureaus to strengthen the market. And of course, to analyze and price risk. And then somewhere, we started seeing that the market was very, very important because they came up with credit scoring system. That was good. But all of a sudden, the credit scoring system was not talking to CRBs. And then all of a sudden, like in Kenya, we had like you already blacklisted in credit reference system, yet you have credit scoring system. So you can see that an institutional mechanism can fail us. And that is where institutions become very, very important. I do believe, and I think because the journey for financial inclusion starting all the way back in 2009, East Africa did very well. But somehow, somewhere, our institutions started maybe losing the path towards what we really need to get to. Let me present maybe 4 cases of where we can actually restart the process. First, we still have to go back to the drawing board in terms of connectivity because we are going to talk about digital finance. And for us to succeed in digital finance, no one should be left behind. So we have to go into the physical infrastructure. That's the fiber optic. The East African led the way, but we are still having them in major towns and major cities. But we have to go down to the totality of the whole country. And in the African setting, you know, fiber optics becomes the physical infrastructure. And the private sector has to bring the core infrastructure to ride on physical infrastructure. That's how lowering costs or transactions cost becomes very, very important. That is something that we have to make sure that we do because it is mass scalability of that service that becomes very important. Second, we have to fight for interoperable solutions. But when I was with him as the governor, he was the governor of the National Bank of Rwanda, and myself in Kenya, and our late brother Ben Onduru, we started talking about interoperable payment system then. But I think right now we have moved to interoperable solutions because it is not one solution. We have to look at systems. For example, the first mover advantage creates dominance in so many markets. But the way to solve it is not to actually to say that, oh, let us cut the feet of the first mover. No, The best thing is, if it's physical infrastructure, come up with leasing arrangements. If it's payment system, come up with the structures of payments. So interoperable solutions are diverse and they are very important to talk about. The third is that in most countries, and trying to secure this system, and we know, I'm sure there are people who will also talk about cyber attacks and all that. We have seen what happens in cryptocurrency world. We need IDs. We need digital IDs to protect the market, not to curtail the market, not to know who is transacting, but to protect the market. And we know that, for example, in Kenya, we succeeded in mobile phone financial services just because we have an identifier, but we need to move further to a better system. And finally, we have to understand, at the end of the day, development is an institutional makeup, DNA, that we really need to push. We have to develop the market. In fact, Mr. Chairman, when I wanted to start with markets and how markets development were working, but let me add with that point. We have to develop the markets. The work of the regulator and institutional builder is actually to nudge the market to the optimal solution, nudge the market to the optimality, but make sure that you also protect the market. And finally, once you have done all that, you have to make sure that you regulate the market. Regulation is not to force the market, but actually to make sure that you are just reminding the market about the rules of the game. If we follow those points, Mr. Chairman and moderator, I do believe that that is where we have dropped the thread. And we have to go back in most countries, and in Kenya, I reminded them, we have to go back and pick the thread where we dropped it, because we have to go back in that sense. Thank you.
Yeah, that is Professor Ndongo, but you cannot get off the hook. I know that you are leading in terms of the war between tech companies and banking system. Who should be able to move the money around? Should it be the banks or the tech? How do you resolve that issue? Secondly, I know that you are leading in terms of using the banking system and the technology that we had to make sure that we can have regional payment system in local currencies. Can you also enlighten us on that?
Yeah, that is a big topic today, but the most important thing is that I think the most important thing is to say that nobody escapes the regulatory net. That's the most important thing. But what are the fintechs doing? The fintechs are just trying to revolutionize what we have covered in previous cases. So in a sense, what we are really saying is that we can actually have functionality in terms of regulating fintechs. Of course, this world is also being confused with so many other aspects of it. And that's why I was avoiding most of the issues, because at the end of the day, the banking world, we want to make sure that we promote the banking world and identify ourselves in terms of what the banking world is doing. But it does not create a new environment for regulation. It actually enhances exactly what we have been doing. That's why we don't want to create separate regulation for fintechs. We want actually to say that the same regulations we have for the functionality of the financial system is the same functionality we're going to continue with. I'm sure once the fintechs have talked, we can add more space in terms of the arguments that I have had. I've published a few papers lately on the regulating fintechs, but I've argued that we have functional relationship between what they are doing and what is the core business of the banks. The most important thing is that we have seen that the banks, the traditional way of banking, has moved a notch higher. It has moved a notch higher because it has been supported by the fintechs, the innovative approach to the fintechs. Today, when I was talking over lunch, I reminded someone that my first paper to write was in Brookings, and I argued that innovative regulated technology is the one that is going to swing the day. But I did follow up with another paper in the Center for Global Development, just when I had left the central bank, and I said that state capacity can ruin the process of digitization or digitalization. We still, of course, even talked about digitization and the design of public finance with the IMF, for example. So we have a lot that we can talk about. Bringing it together is actually to say that there's some functionality when you come to regulation. And we want to make sure that we do not kill with new regulations, with the new streams of regulations, but we want to make sure that they are functional regulations. Maybe I can come back to that after listening to the others. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now let's go to the Honorable Minister of Communication and Digital Economy in the Gambia. Yesterday we had a meeting and I was very much impressed with what Gambia is doing in a more structured manner. We talked quite a lot and about digital ID, about connecting the entire government, about trying to see how you can connect the citizens so they can get the basic services that you'll get from anywhere. And also to make sure that as you roll out the whole entire technology, there is a policy behind it. It's not just rolling out. Can you enlighten us on what is happening in the Gambia? Maybe if there is.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for inviting me in this panel. I really appreciate it, and I'm glad to be here. First of all, I want to commend the Minister of Finance from Kenya for a good insight you have shared with us in terms of what you guys are doing in Kenya in terms of digital inclusion in the fintech. Let me go back to in the early 90s, before I get to Gambia a little bit. I live in the Silicon Valley for about 27 years of my life. If some of us who are a little older who can remember AOL and who can remember Yahoo when they came, AOL at one point in the US, they have almost every domain of every citizen that's using AOL in the US on their fingertip. But they were not innovative enough to think about the next 20 years, how technology would evolve and merge. They didn't do nothing with it. So what happened? When Google came, when Microsoft picked up, they lost the market. We go back to Yahoo. Yahoo also had the same, they came before Google. They had the market, most of the market share in the US, but they didn't do nothing with that data, that gold data they had on their fingertip. So it is what we call in strategy, the 5P, proper preparation, prepare you for proper performance. So coming back to the Gambia in 2022, taking the portfolio, in the Gambia, if some of us who know a little bit about the Gambia for the last 22 years, we were in a dictatorship ruled by government, military government. It is only 7 years ago when we have a democratic government. And within these 7 years, the first administration was basically a coalition. So this is the first 5 years we have a pure democratic government. Our president being recognized the most peaceful president in all of Africa. So received the award this year in Mauritania. So what I'm trying to say here, first, you have to have peace before all these things we are talking about in technology, innovation. Without peace, you can't build these things. In the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy in the Gambia was established just less than 2 years ago in 2022, June. So when I took over the ministry, I look at the ecosystem in the Gambia, basically infrastructure, policy, regulation, all these things. What are the citizens complaining every day? What are they talking at the barber shop? What are they discussing at the flea market? What are the things that is core in their discussion when they're out of their homes? Especially the millennium. One was, other than football, I would say, one was internet costs. Everybody wants to have access to internet. It's so expensive. So I have traveled intensively globally, but when I look at few years ago, I traveled, my first year in office, I traveled to Mauritius and I went to Rwanda several times. I always use these two countries because if you look at Mauritius, it's 1.3 million population. It's less than Gambia, which is 2.5 million population. So today, the cost of 1 gigabyte in Mauritius is less than 99 cents. Why? Who can answer that question in the audience? Why? Anybody? Get free dinner and free breakfast. So the answer to that question is Mauritius has 3 submarine cables. So that means accessibility and capacity. When you have the capacity, you can provide access. So the Gambia have only 1 submarine cable. And that 1 submarine cable has only 3 years or less lifetime left. So my first point of duty was, how can we provide this ecosystem to support the long-term scale, support a rapid development adoption on utilizing technology to improve the outcome across all sectors. So first, you have to have the connectivity. And in order to have the connectivity, you have to have the capacity. And in order to have the capacities, you need a submarine cable. But that was not good enough. Just a second submarine cable, which we are lucky as of today, we can say we have been blessed with the World Bank has given us the fund to secure the second submarine cable coming from Keva to the Gambia. And hopefully by 2025, mid-year, we will launch that, inaugurate that in the Gambia. So what we did, we look at what are the things we need to do in terms of preparing what we call digital transformation. Digital transformation is not a process, it's not an application, it's not a system, it's a vision with a purpose, and a purpose with a destiny, and a destiny with an address. So this digital transformation required collaborative effort, both private sector and government. Government cannot do it alone. So we look at a small nation like Gambia. Why can't we be like Mauritius or Rwanda? There's only one thing that can stop us to get there, which is the commitment, the will, and the drive. So we have what we call 5 pillars in the Gambia for our digital transformation. The Honorable Minister of Finance from Kenya mentioned about digital ID. Digital ID in every nation. Without a digital ID, you cannot prepare your economy, period. You need to know how many people are graduating from high school, from college. You need to know how many unemployment. You need to know how many people are born in each day in your country, or month or year. So you need to know all this gold data. You cannot get it without a digital ID. So we have 5 pillars that we have prepared for one to institute for our digital transformation. 1 is the submarine cable, obviously. 2 is the data center. We can have all these great things, but if we don't have a data center where we can store this data securely, it's meaningless. So then we need the digital ID, which is the foundation. You talked about mobile payment, mobile money, security. These things are very important, and without the digital ID, you cannot do that. So looking at Gambia, today, the 3rd pillar we have is the payments system, the national switch. In the Gambia today, 95% of our transaction is handled by cash. What does that do? It increases corruption. You cannot reduce corruption without having a digital solution exclusively. The other one is the payment systems, the e-government, excuse me. The e-government, we have 22 ministries in our country, and each of these ministries are hosting their data application in silo. So in order to do what you just mentioned earlier, Honorable Minister, about interoperability, in order to connect these ministries to able to talk to each other. I was on a panel a couple days ago, and I asked them today, if the Ministry of Agriculture want to provide rice, supply rice to all the police force in the Gambia, how do you get that data? You would have to write, and maybe it'll take you 2 weeks before you can get that on a spreadsheet. So this is why it's important, if we have the interoperability in one government database, that we can abstract this information within seconds or minutes or seconds. So The Gambia, if you look at the demographic, 42% of the population are below 15 years old. So we have a lot of opportunities and we have to prepare these young kids for tomorrow. 21% are between 15 and 24 years old, and 3.2% are 65 years and above. So this is something we have to really, really look at seriously and prepare for our youngs tomorrow. And for that, I would pause here for the next question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So this is how exciting I was telling you. At least if you're not impressed, I was. Once you have the digital ID, which is going to help in terms of the Credit Reference Bureau and all other things, that you do is just on your digital ID, the data center, the submarine cable. In the rollout, of course, you need also energy, but also the payment system, the integrated financial management system that really removes anybody else except the machines, and also the interoperability, which we all know. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And now let's go to Charles. And here everybody wants the public services to improve and want to be reassured that Google will be there to make sure that this is a revolution. But at the same time, the issue of interoperability that we kept hearing here, I remember when we were rolling out the MasterCard, the Visa, and other things, the big buzz was interoperability, and they were all looking for the switch. And here we also have the emerging technologies like blockchain and others that are coming almost every year. How are you preparing yourself to keep on leading to make sure that we have these things are also interoperable?
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you so much, everyone, for having me. I'm actually here on behalf of James, who is unable to make it. So
maybe you can, do you have another microphone?
I could use this.
Yeah. Yeah, there is, yeah.
Thank you, Didier. Thank you so much. Absolute pleasure to be here on behalf of James as well. So a couple of key points that you've raised is what are we going to do, especially around technology, when you're seeing new technology coming up, and how does public sector really take advantage of that? And I think the first thing that we're going to talk about is the role of government in terms of being able to service the consumers and its citizens, which is absolutely critical. Because technology really is just about creating that level playing field, as Minister Barr mentioned, so that we can really service and grow the economies of our citizens to have a better life. That's a really critical component. So when you talk about blockchain, I actually want to step back a little bit and talk about what the foundational technologies are doing, and then how blockchain comes in to be able to service, which is one element of the ways that government can be able to service their citizens. So when we're thinking about technology, we think about what are the key needs that technology can be able to solve for the citizens within the country. And blockchain has some really fundamental solutions that they can solve in terms of challenges that the economies are facing. For instance, when it comes to land rights, that is something that is really challenging. A lot of us know that there's corruption, as you mentioned, Minister Barr, and a solution that blockchain really solves for is how can you be able to track the ownership of land from one person to the next? And that really is fundamental. And the reason for that is that it provides comfort for people who are investing in a particular country to be able to know that once they invest in a piece of land, that they actually own it. That is one example that blockchain can be able to bring to help accelerate economic transformation. The second piece I want to bring regarding blockchain is around health. One of the biggest challenges that we found within the health space is that a majority of medicine across the continent are actually fake. And they're really causing a lot of challenges within the health ecosystem. And this came up especially during COVID-19, but it's been a problem across the board. So the ability to be able to trace the source of medicine from the origin all the way to the chemist, to the end consumer is another solution that really blockchain can be able to help with. But going back to the previous talk around artificial intelligence, when you think about blockchain, all of this can really be accelerated by leveraging artificial intelligence, which sort of brings it all together. Because when you think about artificial intelligence, it's what we're calling a general purpose technology. So it's a technology that really you can be able to overlay on almost every other single technology that currently exists to improve it, but also look at different sectors of economy, whether it's agriculture, whether it's land rights, whether it's health or education. You can be able to overlay this general purpose technology to be able to help citizens and really solve some of the challenges that we're currently facing. And even when I think about our Minister of Finance in Kenya, when it comes to taxes, you can be able to accelerate both the collection and reduce leakage of taxation, again, by applying some of these general purpose technologies. So when you think about the technology and how we can leverage it to accelerate economic growth, we think that we can be able to apply both blockchain, but even beyond blockchain, think about AI and really apply it across different sectors of society.
Wow. Well, given what you are talking about artificial intelligence, I'm just wondering whether it is still artificial. Maybe this is real. Yes, yeah. Thank you so much, really, for this. Now let's come back to Smart Africa. First of all, we want to know what you are doing for our continent. How many countries are coming on board? Because you want to make, I'm sure that all of them smart. And then we know that, of course, you are not only the Director General, but you are the only chief in charge of strategy. And we want to know your plans when it comes to data management. Data is becoming now the food almost that we eat every day. And there has been quite a lot of problems that are happening for many other countries, the challenges. How do you really advocate, or how do you manage the data? And also, how do you make sure that there is also the privacy that goes with it, that is also safeguarded?
Thank you very much, Excellency, and good afternoon to everyone. I know that this is an important topic because when we talk about technology, we want to look at it as, want to compare it to electricity. You can only value the importance of electricity when it's gone. I think when you stay at home, when following your program at the TV, and suddenly electricity goes off, then you realize how important electricity is. Or sometimes we can compare it also to fertilizers, especially for ministers of finance. You know that without fertilizers, you can still have an output. But when you put fertilizers, it actually increases the output. So Smart Africa has been created purposely for that, to accelerate the use of technology. I'm not sure if it's on my side. Yeah. Back in 2013, Thank you. So back in 2013 in Kigali, 7 presidents met. They met to share a common vision for the continent, and they created Smart Africa. Some of you were probably there. It was during the Transform Africa Summit, and they invited other heads of state to join this important undertaking. And from there, Smart Africa has grown to 39 countries, which represent approximately 1.1 billion people. You may ask yourself, why not all the 50 plus countries in Africa? Is because what Smart Africa was calling was really the highest level of leadership at the head of state level. And countries which are ready to embark into this vision join anytime when they are ready. So it looks at many the specific agenda, and one of them, Ambassador, is what you brought at the very beginning of this this discussion today about how to increase affordability so that more people can have devices and more people can use the internet. When you look at the numbers today, there is 10, 15 years ago, in the around 2005, 2006, the continent was not connected. Fiber optic were being deployed in the US, in Europe, but Africa was largely unconnected. Since then, there's been significant investment. Fiber optic is running into countries, in countries. We have submarine cable around the continent. We have some of the large big techs who are like Facebook, which is deploying the largest network of the largest fiber optic across in the world, especially in Africa. And mobile network operators also have invested a lot. But when you look at the numbers, just about 20% of people in Africa use the internet. And you have 60% who are covered by the internet, but they're not using the internet. I repeat the numbers because I think that's probably important. 60. They have a network, they have a coverage, 2G, 3G, 4G, but they cannot use. Why? Because it's not affordable for them. So what does it mean? It means that they cannot contribute or participate into the economy. We relating also to the impact it has on GDP growth. They cannot contribute. It means that they cannot create jobs. There are some jobs that they'll not be able to create. They cannot have access to information. They cannot have access also to government services. So what they do, they are limited. And there's a small percentage of them who have phones, but which are not smartphones. They can only call, receive messages, SMS, and so on, but they cannot access the internet. So we are driving this important conversation. And I think this paper that UNECA has presented to us just at the beginning of this panel is very important. And I would like to add our voice, Smart Africa, on this important conversation. Can we look at new ways to stimulate the growth of the usage of internet? If we leave this place with just one commitment to say, let's consider, for example, taxation, but not for every type of devices. We've realized that devices of $50 are smart enough. I'm not talking about the iPhone of $1,500 or $2,000, because those people buy them with $1,500, they can pay those taxes anyway, right? If someone can afford $1,500 smartphone, maybe it's not concerned. But talking about targeted tax, considering removing that taxes for those low-end devices, but also the internet, because many countries have VAT. They also have excise taxes, duties, and so on and so forth. There are a lot of taxes. So we are willing to work with some of the countries, and we've seen some countries already introducing revision in the tax regime to learn from it, to ensure that those gains are passed to the end users, because sometimes the mobile network operators in the middle can actually capture all those gains. So by working with regulators, we can make sure that these are passed to the end user. So this is just to add that, first of all, my voice and the voice of Smart Africa into this very important conversation, and to invite countries who would like to walk this journey and share with the rest of the continent what are the result or the outcome that came from that. So connectivity is one of our major focus at Smart Africa, but we also look at the uptake of digital services and the use of data. And that's why I'm coming to the question you are referring to just a few minutes ago about data. Data is important. We call it the new oil. And if you look at the top 20 companies, they're data companies. My brother Charles from Google can attest that they have a market cap that is over $1 trillion because of data. They are simply working with data. But today data is scattered or it's not captured at all. So which prevent the use or the use of data or gaining value out of data. So we've been working very closely with countries, supporting them, first of all, to have a data strategy. How do you capture data in the country? How do you connect the different data set so that you can extract value? You can also add more visibility, bring these to the hands of Minister of Finance so they can plan better, for example, whether it's education, agriculture, and so on. But also data is important, but safety and security of data is important. So we align with the Malabo Convention. In 2014, the AU passed the Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection. And in last year, it entered into force after Mauritania ratified the Malabo Convention. It's a solid framework, a robust framework that we encourage countries to adopt, and we support also the countries to make the most of this by working with them, by training them. We have the Smart Africa Digital Academy that has been training the data protection authorities, those one who handle the use of data in countries. We've also encouraged mutual recognition of data, because what the US and China has more than us is that they have a large market. The US has over 300 million people, China has over 1 billion people. But in our respective countries, we brought in the physical division of our countries, or the physical boundaries of our countries in the digital space. So when we look at our laws, especially our data laws, they are really within those boundaries, and we don't tap into the opportunity of larger markets. So what we've been actually exploring is how to allow mutual recognition of data, of course, with preserving confidentiality, preserving issues related to safety, but how can you create that market, that 1.4 billion people market, by allowing data to move? Because data is moving. So we also heard about AI. AI will consume a lot of data, and we've been also active on that space to ensure a safe use of data and also a use of data for the common good. And last but not least, I would like also to mention the Smart Africa Trust Alliance, which is the first framework that has been put in place to allow this safe use of data between countries. So data is definitely, we are in the era of data. Actually, that was probably several years ago. Now we're in the era of AI, but for that we need really to create an environment to allow it to succeed. So in a few words, that's some of the initiatives in which we are focusing, and we accompany countries in this digital transformation that they are going through.
Yeah, thank you very much, Didier, really for that. Yes, data is definitely the way to go, but there has been a problem in the past in terms of the cost of storage of that data. I don't know if that has been addressed, but we agree with you that definitely the infrastructure is there. The broadband infrastructure, the submarine cable that you talked about, I believe also the satellite is there. And it's very unfortunate, 1.6 billion people who are not connected, the majority are in Africa. And even 60% of that who are connected really are not really using the technology that is there for them. And this would be really, would have a serious impact, especially if you have, for example, the farmers have smartphones that are cheap, that are taxes quite low, and at the same time they can afford the airtime. Then they can throw up on the prices of their produce, the fertilizer and other inputs that are required. The benefits are just incredible. What do you think that can be done to make sure that this one could be, apart from taxation, what do you think, what would you advise? These are policymakers who are here. What would you tell them, what would you want them to do so that really we can roll out the technology?
So I think, first of all, taxation, we talked about it. Removing taxes on low-end smartphones to ensure that we broaden the base of users. When they do that, they'll be able to contribute better to the economy, but it's not only smartphones, the data on it. And then secondly, skills. Because on one hand, we have a very youthful population in Africa. I think Honorable Minister of Gambia was mentioning that the majority of population is below 15 years. It's not the only case for Gambia. Niger is the same. When take average in Africa, majority of the population are below 19 years old. This is the youth that are digital native. They really want to use the internet. So skills is important, because if they have those tools and they don't know how to get the most of it, they will not definitely, and they will probably end up just using it for entertainment. So they need more skills to get better use of these tools, even to be more productive, especially for jobs, because the future of jobs will be for the futures will be for those who are highly skilled, not just the basic use. And so we encourage countries to have proactive digital skills policies on top of revisiting their broadband policies, also looking at the skills. Third, I mentioned data, and data is new. Many countries are still working on this. Policies, specific policies to increase the uptake of data, and even more to even move to AI, because you'll not believe, but it's only 5 or 6 countries in Africa that have AI strategies. The rest of Africa, over close to 50 countries, don't have AI strategies. Yet we are right in the middle. I'm sure all of us today use AI in one another. Whether you use it with Google Maps because you wanted to go to somewhere and you are using it without knowing, or you use a generative AI like ChatGPT, it's actually happening today. So it's a sector that moves very fast. We cannot afford to sit back and relax and wait for things to happen. We need to be proactive in creating the right policies and regulatory environment, but we need to work very closely with the private sector so that we can stimulate innovation in Africa. We have people who are capable of doing that, but I think creating an environment for that will just stimulate and make it happen.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me go back to Sierra Leone. Sorry. Oh, sure, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I wanted to just add one piece around this affordability issue, which is coming up with innovative ways of smartphone ownership and acquisition. As you know, in the US or in Europe, most of the places, people actually don't go out and buy a phone. You go out and you get a plan, which then over time you pay for your phone. So that $1,500 phone or $500 phone, you'll acquire it for 10 euros a month, or you acquire it for $20 a month, etc. So that is something that we actually need to start implementing here on the continent. And there's something that for us at Google, we've actually been working on called device locking mechanism, which works very closely with telcos. We've done it with Vodafone, we've done it with MTN. And what it does is we are working to see how do we get for as little as 20 cents a day or the equivalent of 20 cents a day. And the idea behind that is saying for most families, they can be able to acquire a bunch of kale and ugali or flour to be able to get them on a daily basis. So how can you be able to acquire a phone, airtime, and data for the same equivalent on a daily basis? And those are the kinds of innovative ways we need to start thinking, because the things that we have been looking at in terms of historically cannot be applied to the digital phase. We have to really collaborate both with private sector, with government. Yes, there's the element around taxation and removing and giving tax rebates at the lower cost base, but we also need to go beyond that. Because if someone can be able to acquire something for the equivalent of 17 to 20 cents a day, then that will help that person be able to use the phone. Then obviously the skill sets, what can you be able to earn and do beyond that? Because earning is also another element that a lot of people, we've found out, they want to use these devices to actually make money.
Thank you very much. We hope you can also help us Google. Now being in Africa, knowing the telcos, knowing what is required, I'm sure you can help. What is very important is for the people to be able to use their airtime and be able to do business.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, finally, because we don't have much time really, I wanted just to ask, going to Sierra Leone, when you are talking, I was trying to imagine women traders from Moretown, Juba Hill, someone in Kono. How is this kind of innovative finance helping them? These are the people who trade on a daily basis. And when you are talking about a phone, a smartphone, when you're talking about the airtime, these are the people who actually can benefit to the maximum. How are you helping them?
Thank you very much. Maybe if I go to your question, I want to highlight certain things when it talks about innovative financing. And I think there's a big challenge. What we see most of the time, we focus on taxation that relates to goods and services, but the non-tax side, a simple example, in Sierra Leone, we have almost all the minerals in the world. We are number one in terms of rutile, number two in terms of iron ore, but invariably, imagine with an export of almost 1.4 billion, we are only getting $28 million. There has been a lot of challenges in the way these agreements have been made over time, and it's having a serious challenges when it comes to raising funds. Even when you want to raise innovative financing, you are challenged because at the end of the day, there are a lot of restrictions by the IMF, the World Bank, and you're not able to do a lot of things, including dot state swap and the rest. But to go to your point, we as a country, we trying to improve the digital financial space. Penetration is challenging. Again, the cost of data. Because of the cost of data, it's so difficult for you to integrate some of these challenges. Well, we've been working with some banks whereby we're able to create women banking, few of the banks. And today we've been able to see a deeper inclusion of these women taking credits through this women banking facility and also support from the mobile companies. Because some of the mobile companies has given us, as part of the corporate social responsibility, they were able to register some of these women so they can have reduced cost. But it has been very challenging, and it's something that we are trying to look at a global level as the Ministry of Finance to see how we can open the space, because it's still challenging because the cost of data is difficult for you to do that type of inclusion. And we are very determined to ensure that come 2024 Finance Act, we are going to change a lot of narratives to encourage some of these interventions.
Thank you so much. I think really, unfortunately, there is no much time left. But what you are hearing from everyone here, we can move very fast, but there are things that we need really to deal with. The issue of infrastructure and the rollout of the infrastructure, the issue of energy that goes with the rollout of the technology, the issue of data that many people have talked about, and also the how to benefit from this, because at the end of the day, also we need to make sure there is affordability of this kind of technologies. If it's not affordable, not many people can be able to use it. So it's very, very important that we come back later on this one and talk about taxation as well. We are going to hopefully complete our study, hopefully in the middle of the year. And again, we'll be sending it to you. so that you can see for yourself what is happening in our own countries. Because if you want development, and we know that technology contributes to that directly and indirectly, and we know that is something that is really needed by everyone. It doesn't matter whether you are in private sector, in public sector, whether you are just an ordinary person, whether you are buying electricity, whether you're buying water, cash power, and everything else, you need definitely that kind of technology. You need a phone, you need an instrument, but also you can, as mentioned, if you go to London, if you go to New York, if you go anywhere else, you don't necessarily have to have your own phone and be able, but there are other means of how to get it. But what is important is it affordable. If it is affordable, then it can really significantly improve the way of life, but also increase the socio-economic development. So I really thank our team here, and next time we'll have, will be number one, will not be the last one. And I definitely want to also thank our team here. I didn't want to continue. I've been telling my team, I think last time, that given one of my background as a diplomat, I always kept remembering a diplomat who gave a speech for 3 hours. And after 2 hours, half of the people had left. But when he finished, only one person was left. So he turned around and asked, why are you still here? He said, because I'm the next speaker. So I don't want. So I think, thank you so much for being patient and for being here. And we see each other tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes, just an announcement about dinner. So buses are just outside of the entrance here to take you to Boma Restaurant, which is being hosted by the government of Zimbabwe. So have a nice evening. Bon appetit.